Chapter 701 Showdown. I am disappointed. On the second day of the application, Li Jie was ordered to enter the palace and accepted the post of the deputy commander of the inner court guard. She also served as the chief of the inner library, in charge of all the income channels and expenses of the inner library, which is regarded as Her Majesty's favor. In fact, more than a dozen senior ministers took turns to carry out ideological education on her in the middle of the night. Under all kinds of righteous pressure and various high hats, Li Jie reluctantly accepted the arrangement. The reason why it was delayed until the time of Shen. It was after the person who had gone to Luo County to verify the authenticity of the transfer to report back and report that it was indeed true and sex. Song Yan was happy to announce that she was appointed to the palace. After the rewards were over, hundreds of officials came over to congratulate. Li Jie clasped fists and confessed. Regardless of whether she was sincere or fake, she returned the gift politely, and only after sending people away did she have time to spend alone with Song Ku. Seeing Song Ku's eyes a little red and swollen, her face a little haggard, her expression lonely, and the nervousness and anxiety that she wanted to say, she had already guessed something in her heart, and she sighed after thinking about it. Last night, those veterans were not only lobbyists, but also faintly meant to be a matchmaker for the queen. Although they were very cryptic, Li Jie Bingsu was smart, and she was a person who came over. She naturally understood that when she saw Song Ku's expression, she guessed Song Ku might also have such an expression after hearing certain wind noises, so he tentatively said, "This sex, my son, if we elope." Song Ku's eyes lit up and she understood what Li Jie was talking about. Li Jie had said this in front of her when she came in before, and she dared to pluck up the courage to say elopement. "The world is big, but I'm afraid I have the heart to put you in danger." Li Jie didn't say anything behind her, but she let out a low sigh, and held Song Ku's hand tightly. "We inform the government." Song Ku looked around before lowering his voice and gritted his teeth. She understands what Li Jie meant. If the two dare to elope, they will arouse Song Yan's boundless hatred. They will send countless masters to chase and kill them. Even if they escape to the ends of the world, they may not be able to escape unless Song Yan and her the forces are uprooted and will never suffer from future troubles. The IQ of a woman in love has already become low, and Li Jie's misery drama touched her heart. When her head became hot, she blurted out the words, but she was not afraid. Anyway, she had been thinking about it all night. As long as Li Jie was willing to talk to her walking together, she is not afraid of the sky falling down. As for Song Yan, she is completely disappointed, even desperate. When people are desperate, everything can be done. Li Jie was dumbfounded and looked into her eyes with a serious expression, trying to see through her eyes the true thoughts in her heart. Song Ku's words really scared her. The first reaction was that Song Ku was testing her. "My son, as long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything." Song Ku bravely met her gaze, with a firm expression, and lowered her voice to explain. What she said was all the news she knew from Xianzhe's mouth, as well as her true inner thoughts. As long as she can be with Master Li, you are not afraid of anything. You can throw everything away. Li Jie scratched her head. She could see that Song Ku was not tentative, but serious. Very serious. She didn't expect Song Ku to affect her so deeply, and she couldn't help feeling a little guilty in her heart. "Oh, this is a joke. It's a bit big. Are you not afraid that I will inform Her Majesty the Queen?" "Not afraid?" Song Ku shook his head firmly and met her gaze bravely. If young Master Li really betrayed her, she could only blame herself for being blind. However, she firmly believed in her heart that young Master Li would not betray her. What if I'm an eagle dog spy from the government? Li Jie half joked. She has some things that need to be asked more carefully. With Song Ku's cleverness, she will definitely be suspicious, so it's time to show her. No matter who the son is, Kai-Ua has been with Sun Ding in this life. Song Ku firmly said that she had already determined in her life that life is masterless person, and death is masterless ghost. No matter who Li Gongzai is, she will follow suit. Love is so blind. Well, I will live up to Kai-Ua's wishes, but I am indeed a secret agent of the government. Li Ji looked at her with a serious expression. Ah! Song Ku was taken aback, let out a low cry, stared at Li Ji for a long time, then lowered his head and said softly, Kaiua said, no matter who the son is, Ku doesn't regret it. I'm relieved. Does Zushan have a secret way to the outside world? Li Ji sweetly coaxed for a while, then the topic turned around and asked her what she was most concerned about. There are two places, one is in the palace, Her Majesty's bedroom, but I don't know where to go. The other is in the utility room at the corner on the right, leading to the woods of Pinkanhu village. Song Ku didn't hesitate to explain in detail. Pinkan was at the back of Longkan. There were 7 or 8 li roads between them. If you take a small road, you will get there by bypassing 2 big mountains. If you take a big road, there are 15 or 6 miles. Very well, Kaiua, thank you. Listen to me now. Li Ji lowered her voice and quickly confessed. After confirming that Song Ku understood, she blinked, slammed her hand away, turned around and walked away. Song Ku's pretty face suddenly changed, standing still for a while, hiding her face and sobbing. Although she was acting, she was worried that Li Chi could not hold her back and that Song Yan would hook her and change her heart. She was also worried about her safety. The nervous and uneasy expression of suffering and loss made the scene more real. At least the person who was watching from a distance was successfully fooled. When he went back to report to Song Yan, he added fuel and jealousy, and Song Yan was also fooled. Or, let Xianja be promised to Wu Chenking. Song Yan is a little softer. After all, Kaiua has served herself for many years, so she won't be able to win her love with a knife. She was still a little bit sad in her heart to marry Wu Chenking, who she didn't like. After thinking about it, she decided to let Xianja replace Song Ku. However, in order to avoid Song Ku's troubles and sprawling branches, Song Ku must be dismissed and not allowed to stay in Zushan. Of course, she will be given more power as compensation. It's easy to get Song Ku away. Assign her one thing. Just reconnect with the secret military associations in the West who resist the tyranny of the Zhou Empire. The other party requests military assistance, and it's impossible to aid guns and ammunition. However, sending a few craftsmen who can make firearms was not difficult in the past. Song Ku was just in charge of this matter and served as the leader of liaison with the anti-weekly forces in the West and secretly cultivated the forces of their own. Song Ku reluctantly accepted this errand. Surrounded by a dozen guards, he left Zushan in a carriage on the same day. These dozen guards were all Song Yan's henchmen, and they were responsible for protecting Song Ku's safety and monitoring at the same time anything she does. No one noticed that the driver who was driving with the whip was Hileoliu. A low-status and unremarkable old driver was indeed taken seriously. After confirming the authenticity of the 500,000 Singapore dollars transfer, he served as Li Chi. Feng Baishan's bodyguard and coachman Hileoliu were taken into Zushan. Feng Baishan followed Li Ji. Hileoliu was thrown into the pile of poor people, and seemed to have been forgotten by everyone, but Song Ku still found it. Chapter 702 Song Yan's anti-weekly forces will be crushed and crushed in the face of absolute strength, not to mention the carelessness of the people in Zushan to the point of surprise. Belong village has been quietly controlled by the secret spy master of the Imperial Security Bureau under the nose. Tensan didn't even know, and he deserved to die. On the night 3 days later, the spy masters of the Imperial Security Bureau quietly controlled Pinkan with assassinations and magic, and sealed another secret road in Zushan. The army quietly moved in and laid a net of heaven and earth, waiting for the signal to start. While waiting for the surprise signal, Hiramura's secret spy master quietly killed more than a dozen secret guards and sneaked into Zushan. Soldiers with guns and live ammunition emerged from the utility room, like ghosts wandering in the night. Quietly hidden into the night. In Zushan, after Song Ku left, Li Ji also officially took office. She was wearing bright silver armor and a saber hanging from her waist. The heroic and handsome guard was beside Song Yan. Song Yan did not avoid dealing with state affairs. The time of contact between the two and the conversation also increased. Of course, this is Song Yan's intention. The masses know it well, and there is no gossip. It is normal for Her Majesty the Queen and her future husband and wife to spend the past month, kinking, eye and eye. What they have to do is to please ingratiate themselves. Li Qi, the future prince, would be fine. The water flows to low places and people go to high places. In these 3 days, Li Ji is very knowledgeable about the current affairs and accompanies Song Yan to walk and talk. She is not haughty or humble, nor transgressive, gentle and considerate, so that Song Yan can't like it. Now, isn't this the Prince Charming she dreamed of when she was a girl? In just 2 days, their emotions warmed up extremely quickly. At least Song Yan really fell in love. She had dreams that made her heart beat and blush for 2 consecutive nights. On the 3rd night, she couldn't bear it. I deliberately arranged Li Ji on duty, and arranged a dormitory for Li Ji next to her own dormitory, and let her close servant Donga serve young Master Li. This service is not the usual service, but the service with real guns and live ammunition. Before the princesses of the past empires get married, they will send 1 or 2 maidservants to serve the future Lord Fu Ma. To put it bluntly, it is to test the gun for the princess. The fighting power of Lord Fu Ma. Otherwise the future Lord Fu Ma will have a natural dark illness or something. Isn't the princess miserable? It's not a secret to test the gun. Li Ji lives in the palace and naturally knows what's going on. Faced with Winter Chrysanthemum's enthusiasm, she bit her scalp and acted for a little while, slapped Winter Chrysanthemum. Love fascinated, she just dragged a while to restrain her meridians. Put the red-tide face and spring-faced Xiao's eye clean up, put it on the bed, cover the quilt, and put down the heavy curtains. Li Ji calmly prepares for the action. Tonight it was the night of the 3rd day, and it was also an agreed time for action. No matter whether the outside was ready or not, she had to act. After sitting on a chair and adjusting her breath for almost half an hour, she got up and went out and walked towards Song Yan's bedroom. Her room was next to Song Yan's bedroom, only 20 steps away. There are dozens of soldiers on duty outside the palace. Seeing Li Ji, they all salute respectfully. Li Ji's identity is the deputy commander of Naiwai, the chief of Neku, the future husband and son of Her Majesty the Queen, and the future prince. It is her again tonight. For her, the entire heavily guarded palace is like entering no one's land. There are no gojiashi in the hall, but there are eunuchs and palace ladies. They waited by and listened to the dispatch at any time. They were shocked when they saw Li Ji, who was dressed in casual clothes, walk in. Someone wanted to go in and report. Li Ji shook her head, made a silent gesture with a vertical finger, and waved her hand. Those palace ladies and eunuchs knew that they had all stepped back and let Li Ji go straight in. Now in Zushan, who doesn't know that Commander Li is the fiancé chosen by Her Majesty the Queen? The people in the palace also know the news that Sister Winterjif was ordered to test the gun. Those young and beautiful maids and maids still envied Sister Winterjif's luck, so they were not surprised that the future prince rushed to Her Majesty's palace late at night. Her Majesty is too late to be happy, not to mention there are still several sisters guarding it, and they shouldn't be blamed. Ah, Li Commander. Why? Why are you here? There are also a few maids in the palace. They are all Song Yan's personal servants. When Li Ji walked in, they were shocked, with a weird expression on her face. Isn't Sister Winteru? Why did young Master Li come? Sister Fan Lao gave a message on her behalf and said, well, she wanted to give your majesty a surprise. Li Ji held her fist politely and politely. A few of the palace ladies did not dare to ask for it. After politely replied, one person went in to report, and the others stood aside with their hands down. Their big watery eyes kept peeking at the handsome Li deputy commander from time to time, and his pretty face was full of moving blushes. To be honest, they all like this handsome, gentle, and affectionate Li deputy commander. They all want to fight for the task of testing the gun. However, there is only one deputy commander. The good thing falls on the head of Dongji's sister. making them all kinds of tasks. Envy and jealousy. Leader Li, please use tea. The maidservant brought the fragrant tea. Li Jia was not polite, picked up the teacup, and chatted softly with several maidservants. After a while, the maidservant who went in to report the report came out from the inside. You don't need to guess that, you know it must be for the queen. Your Majesty dresses up. This is ambergris. It smells good. Before Li Jia went in, she walked to the incense burner in the corner of the temple, sniffed the curvy beast scent from the incense burner, and then swaggered in. A few maidservants gathered together, whispering something. Their eyes were peeping in from time to time. Commander Li was visiting at this time. Her Majesty Queen did not come out, but in the dormitory to meet Commander Li, widows and lonely men in a room alone. No need guess, all know what will happen. The maidservant yawned suddenly and felt sleepy, with heavy eyelids. The others seemed to be infected. They yawned and lay down in a short while and slept soundly. Even if someone found that Li Commander had made hands and feet in the incense burner, can't call the police anymore. Li Jia walked through the heavy curtains and stepped into the magnificent bedroom. The fragrance was fragrant, and the middle person was drunk. Through the heavy pink and color gauze curtains, I could vaguely see a beautiful palace. In the beautiful palace, Li Jia has seen your Majesty a woman. Li Jia stood still, bowing. The sun is flat, please come in, Song Yan said softly, caressing her right hand. Your Majesties forgive me. Li Jia lifted the veil, walked inside, and couldn't help blinking her eyes. She must admit that although she was a woman, she was still amazed by the scene in front of her. Under the soft light, Song Yan only wore a red tulle. Her slender and beautiful figure was looming, her head full of blue silk was scattered at will, and the pink curtains set off, adding a bit of intrigue. The soul's charm makes even a woman unconscious. Chapter 703. In the bamboo mountain shrouded by night, countless ghosts emerged from the utility room in the corner, quietly hiding in the darkness. The utility room was surrounded by rows of large wooden houses, all of which slept in workers who had been exhausted all day long. In the darkness, the door of the room was pried open silently, and dozens of black shadows touched into the room. Dozens of workers lying inside were slashed in their throats in their sleep, and no one could make a sound. A small group patrolled the vicinity with gojiashi. Dozens of dark shadows threw out fiercely from the dark place, handed up the knife and fell. The whole group was wiped out, and no one could sound the alarm. Sometimes weapons fell to the ground, but nearby soldiers sleeping with the workers was too heavy. No one heard it at all, or didn't care when they heard it. At most they turned over and continued to sleep soundly. At the entrance of Zushan, a carefully selected commando team quietly killed a dozen guards and controlled the entrance and exit. Then when hunting a team of patrol team, one patrolman fell behind and escaped temporarily. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The patrol screamed with fright, and ran away. A commando flicked his hand and shot a dagger, which hit him in the heart. The horrified alarm and screams cut through the silent night, alarming the entire Zushan mountain. The alarm gong rang into one, and there were horrified screams and chaotic footsteps everywhere. The whole chaos became a pot of porridge. Get in! Hu Yozong, who personally led the sneak attack, shouted loudly. The sneak attack failed and could only be attacked. Fortunately, the passages before and after were blocked. No one could run away to catch turtles in the urn. Bang bang bang, boom boom. Crisp gunshots began to sound, and then became dense, sometimes mixed with one or two explosions. The commando encountered resistance and directly cleared the obstacles with grenades and rushed forward quickly. The whole bamboo mountain is chaotic in a ball. There are ping pong gunshots everywhere, and people running randomly. There are screams and screams in panic. With a musket, a machete and a spear, were all shot by the commandos with a rifle. Ignite, hurry, ignite. Someone reacted quickly. They used torches to light the building, threw debris into the street, and set the fire to ignite. For a while, the fire blazed into the sky, illuminating the entire bamboo mountain, and also blocked the rapid advance of the commando. Lao Tzu's toss the bullets, to bomb Lao Tzu with the tossing barrels. The raging flames blocked the assault of the commando and screamed Hu Yozong, who was in charge of the command. He ordered the soldiers to quickly set up the grenadiers and bombard the burning buildings and fires. The soldiers could fly, rushed past. More than 24 soldiers rushed in, set up a dozen newly equipped grenadiers, and after a test shot, they quickly adjusted the elevation angle of the ruler according to the impact point, and then loaded the cannonballs and quickly shot them. Boom 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 boom. The burning fire and debris were bombarded by shells into a larger group of fireworks, illuminating the entire night sky. Boom. A cannonball fired from a distance, exploding a dazzling fire, and several commandos screamed and fell. I cross. The rebels have artillery. Hurry up. Rushed to Lao Tzu. Hu Yozong was shocked, and hurriedly urged the soldiers squatting on the ground to launch an assault, rushing through the fire barrier as soon as possible, looking for the rebel artillery. This thing was too lethal and caused a lot of damage to the soldiers. Many soldiers jumped up from the ground and charged forward with their guns. The fire that was blocking the way forward was broken up by artillery shells. Several gaps were revealed. The soldiers charged forward, but 4 or 5 people were shot and fell on the ground, on the way to charge. The rebels have guns and cannons, but they were caught off guard. In addition, there are very few rifles with a long shooting range, mostly rear-mounted rifles. The shooting range is short, and the shooting speed is slow, and it is difficult to form firepower. Suppressed, a dozen or so tossing canisters ransacked, killing and wounding more than a dozen people. The rest was frightened and fled. Half of them were knocked down by bullets fired from behind. Boom boom boom. Several fires burst out from the high platform in the distance. Howling artillery shells hit residential houses, or hit the open space, exploding dazzling firelights, and several charging soldiers fell screamingly. Over there, it blasted for me. Hu Yozong, who was hiding behind a building, saw the turret with sharp eyes, and was busy throwing bullets and bombarding. Artillery observers holding binoculars to observe the battlefield also saw the fort. After using the triangulation method to estimate the target scale, the grenadier adjusted the elevation angle, quickly loaded and bombarded, and after 3 rounds of shooting, it finally continued. Hit that fort. Boom. A huge spark burst out. Apparently the ammunition exploded, the entire turret flew up, and it looked exceptionally brilliant at night. The rebels suffered a surprise attack and were caught flat-footed. There were gunshots everywhere, people running randomly everywhere. Soldiers could not find generals. They would not find soldiers. All chaos in a ball. The resistance encountered by the commando, it was just the instinctive resistance of some rebels. When they were bombarded by grenades or grenades, they were frightened and fleeing in panic. Wu Chengqing and a group of civil servants rushed into the palace with no expressions in their faces, but Her Majesty and Commander Li disappeared together. Several of Her Majesty's personal servants lay down on the ground and fell asleep. I can't wake up how to call it. Well, the surname Li is a traitor. Wu Chengqing hissed, screaming. He was from a family of generals, and he was considered half a quack. Naturally, he knew the reason why these maidservants could not wake up. That was because of the mystery incense of the Xiaosan. The way to resolve it was to use just pour clean water. After awakening the person, Wu Chengqing and others repeatedly asked, "Where did the queen go down?" A few maids looked confused. Without Her Majesty's call, how can you break into the palace without authorization? Are you not afraid of Her Majesty's punishment? However, the sound of guns outside made them seem to understand what was going on, and it took a long time for them to react, and quickly explained the situation. Search for me. You must find Her Majesty the Queen. Wu Chengqing and the civil servants were extremely corrupt and howled. The officers and soldiers came to kill at the same time from the front and the back, indicating that there were traitors inside. The secret path behind was no longer available. The only secret path to escape was the palace, but only Song Yan knew the entrance of the secret passage. When the palace was built, Several workers discovered this secret passage and were immediately killed. Whether it's a court lady eunuch or a military general's guard or civil officer, they all went mad to search for Song Yan and Li Qi's whereabouts, but they searched the entire palace, and there was no ghost. Many of them took the sheep and took some valuable stuff hidden in his arms. This kind of gentleman's behavior in Liangshan can be seen everywhere. It must be the surname Li who hid Her Majesty the Queen in the secret tunnel. It's over. After searching for more than a long time, someone finally reacted, hissing. His legs were soft, and they were sitting on the ground, while others shivered, unable to find Her Majesty. They couldn't find the only secret way to escape, etc. The officers and soldiers came in, and they all came to an end. Okay. Wu Qingqing and several generals were so shocked that they didn't have time to turn the entire palace upside down. Instead of wasting time here, they might as well kill them. If they were lucky, they could kill them at the secret road to escape. Those who want to survive will kill with me. Wu Qingqing is still a bit general, and quickly figured it out. Immediately raised his sword and shouted, summoned the soldiers, and prepared to kill the secret road to the north. Sex is the critical moment of life. Everyone knows that there may be a chance to follow Wu Qingqing to kill, and he can only remain as a prisoner, and then be chopped off by the Emperor of Diazu, so there are many people who follow, whether it is by hand. The civil servants without the power to bind the chicken, or the court ladies and eunuchs, almost all had a desperate heart. Chapter 704 Secret Tao. Almost everyone has left with Wu Qingqing. If the big palace is empty, there are only a few civil servants, a few palace ladies, and 2 old eunuchs whose faces are so pale that there is no trace of blood. These civil servants are greedy for life and fear of death, and have a trace of luck in their hearts. Surrendering may not necessarily lead to death. They are dead if they rush out. They are not stupid pens. The same thing that didn't want to die was Xianga and other servants. They were just children of poor families who were forced into the palace by Song Yan to serve as maids. They weren't very sinful people. Even if they were captured, they should be able to survive in theory, so they chose stay. The 2 old eunuchs were determined to die, mumbling something, and picked up the 2 torches left on the ground. What does Grandpa Liu want to do? Xianja seemed to have thought of something, and asked uneasy. It's over, it's all over. What are you left for? Ha ha. Liu Gonggong muttered, not knowing whether he was answering Xianja's question or talking to himself. Xianja winked at the sisters beside her. Several court ladies secretly grabbed the vase, porcelain, Lu and other things. Suddenly they had trouble with 2 ping-pongs. 2 old eunuchs were smashed in their heads and turned a few times, paralyzed, fell to the ground. These 2 old guys want to kill us. Several civil servants also reacted, gritted their teeth and cursed the eunuchs, untied their belts, tied them up firmly, and then punched and kicked them until they were out of breath. If this palace is burned down and all the valuable stuff in the palace is burned out, their surrender will be meaningless. Maybe those who want to make money will be directly chopped into flesh by those who want to make a fortune. Possibly, so they have to protect the palace to the death. Wu Qingqing and other generals led thousands of people to fight back. They caught the rapidly advancing army by surprise and lost 2 blocks. Fortunately, there were a large number of officers and soldiers. They were equipped with alcoholed rifles, as well as grenades and grenades. The grenadier pressed into the formation, and soon stabilized the line of defense, suppressing the countercharge rebels. Under the absolute suppression of firepower, the frantically charged rebels suffered heavy casualties and their morale was frustrated. In addition, Wu Qingqing was injured by an artillery shell and no one was commanded for a while. The entire rebel army finally collapsed and fled in all directions, and some of them threw away their weapons, kneeling and raising his hands to surrender. The injured Wu Qingqing was trampled to death by his fleeing subordinates. The rebels in other neighborhoods were already crushed. They ran away, but they had nowhere to escape. They were either killed by chaotic guns or fired by grenadiers. In the roar of surrendering their guns, clever people threw them away. Drop the weapon in your hand. kneel and raise your hand obediently. It only took an hour for the official army to fully control the situation in Zishan. There were soldiers carrying guns and live ammunition everywhere. They were searching from house to house. The rout soldiers who had hidden in the houses were picked out and tied up with ropes together with their companions, detained in a temporary cell, awaiting trial and verdict. Xianja, let them go. They are just hard-working servant girls. When a team of armed officers and soldiers escorted more than a dozen five-flowered civil servants, court ladies and eunuchs out of the palace, Song Ku rushed forward and stopped them. The officer leading the team looked at Hu Yozong, nodded when he saw him, and immediately asked his soldiers to untie Xianja and other court ladies and release them. Xianja, have you ever seen young Master Li? Song Ku couldn't comfort her, so scared that Huarong was lusty, and the crying Xianja held her shoulder and asked repeatedly. She obeyed Li Ji's arrangement. After riding out of Zishan in a carriage, she immediately took refuge in the government, dumped everything she knew, and then led the army into the mountain to fight against her. Hu Yozong took her by her side for both care and surveillance. Xianja cried and recounted what happened in the palace intermittently. She only saw Master Li enter Her Majesty's bedroom, and then fell asleep strangely with a few sisters. According to Wu Chengqing, she was hit by Li, the mysterious incense that the sun secretly casts. As for what happened behind, she really didn't know, only that Her Majesty the Queen and young Master Li had disappeared. Wu Chengqing and others gritted their teeth and searched the entire palace and found no trace of them. Go into the palace and have a look, Yi Tan said. A large group of court guards and secret spy masters from the Imperial Security Bureau immediately guarded him and Yan'yu towards the palace. Along the way, Hu Yozong stopped several troops and asked them to enter the palace to search for the guards. Song Ku was very curious about this handsome young Master Yi, and at the same time he was also curious about his Madam Yan. She was quite confident about her appearance, but when she saw the loose Madam Yan from Tanzi Kingdom, she couldn't help but sighed. What is the real beauty of the world? This Madam Yan is noble and holy. She is simply a fairy who does not eat the incense of the world, and the blessing of this young master is so good that people envy and envy. As for the identity of the young Master Yi is very mysterious. Even Hu Yozong, a general who can command the army, treat him respectfully. He should be a distinguished emperor. I heard that the emperor of Diezu is also the emperor. Young, but impossible to come to such a dangerous place. Yi Tan didn't let her know her identity. Although she was surrendered to the court to help King and suppress Song Yan and his gang to make a great contribution, and had some entanglement with Li Ji, but for safety reasons, she still treated her. Have a defensive heart. Song Ku can also feel other people's defenses against her, and understand this. It is not too much for others to do so, who made her a formorant thief. Fortunately, she can see that she can see everything except young Master Li. Don't care. When Yi Tan stepped into Song Yan's palace, the army had searched both inside and outside carefully. In addition, when he entered the palace before, they searched it several times. The entire palace was almost turned upside down by the soldiers. But the officer ordered. The soldiers with live ammunition still faithfully executed the order to search again, and at the same time guarded the traffic arteries everywhere to prevent accidents. According to Song Ku, the secret passage of the Imperial Palace was in Song Yan's bedroom, but the soldiers searched the ground up, and only had to pry up the big mountain stones laid on the ground for inspection. As soon as Yi Tan waved his head, all the court guards withdrew and stood by in the outer hall. He smiled and nodded at Yan'yu. The two of them paced separately and looked at the various furnishings in the hall. When they saw where they were suspicious, they tapped their fingers. Listen to whether the sound is hollow. Yi Tan turned a little circle. His eyes fell on the gorgeous carved bed, the pink color silk bed sheet, the same color silk quilt, a pair of embroidered mandarin duck pillows, pink color heavy. The tent, coupled with the warm color decorations in the hall, are unavoidable. He walked to the bed and twitched his nose vigorously. He could smell a faint fragrance. He couldn't help but swing in his heart. He is a veteran of flowers, and he can naturally tell that this good smell is not the fragrance of rouge and gouache. Some dark sides in the depths were aroused. and she subconsciously glanced at Xiang Yanyu. Yanyu's pretty face turned red, and she turned her white phoenix eyes. She was too aware of Sumion's sex pattern. She must have thought of some nasty thoughts. Putting aside other aspects, this alone is indeed a big deal. Faint June. Chapter 705. Yi Tan scratched his head in embarrassment, but his face was not red at all, and he didn't even look embarrassed at all. He had a thick skin and had already cultivated to the realm of invulnerability. In fact, he was just Yi in his heart. The reason for paying attention to this carved bed was that he suspected that the entrance of the secret passage was under the bed. Yanyu stared at the wardrobes placed on the side of the wall. She suspected that the entrance of the secret passage was inside the wardrobe, or below, and she could find the answer by moving it away. The two moved the big bed in the closet separately. Yi Tan did not find the secret passage entrance. He squatted down unwillingly, and beat his fingers repeatedly on the floor made of blue stone slabs, but found nothing suspicious. Yanyu moved a few closets and did not find the secret passage entrance, but when she hit one of the stone walls with her finger, she finally found the problem. When she hit the stone wall, the sound was different, indicating the inside of the stone wall. It is hollow. She took a close look around the stone wall and found that a stone on the side of the stone wall was a bit darker in color. She stretched out her hand and pressed it lightly. The stone was sunken inward, and the rolling mechanism rang, and the stone wall in front of her exposed a black hole. My wife is still great. Yi Tan leaned over and smiled with a thumbs up. Yanyu gave him a pretty eye, but fortunately he was already used to his fluent tone. Otherwise, who would have thought that this is the first emperor who unifies the East and the West and made immortal feats? Come here. Yi Tan greeted the guards. He certainly wouldn't risk entering the cave, nor did he want his wife to take risks. This kind of work could only fall on the guards. The emperor, the court guards who had been waiting outside the hall poured in from the outside. Be careful. Queen Li may be inside. Yi Tan confessed with a serious expression. He guessed that Li Jie must have held Song Yan and hid in the secret tunnel. Wu Qingqing and others could not find Song Yan. It stands to reason that Li Jie should have come out after the gunfire stopped, but he hasn't shown up for a long time, and some uncontrollable accident has most likely happened. Although Li Jie's martial arts has few rivals, but now it is a hot era of martial arts. Martial arts, no matter how good the brush, a shot still falls. This is the main reason for his worry. The 6 guards who were ordered to enter the cave inspected their equipment. Each was equipped with a revolver. The pistol was not accompanied by a few more grenades. They held the revolver in one hand and the torch in the other, and proceeded cautiously. Dong, they work in pairs to take care of each other to prevent accidents. Yi Tan guessed that after 20 minutes, a guard drilled out of the secret passage and reported the situation inside. The secret passage was blocked by collapsed masonry at a depth of more than 20 meters, making it impossible to pass. The brothers inside are cleaning up, but there are too many masonry and soil, and the secret path is not too wide to accommodate more people at the same time. I don't know how long it will take to clean up. Let's go check where the palace has collapsed. Yi Tan frowned and thought for a while. His heart moved, and immediately ordered the guards to check where the palace had collapsed. When the army attacked, some disintegrated rebels fled into the palace, relying on the complex terrain in the palace to fight stubbornly. The soldiers were initially worried about damaging the palace and were afraid to bombard the palace with grenades and grenades. They had no choice but to risk the attack. The casualties were not small. The officer who led the team screamed with anger and ordered the bombardment with grenades and grenades, which collapsed several buildings. Those stubborn rebels were killed and wounded, and finally had to abandon their weapons and surrender. Yi Tan ordered some people to take turns into the cave to clean the bricks and stones, while taking people out of the palace to check where the buildings collapsed. Soon someone came to report that there were a total of 3 buildings collapsed in the palace. Assemble everyone's hands to dig. Yi Tan said. He didn't know where the collapsed place was connected to the secret road, so he dug all 3 places. Anyway, he has people. Although the excavating tools are backward, the number of people is strong, and the progress of the excavation is still fast. Within a short while, nearly 3,000 prisoners and local people were taken into the palace by soldiers with live ammunition to start the cleanup work. For the convenience of management, the local people were responsible for clearing one place, and the other two places were cleared by prisoners of war. Prisoners don't have human rights. Don't talk about being lazy. If they move a little bit slower, they will get whiplashes. They dare to talk back and smash them with a gun butt. If it breaks, it will be dragged down as fertilizer. How can the prisoners of war move anything? Mind, all work hard and honestly to avoid suffering from skin and flesh. After more than an hour, the 3 collapsed places were almost cleared, and the secret passage entrance was found in 2 places, one of which was connected to the lot cleared by the guards. Before the guards entered the cave to search, Li Ji, who was covered in dust, got out from inside and inhaled loudly. After she restrained Song Yan, she immediately asked the entrance of the secret passage with the soul concentration technique, and then carried Song Yan into the secret Tao. After closing the entrance of the secret passage, continue to use the soul concentration data to ask Song Yan some secrets. She knew in her heart that a die-hard person like Song Yan, who was full of blood and revenge, would be useless to threaten torture, and it would be more convenient and trouble-free to use soul contemplation data. Not long after, there were loud roars and rumbles of guns outside. Li Jin knew that the officers and soldiers had come in. After using the soul-sharing method to ask some secrets, she made Song Yan's handily, fainting the acupuncture point, let her lie on the ground and let her fall asleep. She stood aside and waited patiently. Anyway, sooner or later the officers and soldiers were about to take the palace, so she didn't bother to explore where the secret path was. The official army quickly rushed into the palace, but the rebels resisted desperately. The official army used grenades to collapse the 3 palaces. The secret passage was under the 2 collapsed palaces, one in front of the other. Later, the secret passage was blocked, but fortunately there were still some small gaps, otherwise Li Ji would suffocate to death. Song Yan was unlucky. She was lying next to the collapsed palace. She was instantly buried alive by countless bricks and stones. This may be her best home. According to her confession, there are a lot of fires in the secret tunnel. Medicine is to prevent the secret passage from breaking down in case of emergency escape, to prevent the enemy from pursuing it. Li Ji just came out of the secret road, waiting for the anxious Song Ku to pounce on it first. Hugging her and crying, Yanai and the other guards looked at each other, but Yitan remained silent. Li Ji disguised as a man, using a beautiful man. He already knew about the trick to confuse Song Ku, and only seeing Song Ku cry so hard, he knew that this beautiful man had used it very successfully. Actually, Yanai also knew about it after meeting with Yitan, but she didn't understand why Song Ku was so stupid. She couldn't see that the man she was in love with was actually a mother. There is such a stupid woman in the world. Li Ji's expression was quite embarrassing. She suddenly regretted that she came out early. The best ending of this play should be that Li Chi died. There is no such person as Li Chi in the world. So Song Ku's thoughts were cut off. It's all right now. I owe an unrepayable love debt. Laughing at you, big-headed ghost. You are responsible. Li Ji glared at Yi Tanshan and said with a grunt, then she left with Song Ku's help. Chapter 706. Xianja and the maidservant and maid were busy boiling water in Song Yan's bedroom, serving Li Ji to bathe and change clothes, while Yi Tan called Song Ku aside to chat. Miss Song, this official, on behalf of all the people in the world, thank you for understanding the righteousness and for instituting the secrets, so as to avoid the death of more innocent people. Yi Tan opened the chat between the two with a compliment, and then asked her what her plans are in the future. In view of her merits, the government will give certain rewards. If you want to be an official, the Great Zhou Empire vigorously promoted the New Deal, and women should be an official is not a rare thing, provided that you have the ability. I don't want to be an official, but I want to be a rich woman. I will reward a big mansion and a large amount of money to settle the house, as long as I am invincible. It is almost enough for the rest of my life to be comfortable. Master Xi. The little girl just wants to be with young Master Li. Song-ku bent over and faced Yi Tan. She didn't know Yi Tan's true identity, but she could guess that it was a very big officer to command the army. The rewards he said must be true, but in her heart there is only young Master Li, and young Master Li's opinions are her opinions. She was born as young Master Li, and died as the ghost of young Master Li. This Miss Song this. Yi Tan's head is a bit bigger. He didn't expect Song-ku to be so infatuated. He didn't know how she would react when she knew Li Ji was a daughter. It's a bit difficult to handle, but the ugly daughter-in-law will see you sooner or later. In-laws, things have to have an end. Although he doesn't know how Song-ku will react, he has to make things clear. That Miss Song, do you know the true identity of young Master Li? I know. Master Li told me. Song-ku nodded seriously and looked at Yi Tan a little bit confused. She felt that Master Yes words were a little weird, and she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Miss Song, I'm sorry, I'm here to apologize to you on her behalf. And she must have done so. Yi Tan smiled bitterly, and then Li Ji, the solemn representative, apologized to her and admitted her mistakes, but she secretly complained, pitting a girl upright, but let the brother clean up the mess, go back to see how brother cleans you. Master Li apologizes. Why? Song-ku looked confused, and the feeling of anxiety in her heart became stronger and stronger. In fact, she seemed to understand something, but she didn't want to accept it or admit it. The reality was too cruel. She was afraid of herself, can't bear it, and collapsed. Actually, Master Li, his her true identity is. Yi Tan struggled for a while, but still cruelly explained the situation. Your infatuated young Master Li is actually surnamed Li Mingji, the master of the Momen, the daughter-in-law of the Emperor Diezu, and the upright mother of the East Palace. For some reasons, going out of the palace to travel the rivers and lakes, the following things. You should know better than me. The pretty white and bloodless Song-ku shook her head subconsciously. She already had all kinds of bad premonitions in her heart. But hearing what Yi Tan said to her face was like a thunderbolt in the sky, which instantly made her stupid and her mind went blank. I don't believe. You lied to me. You lied to me. Song-ku, with a face full of sadness and dazedness, shook his head, as if seeing something terrifying, stepped back step by step, then let out a harsh scream, and rushed into the bedroom. The guards guarding outside the palace wanted to stop, but seeing Yi Tan shook his head and hurriedly let go, everyone was wondering what the emperor had said to this woman and scared her like this. Sister Kaiua, what's the matter with you? Oh, Sister Kaiua, you can't go in. Young Master Li is inside. Xianja waited for the girl outside the bathhouse, waiting for young Master Li to summon. Song-ku suddenly burst into tears, shocked them all, and stepped forward to ask comfort. Xianja wanted to stop, but was Song-ku pushed away and fell to the ground. The somewhat crazy Song-ku rushed in crying. Xianja waited for the maid to enter, and Yi Tan, who was behind him, quickly stopped. Xi Ling still had to be Ling. Song-ku was too crazy, and Li Ji had to do this. Solve it yourself. Everyone was standing outside, unable to see the scene inside. Everyone couldn't bear the strong curiosity in their hearts, and they all tried their best to prick their ears to eavesdrop. At first, they could hear Song-ku's sad crying, Li Ji's soft voice of comfort and explanation. Gradually, Song-ku's heartbroken crying ceased, and there was silence inside. I don't know what happened, which made people more and more curious. Yi Tan scratched his head desperately. His curiosity has always been heavier than ordinary people. He also wanted to know if anything indescribable would happen to the two women in it. He wanted to rush in and take a look, but his reason still defeated the strong, curious desire. If you really want to rush in, it is most likely to annoy Li Ji. Think about it, forget it. But she is a special woman like Yan Yu, can fool both of them. It is a miracle. What else does he want to do? You all get back. Yi Tan waved to Xianja and the other girls, motioning them to all back. This kind of waiting made people feel uncomfortable and suffocated. He simply let all the girls quit. Outside the hall, he patted his butt and left. The local people had cleaned up the palace in new order, and then received the reward, and left happily. Yi Tan stayed in the palace that night, and the maidservants such as Xianja had put on clean sheets, bedding, pillowcases, and so on. A few palaces were cleaned up, and they were reserved for Yanayu, Lijia and others. The guards also brought in Feng Nishang, who was left outside. With this considerate daughter-in-law serving by his side, Yi Tan felt relieved. Too much. Yi Tan didn't know when Li Jin Song-ku came out of the luxurious bathhouse, nor did they come to see him. They were also in the temporary dormitory during the meal. They just asked the maidservant to come over and pass on a message, and things got messed up. Yi Tan wanted to ask her how she got into the crazy Song-ku, but he is a bit busy now. After the battlefield is cleared, there will be an inventory report of casualties, prisoners of war, various materials seized, etc. And if there is a big bamboo mountain inside, of innocent people need to be properly settled. Although many of them joined the rebels, they were all fooled and forced by Song Yan and others. The neglect of management by the local government was also one of the main reasons. The Imperial Security Agency took it and waited for the trial before making a verdict. Yi Tan thought that he would make a small fortune after extinguishing Song Yan, but after careful searching, if a palace is big, there are not many valuable things, and the food reserves are pitifully small, that is, a lot of weapons and iron ore have been confiscated. These things are not very valuable, and they are all returned to the furnace and resmelted into steel. As for those armors, shields, bows and arrows, they are all eliminated as rubbish. This is the era of hot martial arts. These things are useless and cumbersome. Bows and arrows are prohibited items and are not allowed to be owned by the private. One case was discovered and one case was strictly investigated. However, for some rural hunters living near the old forests in the deep mountains and want to own a hunting bow, they must obtain a registration application from the County Patrol Bureau, and the village chief and relatives must protect them. Only after the County Patrol Bureau examines and approves them can they legally own hunting bows, hunting knives, etc. Weapons, which are marked and registered, must be verified at the county police station every 6 months. If the weapon is lost, the Orion qualification will be cancelled. The Diazi law can be said to be extremely strict in the management of these harmful weapons. Although Zhoushan is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, the temperature is very good. Even in summer, it still feels cool after nightfall. After bathing, Yi Tan lay comfortably on the soft bed and enjoy Feng Nishang's kneading massage, thinking about it in his heart. Him going to Yanayu's side or Lijia's side. The two women have been at home for a long time. He missed it very much and wanted to talk about his ideals in life. Chapter 707. Yi Tan failed to stay in the bedroom of the two empresses. Yanayu came on her period. Lijia refused to let him in. The reason was unclear. He was not good at guessing. Fortunately, he still had understanding opinions. With Feng Nishang, even if Feng Nishang is not there, there are maidservants such as Xianja who can help temporarily. Early the next morning, Yi Tan and the others set off to return to the imperial capital after breakfast. Li Jin Song-ku rode in the same carriage, and rarely got off, but she did not find a suitable heir, and she seemed a little depressed along the way. Soon after Yi Tan and others left, a series of violent explosions sounded in Zhoushan, and the world shook. The engineers who stayed behind used explosives to blast both secret passages. This was Yi Tan's order, so as not to be used by criminals. The people living in and around Zhoushan have not changed much. Some related support policies will be implemented after the new county magistrate takes office, but the household gauze tents in the palace are received by the government and distributed to the people by households. This can be regarded as a kind of support. Many things are new, and the materials are all top quality. Even if they are sold to rich soil, they can sell for some money. Standing on the top of the mountain, Li Jingzhong watched Yanayu's carriage slowly go away under the escort of the hordes of soldiers. until she disappeared into the wild and remained motionless, letting the mountain breeze blow her bare head and clothes. After Yanai told him his true identity, he once gave birth to the impulse to be a eunuch in the palace and serve Yanai forever, but after calming down, he chose to be a monk and become a monk. After all, his family was once a rebel. The backbone, martial arts is not vulgar, even if you turn to the dark, but it is impossible to enter the palace. Who can guarantee his loyalty? Who can guarantee that he wants to get close to the emperor's assassination? Therefore, being a monk is his best choice. His brother died, and his father died in prison. The woman who made him crazy and obsessed was Niang Niang. He lost all his thoughts, and grew up with a lone lamp, chanting sutras and chanting until his death. Song Qi's luck was much better than him. He was happily by Li Ji's side. The eyes looking at Li Ji were still obsessed, and there was a touch of shyness and happiness. Yi Dan, as the master of the flowers, naturally saw that the name was called. Song Ku can only be considered a little. In modern playful words, it is included with the recharged phone bill, but it is cheap for no reason. Yi De Shanzi, not long after returning to the palace, Song Ku was appointed a nobleman, and stayed with Li Jincheng Palace for a long time. Nicknamed the Shadow Nobleman in the palace. After escorting the emperor back to the imperial capital, Hu Yozong, one of the chiefs of the Imperial Security Bureau, stayed at home for only one night, and rushed to the western continent early the next morning under the escort of the guards and secret spy masters of the Security Bureau. Li Ji used the soul recovering method to get a lot of information from Song Yan's mouth. Some of the secret private properties and shops under Song Yan and others were confiscated by the government. The person in charge was arrested, and there were some places that secretly funded the rebels. The wealth of the powerful and landlord was cleansed, and the family's wealth was confiscated. After the public trial, they were all pulled to Kshiku and clicked. There are anti-Chaos thieves headed by Song Yan and others in the eastern continent. There are also such secret organizations in the western continent, such as the Black Rose Club, Tulip Club, etc. I don't know how these anti-thief contacted Song Yan and his gang. Song Yan once supported them with a few large sums of funds, and sent some artisans who are proficient in firearms to support them 3 times, but once was robbed and killed by Chico and others, and the 3rd time they were destroyed before they could make a trip. A single spark can provoke the original, and any person or thing that is potentially harmful to the empire must be strangled in the cradle. This is a secret order issued by Yi Dan to the empire's military and all security departments, and it is also the purpose of Hu Yozong's secret order to go west. On the 2nd day after Hu Yozong set off, Mu Chunfeng, one of the great leaders of the imperial military, was ordered to assemble the first army of 10 divisions under his command and bring countless military supplies. The military has garrisons throughout the country, which rotates every 2 years. Mu Chunfeng's first army is ordered to go to the western continent to change defenses. This kind of large-scale military movement is normal. In fact, changing defense is both a purpose and an excuse. Mu Chunfeng still has a secret mission and holds a few secret decree in his hand. When he received the secret decree, his expression was extremely solemn. After learning some secrets, he could only helpless sigh. I just hope that I can't use those secret dictates in my hand. The empire unified the eastern and western continents. After the world was peaceful, many officials were busy enjoying the fruits of victory, disregarding the interests of the empire and the people, embezzling and accepting bribes, etc. Some generals with military power in the military were even more rewarded. Arrogant, not listening to the announcement, forgetting how old he is, Yi Dan had to rectify his manners. Maybe a group of people would fall off his head. Accompanied by Mu Chunfeng's army was another military tycoon, Gong Tangfeng. After conquering the western continent, the empire's millions of troops retreated one after another, while Gong Tangfeng's second army was left in charge of suppressing the anti-thief, maintaining local order, etc. Gong Tangfeng contracted an illness a year ago and was ordered to return to the emperor to recuperate, and all military affairs were handed over to the Deputy Legion Fnan. Gong Tangfing's trip was secretly accompanying him. He claimed that he was still recuperating in the imperial capital. His status and prestige in the Second Legion could not be replaced. He appeared at a critical moment and could play a huge role in setting the universe. With his assistance, Mu Chunfing, the rectification work of the People's Republic of China will be smoother, and perhaps it will also shock some people, so that too many people will not fall off their heads. 1 month after Mu Chunfing led the First Army to head westward, Li Ji moved her home again. Every day she saw Yanyu teaches her new apprentice Feng Linga. She was a little irritated, and the two had already fought a lot. In the year, even if Yanyu didn't say anything, she was uncomfortable, and finally decided to go out of the palace again to find a female apprentice who inherited the mantle. This time, she went to the Western continent. Of course, before leaving, she still left a book to tell Yi Tan so as not to worry about him. In the military backpack she carried behind her, apart from a few changed clothes, banknotes, a military binoculars, and two in addition to a military grenades, a revolver and 30 rounds of ammunition. There are also a few bluffing identity badges. After returning to the palace, she suddenly became interested in guns. She practiced marksmanship for a whole month and consumed countless bullets. Although she didn't dare to say 100 shots, her marksmanship was not bad, and the marksmanship of an officer who had served for several years might not be as good as her marksmanship. When Yi Tan heard the news that his daughter-in-law women had moved her home again, it was noon the next day. After reading the letter left by Li Ji, he could only helplessly smile. This daughter-in-law women was too much to toss. It makes people worry. Chapter 708 Murder Western Continent, Slok Province. Slok was once a small duchy in the Western Continent, and has now become a province of the Great Zhou Empire. Florida County is one of the 5 counties under the jurisdiction of the province. It has a population of nearly 100,000. Which is considered a big one. The county seat. On a trail more than 30 miles away from the southwest of Florida County, there were more than a dozen dead bodies, male and female, all of which were looted. Even some of their bodies were worn by them. All of his clothes were stripped off, and the murderer was extremely vicious. Not long after the big robbery happened, the air was still filled with a disgusting bloody smell, and flies in the distance had smelled the smell. A small hand stained with red blood suddenly stretched out from the pile of corpses, and then a male corpse was slowly arched, tilted slowly, and then rolled to the side. A little girl covered in blood was struggling. He got up from the pile of corpses and stared at the miserable situation in front of him blankly, his eyes full of grief and fear. The girl's name is Zhao Ru, 8 years old this year, and her father Zhao Wu, who works as an inspector in the Anjuna County Patrol Bureau, was dismissed for some unknown reason. Her father made a mistake and was dismissed. Half a month later, her father and mother picked up their luggage. Early the next morning, the family of 7, with a loyal old servant, embarked on a long journey back to her hometown, but she did not expect to encounter robbers when she first walked near the town of Florida County. The whole family suffered misfortune, and she was under the protection of the old servant. Play dead and escaped. The cruel scene in front of an 8-year-old girl may be a terrifying nightmare that will never be forgotten for a lifetime. The average person must be scared and silly. The instinctive reaction is to cry and cry, but Zhao, in addition to the tears in his eyes, is dripping down. He clenched his small fist, gritted his teeth, and did not cry. Suddenly there was a rumble of horseshoes in the distance. Zhao looked around, spreading her little feet, and got into the woods on the opposite side of the trail. Using her hands and feet together, she quickly climbed up a big tree with dense leaves to hide like an ape. The rumble of hoofs approached, and the dust was rolling in. A group of cavalry in green field uniforms galloped over, and then strangled the horses. The soldiers with live ammunition quickly turned over and dismounted, and took off the rifle warning on their backs. One row is alert, the second row and the third row enter the forest to search. An officer leading the team shouted orders, and then inspected the scene of the crime. Before long, another small group of cavalry arrived, wearing black-color police uniforms. It was a patrol officer from Florida County who arrived, accompanied by the county magistrate and other civil servants. The murder happened in Florida County, in the area of the jurisdiction. If the 7 fatal cases cannot be solved and the perpetrators are brought to justice, the county magistrate, the chief patrol officer, etc. bear the relevant responsibilities. In short, it will be troublesome. After greeting the military at the scene of the crime, several experienced inspectors squatted down to inspect the body and found the identity certificate of the deceased from the pocket of the body. It's the family of Inspectors Uwazuo of Angna County. Several county governors, police chiefs, and Second Lieutenant Officer Guan Ruofai, who led the team, had seen the deceased's identity certificate. His complexion instantly became ugly. Although Zuo Wu was just an inspector who had made a mistake and was removed from his post, he still counts. If the former officials could not solve the case in a short period of time, bring the perpetrator to justice and alarm the boss, the trouble would be great. Several inspectors were very conscientious. With years of rich experience in handling cases, they quickly determined some clues from the messy crime scene. The murderer was ambushing in the woods by the roadside to launch a surprise attack, using bows and arrows. There were as many as 20 people with swords and other weapons. After the ambush succeeded, all the belongings of Zuo's family were looted, and then they escaped into the woods. The chief of the report, the body of Zuo Rui, the youngest daughter of Inspector Zuo, was not found. An inspector reported that Zuo Wu was once the inspector of a neighboring county. Both showed respect for Zuo Wu in their demeanor. Okay. The county magistrate and the others frowned, and their faces were a bit ugly. If they didn't guess wrong, Zuo Rui should have been kidnapped by those goddamn robbers. If Zuo Rui died, he would save some trouble. I don't know now. The traces, life and death are unknown. In case of a fever, Zuo's often must be rescued. It is even more terrible. The soldiers who entered their woods and searched quickly reported that traces of the robbers left on the grass were found in the nearby woods. However, after tracking down the remaining footprints on the ground, the robbers walked out through the forest and turned to the official road. There are too many caravans traveling up and down, and the footprints are all messed up. There is no way to track it down, but to close the caravan. The result of the urgent discussion was to leave a few experienced inspectors to continue searching the scene to see if there were any accidents. In addition, a team of patrolmen and a platoon of soldiers were left to assist. There were more than 20 robbers in this group. There are fewer people left, but it is dangerous. The county chief and others, under the escort of the army and patrolmen, took the bodies of Zuo's family back to the county seat first, and then held an emergency meeting to discuss the major issue of eliminating the robbers. After several eradications by the Imperial Army, the gangsters in the nearby counties have basically been wiped out. There has been no such large number of robbers in more than a year. The situation is serious. The robbers cleaned up. It's no wonder that these magistrates and deputy magistrates have this idea. The officialdom of the empires in the eastern continent is like this. They try to solve the trouble before the boss knows it. In this way, even if the boss knows it, it will be helpless. Most of them pretend not to know. If the matter is not too serious and if you are lucky, this fluke can still be successful. But if the matter is not resolved, the situation will become more serious, and you will have to report it when you can't cover it. The situation has evolved too hard to deal with. Zuo Rui hid in the tree, holding the trunk in one hand, watching through the gaps in the dense branches and leaves. The distance was too far. She couldn't hear what the officials were saying. A group of soldiers went into the forest and searched, but no one was found in the tree. The soldiers searched for a while and then withdrew. Zuo Rui watched the officials leave with the corpses of their parents and siblings. She wanted to follow along, but sensibly told her that it would not work, because she didn't believe anyone. Now, suddenly, she heard someone entering the forest and stepping down. The sound of broken branches and fallen leaves on the ground quickly retracted into the dense branches and leaves. listening to the movement in the forest. There were as many as a dozen people who walked into this woods. Although they were walking and talking, their voices were low, but Zaorui could hear them clearly. General Hu, we are on the road day and night, but we are still a step slower. It's my fault. Zao's sex personality is too straightforward and not suitable for staying in too complicated places. I wanted to transfer him back long ago, but the staff in the bureau was too short. If I could be more decisive. Alas, I killed Zhao Wu and his family. Big brother Duan, don't blame yourself too much. You made 2 transfer orders, but Zhao Wu refused to transfer. This may be his life, but he has pitied his family. Chapter 709. Stubborn little girl dared to kill the secret spy of my security bureau and kill the door. When I catch the murderer, I will definitely make them regret coming to this world. Hu Yozong clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and cursed and swore. His face was murderous, and the shocking anger burst out in an instant, causing several guards to shiver violently. It was Hu Yozong and his party who entered the woods. They drove day and night, but they were still a step slower. I didn't expect those people to be so frantic, and even Zhao Zan's family did not let them go. You guys go to find out the news. You guys go to the county town, take out the remains of the Zhua family, and bury them later in our way. Hu Yozong assigned tasks. He has seen too many lives and deaths. He will not have too much sadness for the tragic death of Zhua's family. It is useless to be merciful, not to be in charge of the soldiers, let alone sadness. Only to kill the gang of robbers, only to comfort Zhua's spirit in the sky. Several men led their orders to leave. Hu Yozong was about to lead the crowd out of the forest. He suddenly heard an abnormal noise. Everyone quickly disappeared from behind the tree, pulled out the revolver around his waist, and was on guard. However, everyone observed for a while, but nothing was found. There was another strange noise. This time, Hu Yozong and others finally saw clearly that someone was hiding in the tree and threw branches at them. Who is in the tree? Hu Yozong asked sharply. All his guns pointed at the big Tibetan tree. The branches and leaves trembled, and a small head came out. Hu Yozong and the others were in a daze, and then displeased their faces. Whose girl is so naughty? Zaorui quickly climbed up from the tree and gave Hu Yozong and the others a blessing in a serious manner. Zaorui greets you uncles. Hu Yozong and the others couldn't laugh or cry. The girl also solemnly greeted them with blessings. She is obviously well educated. I guess her family is good, right? Wait. You. What's your name? Hu Yozong suddenly reacted and pointed at Zaorui. The expression on his face was very strange. In fact, he heard clearly, but he couldn't believe his ears. Zaorui. The name is exactly the same as Zhao's first daughter. Well, it wouldn't be so coincidental, would it? Uncle Hu, my name is Zhaorui, and my father is Zhao Wu. I was just killed by the wicked. Zhaorui met Hu Yozong's scrutiny gaze, and sobbed with tears in her eyes. She heard the conversation between Hu Yozong and others clearly, knowing that they were father's superiors and comrades in arms, and would not harm her, so she appeared immediately. Really? Zhao was flesh and blood. The predecessor of the Imperial Security Agency was the notorious Black Guard, the Emperor's Eagle Dog, and the fearsome spy agency. After joining the Black Guard, Hu Yozong and others have long become hard-hearted, cold-blooded secret spies, but at this moment still can't help but the eyes are hot. The tears are mist. Wow! When Hu Yozong opened his arms and took Zaorui into his arms, Zaorui couldn't hold back anymore and cried bitterly. Only then did Hu Yozong completely reveal the normal emotions that an 8-year-old child should have. Zaorui's cry was so dimmed that it made Hu Yozong's chest wet. Hu Yozong had to hug her and pat her back with one hand, constantly comforting. All of the subordinates were both pleasantly surprised and sad. The joy is that Zaorui is still alive, and the Zhou family has not cut off the incense. The sad thing is that the militant and friendly buddies who had been together have passed away. Hu Yaozong walked with Zhou in his arms and witnessed the tragic death of all his relatives on the hands of the robbers. The young heart suffered huge trauma. Frightened and exhausted, the little girl fell asleep holding his neck tightly. That night, Hu Yaozong and a group of his men rested in a residential house in Florida County. The staff of the Imperial Security Bureau branch stationed in the county came forward and brought back the remains of Zhuo's family. They were cremated in the same way as soldiers. In the urn, enshrined in the home. Throughout the funeral process, Zhou, who was dressed in linen and filial piety, participated in the whole process. She did what Hu Yaozong taught. Although Hu Yaozong's appearance was a bit fierce, she could see the pity and love in Hu Yaozong's eyes, which obviously regarded herself as herself. Her biological daughter treated her the same, which made her feel gratified. In fact, she couldn't see that all her uncles and aunts loved her. Perhaps it was a blessing in misfortune. Zhou's eyes were red and swollen, but he just gritted his teeth and did not cry. Hu Yaozong persuaded her several times and saw that she was stubborn, so he had to follow her. In fact, it was better to feel better after crying, and it was more painful to hold back in his heart. The only thing he could do is to catch that gang of god-kid robbers as soon as possible and avenge Zhou's grievances, so that Zhou's heart can be unlocked. After the funeral, Zhou ate a little and fell asleep in the ashes containing his parents and siblings. The 8-year-old child is physically and mentally sick. It is amazing to be able to survive until now. Hu Yaozong was sitting outside drinking sullen wine. The arrest of the murderer can be temporarily put aside. His headache is how to place Zhou's child. He has regarded Zhou as his own daughter. He must protect her and give her a good future. He had planned to send 4 guards to escort Zhou back to the mansion of the imperial capital and hand it over to his wife for training, but Zhou refused to leave. She wanted to see the murderer before she would leave. When she was in a hurry, she would use a dagger to kill herself. I don't know where Zhou got the dagger. Under investigation, one of the guards found that the dagger he was wearing was missing, and Hu Yaozong kicked the guard in anger. Hu Yaozong has the reason he is worried. There are 5 counties under the jurisdiction of Slok Province, except for Florida County, which is slightly better. The water in the other 4 counties is very deep, reaching the anger of the Emperor Longyan and mobilizing Mu Chunfing's first army. To the point, the wrath of the Emperor, blood flowed thousands of miles. God knows how many people will lose their heads this time? Because the water is too deep, those guys are definitely not willing to lose their heads, and they will do everything possible to destroy all kinds of criminal evidence. No matter who it is, how old the official is, and how deep the background, as long as their interests are endangered, they must do everything possible to get rid of it. Zhou is because he knew some secrets. He was secretly done by those guys. The so-called robbers were just an excuse. Before Chunfing led the first legion to arrive, Hu Yaozong couldn't guarantee his 100% safety. Zhou was already Zhou's only flesh and blood in this world. He didn't want to put Zhou in danger anymore. If the frenzied guys know that she is still alive, God knows what crazier actions will be made. But this girl is too stubborn, and she looks like her father, which makes him a headache. Hu Yaozong summoned a group of confidants. Tong Xiao stayed up all night and thought about it all night. Everyone worked together and still came up with some ways. Since the little girl is not willing to go and cannot be forced, it can only be done. Everyone keeps some more. God, take care of it. Hu Yaozong also left 2 very skilled guards personally to protect the little girl. In order to be able to stay, Zhou agreed to all the requirements of Hu Yaozong. Then she took off her beautiful skirt and put on boy's trousers to become a little boy. Chapter 710. Hu Yaozong is very busy. He is going to the other 4 counties to test how big and deep the muddy water is. It is impossible to stay in Florida County, nor dare to take Zaoru. He can only leave her in Florida County. 2 skilled guards are left for protection to take care of Zaoru's daily life. He also hired a middle-aged woman from a nearby village to cook and eat as much as possible to make Zaoru's life more comfortable. Forget this tragic life experience as soon as possible, and return to a normal life. After Hu Yozong took the people away, the formerly lively compound suddenly became deserted. Although the 2 guards who remained were desperately trying to make Zaoru happy, they both only knew how to practice martial arts and cut people. It is harder for the warfighting men to coax a little girl who has suffered a huge trauma than to pick the moon in the sky. Although Zaoru did not have a smile on her small face, after experiencing this life's hardship, she seemed to be more sensible, mentally at least twice as mature as a child of the same age. She did not cry and toss people, just all day long. Sitting next to the back door with his chin resting on his chin, looking at passers-by in a daze. The 2 guards are called Zhao Danian and Li Zongxing respectively. They have to take turns on duty. Today, Li Zongxing is in charge. He sits with Zaoru holding a large pack of snacks in his hand, and carefully pleases this little Aunt Milk. Nay, Mrs. Hu has already recognized her as a daughter. They are Mrs. House subordinates. Of course, they have to take good care of his sister-in-law. Uncle Lee, can I take a walk on the street? Zaoru asked suddenly. Well, you can, but you can't turn random. Li Zongxing thought about it for a while and nodded in agreement. Before leaving, the boss repeatedly confessed that he shouldn't let the little girl go on like this, otherwise he would get bored and get sick. He and Zhao Danian racked their brains and failed to make the little girl laugh. People are very worried. Now that the little girl wants to go for a walk, it means that the situation has begun to improve. How can he refuse? Of course, he dared to let Zaoru take to the streets to relax, because the law and order in Florida County is not bad. The county magistrate Liu Xun and others are still good officials who have not been blackened, and Lieutenant Guan Ruofei of the local garrison is not bad. In addition, he escorted him to the side, so he dared to agree to Zaoru taking the street. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Zaoru got up and thanked him, stretched out a small hand. Li Zongxing reached out and held it, and secretly praised the little girl that he was sensible, and he didn't need to worry about losing him. The house where Zaoru and others live is a two-story mansion. It is one of the secret strongholds of the Imperial Security Agency in Florida County. It is no different from a rich mansion except that it has more secret rooms. What kind of equipment? The mansion is on the street. As soon as you go out, you are on the street. The streets are full of blonde, blue-eyed, white-skinned Western mainlanders, and there are also many East mainlanders with black hair, dark eyes and yellow skin. Most of these East mainlanders are people who have migrated. There are also merchants who come to open shops and make business, and some are admired. Come, scholars who want to increase their knowledge, local officials or family members of soldiers in the garrison, etc., are all integrated into a big family. Zaoru works in Agena County and his family lives there. The market in Agena County is no different from Florida County. The shops are spread out on the streets, and the goods are dazzling. There are things from the east and the west, and they are the best selling. In addition to food, luxury goods such as fine silk, tea, and exquisite porcelain shipped from the East continent can only be consumed by wealthy motes and nobles. Today is a market day and there are many pedestrians on the street. Zaoru walks aimlessly on the street holding Li Zongxing's big hand. Li Zongxing wants to buy snacks to make her happy, but Zaoru shook his head and said that he was not interested. She is really not interested in anything. It can be said that her mind is almost blank, and she doesn't know why she suddenly took to the street, as if some mysterious stuff was calling her in the dark. Zaoru turned his eyeballs that almost lost his spirituality, staring blankly around, watching the pedestrians passing by, the merchants selling stalls, etc., as if he wanted to see everyone's appearance clearly. Dear Miss Leader, it is my honor to accept my invitation. A carriage drove by, and a man's flattering voice came from inside. The lingua franca of the Western continent was originally English, but after being conquered by the Great Zhou Empire, the Zhou Empire national language was forced to be implemented. If you want to be an official, you don't understand the national language and get out. Unless you learn Mandarin by yourself, do business with merchants in the East, and don't understand Mandarin, it's difficult to negotiate low prices. You can't always bring an interpreter, right? Therefore, you have to learn it if you don't want to. This is a mandatory universal Mandarin. Mandarin is a compulsory main subject in the school. If you can't learn it, you won't be able to graduate. Slowly forgotten by most people. Of course, not long after the national language was just enforced, people in the Western continent basically still used the original language. Rui's back stiffened and stopped. She is smart and easy to learn. She has lived in Angela County for more than a year. She has learned English. She can talk with people from the West continent fluently, and she can naturally understand the man in the carriage. The words said. The content of the words was only to please a young woman named Lida. But the unique tone of the voice that was spoken was like a thunderbolt from a blue sky, which exploded in Rui's mind, causing her to shudder. The voice of this speech is like catching a cold. When the nose is congested, the pronunciation is blocked, forming a weird tail tone, which is easy for people to remember. Rui will remember this sound for a lifetime. Hearing this sound at this moment, her whole soul, the whole person seemed to be resurrected in an instant. She clearly remembered that the loyal and devoted old servant Uncle Wu fell with a knife in the back and screamed and fell. At the moment of falling, she reached out and held her in her arms, with her elbows facing outwards. When she fell to the ground, she had elbows. The support did not crush her. The wicked didn't stop there. They stabbed Uncle Wu's back a few more times with the sword, and the bloody hot water flowed to her face, and she almost turned into a bloody person. This is also why the wicked didn't find her during the inspection. The reason for being alive. Although she couldn't see the situation outside, she could hear her father's howl of grief and despair, the golden chirping of violent sword strikes, and the sorrowful cry of her mother. Then, all the sounds disappeared, and the whole world seemed to be quiet. Dear Mr. Grand Knight, the matter has been successfully resolved. Are you satisfied? After a while, the voice that she would remember for a lifetime finally sounded. Yeah, a very cold voice sounded. You check again, and then take our people to retreat. The voice that she will remember forever sounded again, and then there were chaotic footsteps. When she heard footsteps approaching, she quickly closed her eyes and held her breath. Then she could feel Uncle Wu's body being used by others. The sharp weapon stabbed a few times, and then, the wicked people who killed her whole family finally left. Chapter 711 Public Enemy Master, what's the matter? Li Zongxing sensed her strangeness, and kept asking questions. Catch up with that carriage, Rui whispered, and then explained the reason. Huh? Li Zongxing frowned. He didn't doubt what Rui said, but worried that she was thinking about the tragedy of the family all day, and she was thinking about the tragedy of the family all day long, and she was suspicious all day. Uncle Li, I'm serious, Rui said with a serious expression. Okay. Li Zongxing was startled again. The little girl's expression was terribly serious. She didn't seem to be joking at all. Could she really remember the voice of one of the murderers instead of being frightened by fear, or burned out by hatred? Well, whether it's true or not, since the little girl is so serious, maybe it's true, maybe it's a good luck, maybe the blind cat actually ran into the dead mouse. However, you have to listen to the uncle. Li Zongxing agreed, but with conditions. He must not take risks. His duty is to protect Rui's safety, and other matters are ignored. Even if there is really an urgent matter, it must be handed over to someone else. Safety first. I know, thank you, Uncle Li. Rui nodded obediently and agreed. She would take the risk with a stupid pen. Besides, she was only an 8-year-old child. Even if she wanted to take risks, it was useless. She just wanted to follow the carriage and take a look. Just look at the looks of the man in the car. The two followed the carriage hand in hand. The street was crowded with people and the carriage was slow. Zaoru and Li Zongxing were not worried that they would be lost. The carriage made a short half-turn on the street, and finally stopped in front of a mansion in the back street. A blonde, handsome-looking young man got out of the car and reached out to catch a blonde and beautiful-looking young woman who got out of the car. The two talked and laughed and entered the door, and the carriage drove in through the side door. "Uncle Lee, we need to investigate this family, especially the man just now. He is one of the murderers. His status is quite high. I must know a lot of news." Zaoru and Li Zongxing pretended to be passing by, swaggering past the mansion, seeing the appearance of the two young men and women clearly, until they were far away from the mansion. Zaoru reminded Li Zongxing with a serious expression. "This family has problems and needs to be investigated and monitored, especially the handsome young man who was one of the murderers who killed her whole family, and he was still a leader. If he could catch the interrogation alive, he would surely find more people. There is a great night up there. Well, let's go back first." And then I rushed to report to the boss. Li Zongxing said that he thinks what Zaoru said may be true, but before reporting to the boss, he wanted to investigate the details of the family first, saying this to Zaoru just to make her feel at ease. When he got home, Li Zongxing called Zhao Danian, confessed in a low voice, then changed his outfit and slipped out through the back door to inquire about the owner of the mansion. Money can make ghosts go around. Li Zongxing spent some money and quickly found out that the mansion was the property of the Anrit family in the former Principality of Slok, and the head of the house was Duke List. After the defeat of the Duchy of Slok, the prestigious Anrit family was gone, but the skinny camel was bigger than the horse. The Anrit family, which has a century-old heritage, still has the foundation. In addition, the Duke of List understood the righteousness and led his men to surrender. Appreciated by the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, he appointed the deputy governor of the province of Slok. Some of the children of the clan have served as errands in the government department and the police station. The Duke of List has 3 sons and 2 daughters. Leader is the youngest daughter. She is beautiful, dignified, noble and elegant. She is known as the first beauty in Slok province. There are countless suitors, and there are many outstanding heroes to Shihiko. There are many high-ranking officials and the children of aristocratic families, but for unknown reasons, they have not been in the eyes of Duke List. Miss Leader, who is already 18 years old, is still single, and there are still many single nobles looking for various excuses to come to see her every day, just to see Miss Leader's peerless appearance and to comfort her love sickness. As for Miss Leader, there are countless incidents of duels. There are not 100 people who died in the duel, and at least 20 or 30 people. Although the Emperor Diaz ordered the ban on duels, there are still many arrogant people in private. The young people didn't take it seriously. In order to win Miss Leader's heart, they still decided to win or lose in a duel in private. And there would still be some single young people who died for it. Li Zongxing frowned. The information he found showed that the Anlet family was innocent, and there seemed to be no dark side. At least on the surface. Of course, after working in the Imperial Security Bureau for many years, he knew that no family was clean. Yes, it's just hidden well. Could it be Zaoru who made a mistake? Li Zongxing thought for a while, and he planned to put the Anlet family aside first and investigate the handsome young man Zaoru highlighted. It was a coincidence that young handsome guy was shopping with Leader, quite ostentatious, and naturally made those young men who secretly love and pursue Leader become jealous and angry, and became public enemies of Leader fans. Many people gnashed their teeth and sweared and vowed to fight him. Kill him. Who is that arrogant guy? Aren't you afraid of being killed? The muddy water was good for feeling the fish. Li Zongxing squeezed in and gathered next to a bunch of young boys following behind, and took the opportunity to inquire about the identity of the handsome public enemy. Duffy, the hereditary Viscount, once. Someone chuckles, his tone of voice is full of sarcasm. Hereditary Viscount, that is before, and the Great Zhou Empire does not admit it. Except for his old son, Duke Bernard, Doofy has to make great contributions to get the title. That guy is the third son of Duke Bernard. God, you don't know Duke Bernard? The famous ancient Ross family in Angna County. Hi, hey, shit is so famous, that was before. But now it's not fart. There are several people from the eastern mainland among this group of idle sons. The father is either a rich businessman or an official. He is a second-generation local who walks sideways. Some sons of the fallen aristocrats of the former Slock Principality are vying to please him. You can eat and drink for nothing with just a few calls. Although the Losk province was rebuilt after the war, many nobles went bankrupt. The young men who were accustomed to the fine clothes and jade food would not work and make money, so they could only serve as attendants with bags to eat and drink. I have been mixing with these second generations of the East continent for a long time, and naturally I have also learned some Mandarin. You can tell the truth about the handsome guy and the enemy. Li Zongxing easily obtained the information he wanted, and immediately patted his butt and left. After thinking about it for a while on the way back, he felt that Rui was very serious before he decided to rush to Anagar County to report to Hu Yozong. Because of the abnormal situation in the 4 counties including Anag, even though Hu Yozong brought a lot of manpower, the manpower was still severely insufficient. Only a dozen people from Florida County had to be transferred to Li Zongxing. Report the situation in person. Before leaving, he went home and confessed the situation with Zhao Danian, so that he was optimistic about Rui, so as to avoid any accidents and unable to explain to Hu Boss. At about noon the next day, Rui sat outside the back door and continued to stare at the passing pedestrians in a daze. At the end of the street, 2 people in black cloaks passed by the door while talking in a low voice. When Rui's gaze fell on one of them, his pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 712. The little kid who leaked through the net. Uncle Zhao, I'm a bit thirsty, please get me a bowl of water, Rui said. Well, obedient, don't run randomly, Zhao Danian reminded him, turning his head and leaving. If Rui is a boy, he would not be relieved. Rui is a girl, a sensible and well-behaved girl, so he is relieved. As soon as Rui waited for Zhao Danian's figure to disappear, he immediately got up on the street. Among the 2 men who passed by the door just now, she also recognized the young and handsome one who turned into ashes, and was one of the murderers of her family, Viscount Doof. She knew in her heart that even if she told Zhao Danian would not follow her, so she had to lie to Zhao Danian once and follow it herself. Doof and his companion stopped a carriage out of the city. Rui was anxious and trot behind. After half a street, she ran into an empty carriage. She hurriedly stopped the carriage and followed behind. Viscount Doofy, it seems that an Eastern boy is following us. In the carriage, Doofy's companion was a sturdy man with a bare head. He inadvertently looked back and saw Rui, who was following through the gap of the car curtain. Huh? Doof frowned, turned her head and looked back. Her face was so gloomy and terrifying. Where did she go on a business trip and was followed? Get out of the city and turn left. For the time being, he was not sure whether he was actually being followed. After all, it was just a child. Maybe it was just a coincidence. He needed to confirm. Rui is just a child, and she doesn't know the complicated doorways of tracking and anti-tracking. She just tells the coachman to follow Duffy's carriage. Doof looked back a few times and confirmed that he was being followed by a little boy. He wanted to be clear about the situation and ordered the coachman to drive to the side road with few pedestrians. Then he stopped by a forest and confessed to the coachman in a low voice, walked into the woods with his companion Rizoff. After a few minutes, Rui got out of the car to pay, and then followed into the woods. She walked a dozen steps along the trampled weeds, and then Rizoff was suddenly shot out from behind the tree. He clasped his neck. Who are you? By whom? Doof appeared from behind another big tree and asked sternly. Although his Mandarin has obvious local accents, it is still understandable. My name is Rui. I don't know what you said. Rui was so frightened that there was no one in his face, and he instinctively struggled. But Rizoff's 5 fingers were like iron hoops. and they clasped her small neck firmly, buckling her face congested, breathing almost without blood, and tongue in pain. All stretched out. Doof made a gesture. Rizov let go a little. The pressure suddenly disappeared. Zaorui coughed desperately after her neck was opened. Her neck bone was almost broken. Say, who is instigated by you? Doof still had something urgent to do. He didn't have time to grind with a kid here, and he impatiently raised Zaorui and knocked him down. Zaorui screamed to the ground painfully. Her hair was scratched by the shrub next to her. The cloth bands shedding her hair fell off, and her hair was scattered instantly. It's a woman. Hey, she's a bit familiar, as if I've seen it before? Doof stunned. He didn't expect a little girl to be so courageous that she would dare to follow him. Well, this girl seems a bit familiar. Where did he see it? Are you Zaoru's youngest daughter Zaoru? He shuddered suddenly. This little girl resembled Zaoru's youngest daughter Zaoru. Is it just a coincidence? Aren't Zaoru's family all killed by them? He can remember clearly that before leaving, he asked his subordinates to check carefully. All the corpses were stabbed a few times to ensure that they were completely dead. How could there be any omissions? Of course, he is still not sure, and he needs to be tested. Not Zaorui. Zaorui was so scared that she subconsciously argued. Ha ha ha, you are Zaorui. To borrow one of your old sayings, Skynet is restored, sparse but not not leaking. Doof grinned, with a smug expression on her face. The little girl was too tender, and she came out in one sentence. It was Zaoru's youngest daughter Zaoru who really slipped through the net. Those damn bastards, you have to teach them a good lesson when you go back. How do you know? Zaoru asked subconsciously. As soon as he spoke, he felt terribly regretful in his heart. This is the place where there is no silver 300s. I don't confess myself. Why am I so stupid? Stupid. Woo-oo. Little girl, how about we make a deal? Doof squatted down, smiling, trying to pretend to be an angel. He still had some doubts in his heart that needed to be answered. The little girl was so foolish. He tried to see if he could flick out some useful information. What deal? Zaoru asked. It would be useless to regret it. She can only try to calm herself down, face it calmly, and perhaps find a silver lining. Rizov, the guard standing aside, was a little impatient and leaned against a big tree. He seemed to feel something. He instinctively turned his head and looked around, but found nothing, so he had to continue to wait patiently. Master Doof did the job. So long-winded. It's him. 3 punches and 2 kicks. Punches if you don't say. Don't you believe that you are not afraid of the pain? Simple and crude. You answered a few questions to my satisfaction. I won't kill you. How about? Is it worthwhile? Doof not only smiled on his face, but also spoke softly, as if for fear of scaring Zaoru. Generally, if you don't know his background, you will definitely treat him as a good person. You swear in the name of the family, Zaoru said. She has lived here for more than a year, and she understands some customs in the Western continent. She swears in the name of the family. This is the same as the poisonous oath in the Eastern continent. Well, I, Adolf Doofy, swears in the name of the Adolf family. If I break the promise, I will die and the family will be ruined. Doof put up 3 fingers and swears to the sky in the name of the family. He still couldn't help but secretly praised him. This little girl is still very good, but unfortunately, if it is not Zaoru's daughter, he really wants to cultivate something. The Adolf family? Master Doof can really talk. I don't know if the Adolf family knows. Will they vomit blood with anger? Standing on the side, Rizov wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. He could only endure it. You know, holding back a laugh is a very painful thing. He endured it, but the muscles in the abdomen and the face were twitching. It was very painful, uncomfortable. Something is wrong. Why does this pain come from the chest? Why is the pain so intense that his soul is so painful that it will dissipate? Rizov suddenly realized something was wrong, and when he looked down, he opened his mouth wide and let out a miserable howl. In the vital part of his chest, there was a small half of the sharp blade pierced through the chest. and it was fleeting, and then blood was shot out. In other words, someone sneaked up behind him and attacked him with an extremely sharp dagger. The back of the heart is pierced, and one blow will kill. In terms of martial arts strength, he is already the 7th rank of the Viscount, only a step away from the Earl, and can be regarded as a master of masters. The people behind him can sneak up behind him without being noticed. This strength is too terrifying. There is a duke in the cliff kind of tyrannical strength that destroys the world. A tyrannical master who could ruin the world without talking about the knight's demeanor, attacking from behind. It was so despicable and shameless. Rizov wanted to turn his head to see who this despicable and tyrannical master was, but the boundless waves of pain quickly swamped him like night. However, his miserable howl full of pain and despair shocked Doof, who was flickering Zuorui, instinctively jumped from the ground, and when Rizov fell, Doof jumped forward again, grasping to Zuorui with big hands. Chapter 713. Although Doof's martial arts is only at the 2nd level of the Viscount, his reaction is much faster than that of the same level. When he heard Rizov's miserable howl, the first reaction was to bow and retreat. In just a few seconds I have quickly seen the situation and understood what the accident happened. While my mind was turning, the other person had not landed yet. His right leg kicked down, his toe touched the ground, he leapt up with strength, and rushed towards Zuorui, who was in a daze. This retreat is an instant reaction and determination. It must be admitted that his reaction has at least reached the level of a marquis. His idea is very simple. The assassin can sneak near Rizov quietly and kill him. The martial arts level is definitely above the marquis level. In the face of such a supermaster, escape may not be possible, and there may be a glimmer of life to hold Zuorui as a hostage. Furthermore, Zuorui knew too much, and had to stop talking. Anyway, he had to take a gamble. Doof's reaction was indeed very fast, but unfortunately someone was faster than him. When Doof's 5 claws frightened Zuorui, a sharp dagger that shone cold and cold seemed to be waiting there. If you don't close your hand, it is tantamount to sending the entire right arm up to be shaved. Nima, this guy is a terrifying master at the duke level. Doof shuddered violently. He stopped in panic, turned around and wanted to slip away. He didn't even dare to think of resisting, the slightest thought of resisting. The Viscount's 2nd stage faced a duke-level master of terror, and they only need a finger. It would make him die 10,000 times, and he would be a fool if he didn't run. What? Doof let go of his legs, and suddenly felt a severe pain in the vertebral heart of his thigh. He couldn't help letting out a miserable howl. He lost his weight suddenly and fell to the ground with a thump. He could see clearly now, and stuck an extremely sharp dagger in his thigh. The entire thigh was pierced, and the pain made him grip his thigh and howl. "Thank you, sister." At this time, Zuorui had already reacted, bowing to the savior, and curiously looked at the indifferent sister of the benefactor. This benefactor's sister is Ligia, who came to the western continent to try her luck. She was wearing a human skin mask at the moment, and naturally she looked cold without seeing the change in the expression on her face. Zuorui's fate should not be extinct. She happened to walk nearby and saw Zuorui mysteriously go into the woods from a distance. She was curious for a while and followed over and watched the whole process. How brave and smart is Zuorui? She was a little surprised. This was a normal child. She was so scared that she was crying. "You are a brave little girl," Ligia said softly. She reached out her hand and touched her little head. Her heart moved slightly, and she touched for a long time before and behind her, ecstatic in her heart. "But let this matter go for the time being, and ask a little bit more clearly. Let's talk about things. I'm not brave. I just watched my father, mother, brothers and sisters who were killed by this bad guy, so scared that they didn't dare to say anything. Sister, you are a good person, and you want to avenge me." Zuorui's eyes are red. Duffy groaned with his fingers lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and cursed. "Tell my sister, what's the situation?" Ligia couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "The little girl is very clever. First put a good big hat on her, even if she wants to let go. she is embarrassed. Up. While speaking, he took a big step forward, stretched his foot and tapped on Doofey's soft acupuncture point. This girl's crying was annoying, and let him shut his mouth first. My sister is so good martial arts. Can you teach me? Rui grows up to be a chivalrous man and fight for the people. Rui clutched Lige's sleeves tightly, whimpering and telling all the tragedy that happened that day, looking at her pitifully, tears full of sadness and pleading in her eyes. Well, let's deal with the immediate matter first and then consider other things. Lige caressed Rui's little head affectionately, and said Doof with no color finger on his face. Yeah? Rui nodded vigorously. She seemed to understand the meaning of Lige's words, and she was so happy that she wanted to jump up. Although the big sister didn't say that she would accept her as a disciple, she also meant to teach martial arts. Let's make a deal too. Okay. Lige squatted in front of Doof, solved his soft acupuncture point, and let Rui stand behind her. Hearing her speak English, Doof and Rui were a little surprised. In fact, Lige had been in the palace for a long time and was bored. In addition to practicing martial arts, she was learning English with Josephine and Catherine to relieve her boredom. The talent is amazing. He can learn everything quickly, and he is willing to learn, and he can communicate normally in English. What deal? Doof asked. Even if he fell into the hands of the enemy, his thigh was pierced, and the pain almost burst out, but his face still carried the arrogance of aristocrats. This is the deep arrogance of many aristocrats in the Western continent. I ask you to answer. There is no prize for the correct answer, and there is a prize for the wrong answer. Lige smiled at Mimi and said, but she was wearing a human skin mask. Doof and Rui could not see her expression. They just thought she was a little indifferent and scary, but she also had a pair of good looks that could charm people's hearts. Eyes. No prize for correct answer, no prize for wrong answer. Standing behind Rui couldn't help but let out a laugh. Big sister's words were strangely interesting. Doof looked confused. What does this mean? Ironic. Is it good? Humphrey, I've never seen any punishment, so I'm not afraid. Name? Lige didn't bother to pay attention to his reaction, and asked the first question directly. Doof snorted and closed his mouth tightly. Is a viscount of my dignified viscount so easy to succumb? It's a good guy. Lige gave Duffy a thumbs up, and then flicked her index finger on the dagger. What? That extremely sharp dagger was still inserted in Duffy's thigh. It might be shaken when speaking loudly, causing throbbing pain. With such a flick of Lige's index finger, the dagger trembled, and the pain made Duffy cry for his father and mother. This ghost woman is so cold-blooded and cruel. However, despite the pain in his heart and lungs, he still gritted his teeth, unwilling to give in to death. It's a man. Let's try our Zongi Yuan's split muscles and bones. Lige smiled and said, she was in a very good mood this time, so she was patient to accompany Doof to have fun, and let Rui take a look at how she interrogated the enemy. The first step is to stop the dumb acupoint. Don't let Doof yell out in pain. The second step is to use the wrong hand. She later explained it to Rui in Mandarin. Splitting the muscles and bones is a very powerful martial arts. It focuses on locking the opponent's joints. It is a bit similar to martial arts, such as big and small grasping hands, but it is extremely vicious. Torture to force a confession couldn't be better. I'm afraid there are not many people who can hold it in this world. Distribute muscles and wrong hands? What the hell? It's not amazing. I'm not afraid. Doofy showed disdain, and saw Lige poked a little on her body, and then wiped the joint of his elbow. He felt a certain muscle of his arm was pulled by something. The pain was so painful that he couldn't help howling miserably, and what made him feel terrified was that he was suddenly dumb, speechless, and could only make a weird sound of ho-ho. Chapter 714 Master, this martial arts is so vicious and evil, then. Isn't it? Isn't it? Rui yelled, anxiously unable to find a suitable word that would not provoke the master, and her little face was full of anxious expressions. With that master, she screamed smoothly, with a bit of tenderness and loveliness in her innocence, which was not objectionable at all. She had already thought about it in her heart, no matter whether the big sister would accept her as a disciple. But just teach her martial arts has the affection of master and apprentice. There is no right or wrong in martial arts in the world. If you use it for righteousness, you will be righteous, and if you use it for evil, you will be evil. Good and evil are only between one thought. Lydia was sexy, saying that while she was teaching Zaoru, she couldn't help but think of a hazy moonlit night. She and the emperor walked in the imperial garden of the palace. At that time, the breeze was fascinating and the fragrance of flowers was intoxicating. The atmosphere was more romantic than more romantic. Romance, it must be as intoxicating as it is, and these words came from the emperor's mouth, and also made her feel like a divine enlightenment, and instantly saw a new world. She also had a small worship of the emperor on that day. Yes, master, I understand that there is no evil martial arts in the world. It is evil to use it for evil, and it is justice to use it for chivalry and justice. And the good and evil of human beings are only between the thoughts of the heart. Zaoru said solemnly. She was icy and smart, and she understood with just a little bit of dialing. Lydia nodded with satisfaction. She is indeed the apprentice that this palace is fond of. She must teach well and try to overwhelm the apprentice Yanayu, so that you can show off all day long. When the master taught the apprentice on the spot, and the apprentice listened carefully to the class, Doof sitting on the mud was terrible. He felt that his muscles were being pulled constantly by countless invisible hands, and the pain made all the muscles convulsed. This kind of pain hurts deep in the soul, and it is more painful than being stabbed hundreds or thousands of times with a dagger. The pain is so painful that he can't stand it, and he just wants to hit him to death. But the power of the whole body seems to be sealed by some weird stuff. It can't be used at all. I can only open my mouth desperately and howl, but can only make a weird cry of ho-ho. Tears and nose burst out. Horror and embarrassed. There is no such thing as a handsome guy. He now knows what it means to be unable to survive, to die, to the indomitable spirit of the night, and the arrogance of the shit aristocrat. Now he just wants to kneel in front of Lydia and beg her to raise her noble hand. Stop torturing him, he does everything. Willing to say. Lydia saw the begging in his eyes, stretched out her hand and wiped the place where the operation was performed just now, and then unlocked his dumb acupuncture point after a short breath. Forgive me. I can say everything. Doof no longer had the previous arrogance, and the whole person was on the ground, panting heavily. He felt that he had been in hell dozens of times, and he deeply realized the fear of death and the desire to survive. The most terrifying thing is, even if he couldn't control his own life and death, this woman scared him more than the devil in hell. Let's continue the game just now. If we want to repay the taste, even if we tell lies, we have time and can play it slowly, not in a hurry. Lydia looked at him with a gentle voice, as if she was telling her lover's love. Doof's reaction was a trembling, and his body instinctively shrank back. Such a soft voice, which can touch people's inner desires, is 10 times more terrifying than the demon of hell. If I said it all, you can't help but kill me, Doof yelled, like a woman who has been bullied, looking at Lydia tremblingly. No one is really afraid of death, as long as there is a chance of life. He wants to grasp it. In order to save his life, he can even the family. Sell. Lydia looked at Zaoru, obviously asking for her opinion. According to her sex style, if Doof honestly confessed, she would keep Doof alive, but it would be abolished. His martial arts saved him from harming the people in the future. But this fellow was involved in the killing of Zaoru's family, and she was very evil. She couldn't stop Zaoru from avenging his family. Therefore, Doof's life was left to Zaoru. Thank you, master, but it's better to put the most important thing. Zaoru's facial expression was uncertain, and it was obviously after a difficult struggle in his heart that he made a decision contrary to his wishes, and his voice was obviously much weaker. Doof deserves to die, but the person behind him is the real murderer, So he is more dumb. This guy knows many secrets that are not known. It is better to give him to the Godfather, and it is to repay the Godfather. You don't have to embarrass yourself, and you don't have to go against your own wish. Think about it again. Lydia said softly that when the master taught her, she did not restrict or force her to change her sex personality, but let it develop naturally. Therefore, she has always acted solely on the sex of her heart and acted voluntarily. Therefore, the apprentice she wants to teach is also the same, not like Yan Yu, who controls Fenglinga to death. This is not allowed, that is not allowed. On the surface, it looks noble and elegant, but in fact it is a fairy. It's horrible. All kinds of pretends are 13. Isn't it tired? Master, Ruya thinks. I think we should put the overall situation first. Rui yelled, hesitantly speaking out her inner thoughts. Although she was unwilling, she still made this decision very hard. The overall picture is good. Lydia's eyes lit up and she couldn't help giving her a full compliment. The little girl is only 8 years old. She can have this vision, indeed more than countless peers, even adults. The little girl is really good, very good. She is very happy, and confident to teach Rui well and suppress Yan's baby apprentice Fenglinga. Thank you, Master, but Rui still feels a little uncomfortable. Rui let out a faint sigh. People can't live in hatred for the rest of their lives. You have to look more open and let go, and then life will be more exciting. Maybe you don't understand what Master said, slowly experience it, and slowly understand it. One day you will understand that this world is so big that you have to take a walk and take a look, so that this life is worthwhile. Lydia said softly, accidentally embezzling some strange words from the Emperor. The world is big, I want to see it. She has now officially recognized Zuru as an apprentice, and she is just short of a formal acceptance ceremony. She can do anything else at will, but this ceremony is not good. It must be formal. Master is here, and the disciple is worshipped. Zuru was ecstatic in his heart, and quickly knelt down and knocked his head respectfully 3 times. Well, get up. Let's work on other things first. Lydia was greatly stabbed by Zuru's 3 apprentices, and she officially accepted this smart female apprentice. The 2 masters and apprentices were uninhabited by their apprentices, and they completely regarded Dufai as heir. But Dufai could only sit on the dirty muddy ground and didn't even dare to even think of running away unless he thought of himself. Lived impatiently. Chapter 715. False alarm. Dear Miss Zuru, please accept my sincere apology. Doof knelt on the mud, and anxiously apologized to Zuru. Although he did not understand the language of the Great Zoo Empire, he could understand some content. Lydia not only accepted Zuru as a student, but also cared about her. It feels like this little life of herself may be in Zuru's hands. Life and death are only between her thoughts. He explained the chase. The leader of the team's ambush of Zua's family was the great knight Ataf from Yaniga. Although he was a small boss, he was just a runner. He didn't do anything at the time. He just stood and watched. The talent behind Ataf is the real murderer. Of course, he is also guilty, so he sincerely apologizes and is willing to repent and redeem his sins, without having to force Lydia's question. Doof dumped all the inventory in his stomach, and even recruited the scandals done by the 8 generations of his ancestors, and without hesitation, sold the great knight Ataf and other important figures. In fact, the situation in the Western continent is almost the same as that of Songyan in the Eastern continent. Some aristocrats who have lost their interests are dissatisfied with the rule of the Zhou Empire. They gathered at the call of some people to secretly form the Anti-Zhou Kingdom, the Tulip Club, and secretly contacted some small gangs, such as the Brotherhood, the Alliance of Restoration, etc., to accumulate strength in secret, and wait for the opportunity to start. During this period, I don't know how Ataf and others got in touch with Song Yan and his gang in the Eastern continent. Ataf and others received a few large sums of funding from Song Yan. I heard that they also got some guns. Ata, the husband, and the others were a little bit proud, and they acted more and more blatantly, and only then did the murder of Zhuo's family take place. Of course, this is also related to the inaction of local officials, or corruption and bribery, and so on. It is the main reason why the Emperor of Diazu will vigorously rectify the order of the officialdom this time, fight corruption and incorruption, and strengthen the occupation of the land. Li Ji only heard that she was not interested in official affairs, but she also knew that it was serious. Maybe it was another version of Song Yan from the Western continent. Think about the Emperor's father-in-law, who has a headache for state affairs all day long, still decided to intervene in this matter. She helped Doof point acupoints to stop the bleeding. After pulling out the dagger from his thigh, she cut a piece of cloth on his clothes, helped him tie up the wound, and then grabbed his arm with one hand and pulled the person up. Doof is handsome and strong, but a big man weighing more than 100 catties is as light as nothing in her hands. Doof honestly supported her, walked with crutches, and looked at her from time to time. Too curious. Listen to the voice and look at the skin color. This woman, who is even more terrifying than the hell demon, should be very young, definitely not more than 30 years old, but she has cultivated to the Marquis level that can destroy the world. God knows how she practices. Anyway, luckily, he made him kneel. In the face of such a terrifying master, it is best not to turn any thoughts and be an obedient baby, so as to save his life. The carriage that Zhuo rented was parked not far from the woods. She paid enough for the round trip. The coachman was still keeping his promises and waited honestly. After the three of them got in the car, the coachman drove with a whip back to the county seat. These are specially refined medicine ointments. In the carriage, Li Ji took out something from her backpack and smeared it on Jufia's face. At the same time, she explained to Zhuo, who was full of curiosity. Those of him can't recognize it. The reason why I went to Zhuo's house was because of the inconvenience of bringing Doof, and Zhuo also told her that the godfather and the uncles, like her father Zhuo, were both investigating police officers and handed Doof to her. It could not be better for godfather. Li Ji didn't know that Zhuo's godfather was Hu Yozong, one of the tycoons of the Imperial Security Bureau. Her girl didn't want to hand Doof to the police station. The police station couldn't insert this kind of thing. She planned to arrange it first. Good Doof, then go to the Fu Yuan and to contact the people of the Imperial Security Bureau. The Imperial Security Bureau has secret strongholds all over the world. Any inn, restaurant, etc. with the word blessing may be the secret contact point of the Security Bureau. Of course, there are also coincidences. This must be matched with the code word of the contact, and light up. Give your identity badge to confirm, so as not to make a big joke. Regarding Jiang's experience, Li Ji is much better than Yanyu. At least she has done some preparatory work before going out, with a few secret identity badges, knowing some secret contact points and secret words of the Imperial Security Bureau, etc. Just in case if you have any unexpected circumstances, you can ask someone from the Imperial Security Bureau for help. Doof is like a super well-behaved baby a few sizes older, sitting honestly and dare not chaotic. Let Li Ji apply some medicine ointment on his face. He is not worried that Li Ji will be damaged. He was fascinated by countless beautiful faces, just worried about what Li Ji would do with him, worried that after betraying those people, will they be hunted down and there will be no place to bury them. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the Hutong, and the three got off until the carriage drove away. Li Ji helped Doof and Zhuo, who had been dissatisfied, walked into the Hutong. The back was not locked, but only concealed, but Zhao Danian was not in the house. Ouch, Master, you are back. Master Zhao is going crazy. Aunt Martha, who was hired to take care of Zhuo's daily life, heard the movement and ran out of the house. Seeing Zhuo, she screamed in surprise. To learn Mandarin well, to find a good job with easy and high pay, to be an official with good luck, this is the consensus of the Western mainlanders. Many people are studying Mandarin desperately in order to change their own destiny. Aunt Martha is no exception. It is precisely because she knows a little bit of Mandarin that Hu Yozong hired her. Although she was still doing the work of serving people, Her salary was 2 or 3 times higher than that of ordinary servants, which made the villagers envious. Aunt Martha actually knew that Zaorui was a girl, but that was what Master Hu meant. But she got it wrong. She believed that the Goman family was the most concerned about the inheritance of incense. The branches and leaves were scattered. The more males, the better, but only gave birth to daughters. You can only raise one of the daughters as a boy. After Zaorui slipped out to follow Doof, Zaldanian brought King Shui. Couldn't see her, was so scared. He searched the entire house but no one was found. He had to let Aunt Martha wait at home and rushed out, looking for people all over the street. If he can't find anyone, he can't deal with the boss. He can only wipe his neck and apologize. Aunt Martha, I'm sorry, I'm just going out if I have something to do. Could you please go to the street to find Uncle Zhao? Zaorui quickly apologized. She didn't expect that she had only disappeared, and the family would fall apart. If Hu Yozong was there, I am afraid that even the patrol station of the county would have to mobilize to help find someone. Anxious and sweaty, Zaldanian was full of anxious people on the street. He almost didn't use the trumpet to shout and find someone. Fortunately, Aunt Martha quickly found him and learned that Zaorui had returned home safely. It slammed down and gave a false alarm, but he was really frightened to death. Chapter 716. You are very promising. Are you a follower of Hu Yozong? As soon as Li Ji saw Zaldanian, she remembered. One is that he often followed Hu Yozong, and the other is that his martial arts skills have reached the level of super masters. Naturally, they are Hu Yozong's personal guards. You are. When Zaldanian saw Li Ji and Doof, two strange faces, he was wary. Fortunately, Zaorui had just introduced that Li Ji was the master she had just worshipped, but he could not completely eliminate the vigilance in his heart. Ah, Li. Sir. When Li Ji took off her mask and revealed her real appearance, Zaldanian was taken aback and hurriedly saluted respectfully. He is Hu Yozong's personal bodyguard, and he naturally recognizes Li Ji, but he did not expect that this Donggong Empress had just played freshman in Zushan, and suddenly came here again. He was inconvenient to expose Li Ji's true identity without saying it. How to call it? I have to call Mr. Li Ji smiled and nodded. It turned out to be her own family, so it would be more trouble-free, and she didn't need to go out for a trip. God. I saw the Dark Angel. Doof, sitting honestly in the chair, saw Li Ji's true face and couldn't help exclaiming. He was given the Meridian Aku points. He couldn't run if he wanted to, and he didn't have the courage to escape, and he was afraid to escape. He was even more afraid of being killed by the Great Knight Ataf and so on. He had no other choice but to seek refuge in the government. Miss Leader has an unparalleled appearance, elegant and noble temperament, and is known as the Flower of Slock, but when he sees Li Ji's appearance, he knows what is truly unparalleled, especially the charm in the bones. The charming soul. Let the man willingly die for her. Angels are just a legend. Now, he thinks he has seen a real angel, but he is a demonized dark angel. Think of Li Ji's terrifying methods. His heart is chilling, and he is so young that he already has the terrifying power to destroy the world. If it weren't for the dark angel, could he have such a terrifying power? Well, immediately turn black and hug the thick thighs of the dark angel, so that his life can be saved, and if he is lucky, he can still be a part of office official. Zaorui on the side rolled his eyes at him, and shook his little pink fist. Dare to say that this lady's master is a dark angel? Don't you owe you a beating? Miss Zaorui, this is a sincere compliment from my heart. I really don't lie to you. Doof quickly explained, mobilizing the facial muscles desperately, trying to get a dogleg-like flattering smile. This little pot friend was accepted as a student by the Dark Angel, and he will definitely be a terrifying Dark Angel in the future. He must have a good relationship with this future little Dark Angel. First hold her calf. Zaorui turned her head altogether. This girl was shameless. There was no fuck at all. She didn't bother about it. At this time, Angna County. In an ordinary house in the county seat, Hu Yozong was going crazy. His face was black and his neck was red, and there were dozens of broken pieces of porcelain on the ground. On the day that he brought a group of subordinates quietly to Angana County, he first summoned all the secret spies lurking in the local area, asked some things, and asked his subordinates to organize and analyze the large amount of data they had submitted. Of course, yes, he did not personally come forward. It was his deputy Xuai who came forward. Xuai's current rank is captain, but he is smart and honest, and Hu Yozong has vigorously cultivated him. After this incident, he was promoted to a school officer and sent to another place to be responsible. It can be said that he has a bright future. Later, Xuai led a group of men to conduct a secret investigation. In order to ensure safety, Hu Yozong asked them to take care of each other in a group of at least 2. Near the evening, the members of each team came back one after another, but the group led by Xuai was late. Has not returned. Hu Yozong waited for a while. Xuai's team still hadn't returned. He had to send people out to look for it. But not long after the teams went out, they all came back with an angry face. It turned out that the city gate was closed and no one was allowed to pass. In fact, there was still half a stick of time before the city gate was closed, but today the officer on duty had something to do. The soldiers ordered the soldiers to close the city gate in advance and then got off work. Some people living outside the city were closed in the city and had no choice but to help find a place to stay overnight. Several team members of the Security Bureau could use their special identities to force their way out of the city, but they would also be exposed because of this. As a last resort, they had to report back and scold Hu Yozong with anger, and wished that the officer on duty would be chopped off. Early in the morning, Hu Yozong and others had breakfast and were about to send people out of the city to find Xuai's team, but Zhao Danian hurried in to report that the Donggong Empress was in the county seat of Florida. She also caught a small anti-thief leader who had already confessed and was willing to cooperate with the government. Philippines. Before Zhao Dasuo came to Angana County, he had to drill into the woods to dispose of Rizov's body. When he rushed to the county seat, the city gate was closed and he had to expose in the woods outside the city. Stay overnight and entered the city as soon as the city gate opens after daybreak. Hu Yozong held his forehead with his hand, and he felt his head swelled several times in an instant. This Donggong Empress is really unnerving, but he has to admit that the natural good fortune of the Donggong Empress can bring good luck to people. He was lucky that he hit him both times. Hu Yozong immediately sent half of his subordinates out of the city to find Xuai's group, and hurried back to Froda County with half of them and Zhao Danian. Hu Yozong is a simple and neat person. After he asked Li Ji, he immediately interrogated Doof. He is a professional and asked more comprehensive and detailed questions than Li Ji. Some seemingly inconspicuous details were not overlooked. Can find new problems from the many complicated problems in the wrong school. Doof had been desperate to seek refuge in the government. Naturally he knew nothing about it, and even some nobles who had old grudges with him got involved and took the opportunity to retaliate. You have a future. Then you just have to show well and redeem your merits. The officer will protect you as an inspector. If it is verified that your family has not participated in the anti-thief, the officer can also grant some benefits to your family. Hu Yozong got a lot of secrets and was in a good mood. He patted Doof on the shoulder to commend him, and promised to encourage him with the official position of the inspector of the police station. This is the emperor's religion, and for the Western mainlanders who are willing to serve for the Great Zhou Empire must be used and treated well. Although Doof joined the rebels, he surrendered and was willing to act as a running dog. He could still make good use of it. Therefore, he drew a big pie for Doof. Thank you, General. I will do my best to serve the Empire. After listening to the translation, Doof was surprised and quickly nodded and bowed to express his gratitude and loyalty. He thought he was abandoned after he was used up. But Hu Yozong did not expect that Hu Yozong would be so happy that he could not close his mouth together with the official position of an inspector. Regardless of being just an inspector, there are several bosses above the director and deputy director, but the inspector has certain real power, and he is more powerful than the deputy director. The most important thing is that he has a lot of oil and water and can take care of the family's business. Moreover, General Hu said now, the family can still get some benefits. Does this mean that the fallen ancient Res family will be revived? Chapter 717 Family Benefits. Doof carried the 5,000 SGD rewarded by Hu Yozong in his arms, and happily walked away from the back door. He signed his own name on the confession, affixed his personal name stamp and family badge, and he naturally became our side. The secret spy lurking in the enemy camp. After Duffy went home, he went directly to the study to chat with his father, Duke Bernard. It was the first time that the father and son sat down so seriously and chatted face to face for several hours. Father, that's the whole process. Doof said all the secret things he had done recently that were enough to get his head off, as well as all the things he had done with Hu Yozong when he was arrested and dealt with Hu Yozong. I have to talk about persuading my father first. Doofy is not the smartest member of the ancient Res family, nor is he an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the ancient Res family. His martial arts can only be ranked in the middle reaches, and he is not an important child that the ancient Res family has leaned on family resources and cultivated with all its strength. He has always been idle. He is a famous dangling son, but in the whole family, perhaps apart from his deceased mother, no one knows the sex of his biological father. The patriarch of the ancient Ross family, Duke Bernard, better than him. Grid. The father, Duke Bernard, was a bit conservative, acting a little too far-sighted and lacking aggressiveness. He did not react in time after the fall of the Duchy of Slock, so that he lost a good opportunity for redistribution of interests and made the family that was already weakening even more declining. Now that the opportunity appeared in front of him again, he must firmly grasp it, and the most important thing was to convince his father. To persuade his father, he must first confess, show him all the cards, and then state some of the powerful relationships. Among the ancient Ross family, he is not the only one who has joined the secret gang of anti-Zhugewago. When the Great Zhou Empire started, the ancient Res family would be finished, because he heard a trace of unusual meaning from Hu Yozong's words, and also smelled the bloody smell that made him shiver. If the guess is correct, when the Great Zhou Empire is purged, many people will lose their heads, and many big and small families will follow suit. After the big reshuffle, the benefits that were originally divided will be vacated and redistributed. If you don't make decisive decisions or lose this golden opportunity again, the ancient Ross family will really be over. Duke Bernard has been quietly listening to Duffy's talk about a big deal. After he finished speaking, he bowed his head and pondered, digesting this sudden mass of information bit by bit, before slowly saying, actually, you all privately, I know what I did. The reason I didn't care was because I had some grievances in my heart. Because of his indecision, he missed the opportunity to regain the family. He has been very guilty. This kind of self-blame has slowly produced some resentment towards the Great Zhou Empire. Therefore, even if he knows his own sons and clan, some of the children in secretly joined those gangs, and he pretended not to know, silently waiting for new opportunities. The rules of survival of the great families in the East and West are almost the same. Family interests are above all else. They don't put all their eggs in the same basket. Instead, they invest in several ends. If one end fails, the other end can save money. This is called taking precautions before they happen. There are several very good children in the family who are doing things for the people, two of whom have also become petty officials. Although he is conservative and stubborn, it does not mean that he is stupid. He knows better than many people in his heart that the Great Zhou Empire is too strong, so powerful that it is invincible. An idiot, tightly holding the dragon legs of the Great Zhou Empire is the kingly way. He is just waiting for a good opportunity. Now, the opportunity to wait and see has finally arrived. He has already missed it once, and this time he will never miss it again. Everything has two sides. Sex. There are gains and losses. Duke Bernard also knows that if he wants to benefit the family, he has to make some sacrifices. The so-called sacrifices are those secrets in the family who join the anti-weak, the children of the gang. Your cousin Ivy can't move, I will make arrangements," Duke Bernard said with a serious expression. "Well, in fact, I have the same idea." Doof smiled. "Cousin Ivy is the flower of the Goodman family. She is smart and likable. No matter how vicious he is, he doesn't want to push Cousin Ivy into the fire pit. Even if his father doesn't say anything, he will find a way to put Ivy." The cousin secretly took it away. "As for the others, it was a necessary sacrifice for the family, as my father meant. Don't worry, although the Goodman family is getting weaker day by day, there are still a few reliable old guys around me. They will escort Ivy to a hidden place, and then come back to stand by. Just let go and do it. Behave well. Don't let me disappointment. I will solve those stubborn old guys in the family." Duke Bernard's eyes flashed a gloomy horror. "The interests of the family are above all else. Who dares to stand in the way will not be amnesty." "Thank you, father." Doof had a a serious expression on his face, and his heart was full of joy. His father seemed to have the intention of vigorously nurturing. If he showed outstanding performance, he might become the next patriarch. He could not steal it. "Happy?" the father and son murmured in the study for several hours before it was over. Dufay was about to go out, and someone came to report. His good friend Viscount Arnold had been waiting in the living room for a long time. "Okay." A playful smile appeared on Doof's face. Arnold was one of his friends and one of his members, but no matter what kind of friends or friends, in front of family interests, all friends were sold. Arnold was sold by him long ago to Hu Yozong. In fact, he and Arnold are not good friends at all. Maybe they were barely good friends before. But after Arnold cheated on his cousin Ivy to join the Tulip Club, their previous friendship was gone. At least Dufay was gone, and even Arnold hated him. "It's just that this guy is very capable of pretending, and there is no show out." "I'm really sorry, Arnold, I have kept you waiting for a long time." Alas, Doof has actor-level acting skills, and quickly adjusted his mentality, showing a very gloomy expression on his face. "Well, he was severely scolded by his father. The reason is that the game is so idle all day. There is nothing to do. The whole dude brother." "Ha ha ha." Arnold laughed loudly. Duke Bernard was right. Doofy was originally an innocent dude, and was often used as an example by the elders of major families, educating the children of the family, in the aristocratic circle. Doof has the nickname of example, which is full of derogatory meaning. Doof knew that his reputation was unbearable, but he just smiled freely about it. "Just laugh, and see who has the last laugh at that time. Hee hee. Doof, this time, I have something important to tell you that you must tell Miss Jiang Wei." After smiling enough, Arnold did not forget the purpose of his trip, and looked at Doof with a serious expression to show that he was not joke. "Oh, what's the matter?" Doofay's heart jumped suddenly, and the thief inevitably felt a little guilty in his heart. Chapter 718. The Big Picture. "Doof, there is an urgent notice above. All activities will be suspended in the near future. Don't forget to remind your cousin." Arnold said a long story with a serious expression. His real purpose was to see Ivy this time, and by the way, he told her the urgent notice from his boss, so as to take this opportunity to please her. He fanatically pursued Ivy of the Guzman family, everyone knows it, but he rushed over. But Ivy has not come back, and he was a little disappointed. Fortunately, Doof is also a friend. He can only tell Doof, repeatedly remind him to tell Ivy. According to reliable news from high-level officials, because the recent turmoil has attracted the attention of the Imperial Security Bureau, some people have been sent to investigate secretly. The news was revealed by the people over there. The great Knight Ataf personally led the action yesterday and quietly killed the 3 Security Bureau's secret spies. The corpses were thrown into the Leffing River. However, the loss was a bit heavy. 12 people were killed and injured. Even Ataf suffered gunshot wounds. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the court, the above decided to temporarily suspend all activities. Wait until the limelight has passed. Although the Tulip Society and Anti-Zufugo League has secretly developed many members and accumulated a lot of family resources, it is still not enough to compete with the Great Zhou Empire. The army confronts so they can only continue to forbear and wait for the opportunity to start. Perhaps, when Song Yan and others in the eastern continent were upset the hinterland of Dazu, it was the time when they were upset. "What's this?" Doof looked curious, and took Arnold to sit down and talk. This may not be much important information, but General Housemen were taken away by the Grand Knight Ataf General, who must be very annoyed. The meaning of this information is not ordinary. I think General Hu will look at him differently. In order to hold Arnold, he instructed his servants to hurry up and respect the fragrant tea. The first-class tea and exquisite porcelain are all from the East continent. Only the nobles can afford luxury goods. At the beginning, many people were not used to the bitter taste of tea. But now it represents the status of a tall, and if you have anything to do, you will have a beautiful small porcelain cup to show off. Arnold has a big tongue and can't hide secrets. In addition, he wants to please Doof, his future cousin, and is praised by Doof. After a few flicks, he tells all the secrets that he has overheard from the clan uncles. The Rhodes family is one of the big families in Angna County, but it is getting weaker due to various reasons. Because of the patriarch and the elders, they have not been able to get the big cake given by the Great Zhou Empire. They feel resentful. Joining the Tulip Club, becoming the backbone of the club, and being able to access some core secrets. As one of the young children cultivated in the clan, Arnold naturally knows these secrets. As soon as Hu Yozong and his entourage entered Angna County, they were targeted by interested people. Although they did not immediately reveal their identity, they were still secretly followed and monitored by the Tulip Club because of unfamiliar faces and unclear purposes, until the team members went out to investigate separately. It aroused the vigilance of the high-level Tulip Society, and also aroused the vigilance of some local officials. Many local officials and garrison chiefs have long since fallen. Corruption is commonplace, or they are bought by the Tulip Club, or have some ulterior handle held by others and have to surrender and be used. These people are afraid of being taken advantage of by the Imperial Security Agency. Staring, being forced anxiously, any maddening thing can be done. However, before being forced to a dead end, they still recommend a fluke. They dare not do anything until the true identity of Hu Yozong and others are investigated. However, they did not dare to do it, which does not mean that others did not. The Tulip Club members ambushed the 3-person team led by Xu Y. The purpose was to force those people to have no choice but to cast their hearts to them. This side. After sending Arnold away, Doof returned to the study and told all the news that came out of Arnold's mouth. The expression on his face looked a little dignified and nervous, but he put his wealth, life and family on Hu Yozong. Now, Hu Yozong and others are all exposed. If they are all dead, they are afraid of being caught alive and can't survive the torture, all the tricks. Then they are all over. Life and death are a matter of life and death. He dare not be sloppy. Ask your father immediately. Just this little thing is chaotic, and my vision is so narrow. How can I rest assured to hand the burden of the family to you? Duke Bernard shook his head and sighed, with a worried expression on his face that hated iron and steel. Father, please make it clear. Doof lowered his head. He was indeed a little panicked, but his father was confident and confident. Didn't his father worry at all? Boy, you can't just look at the surface when you look at the problem. You have to look through the surface of the problem. See more, think more. You can't just look at one point, you have to look at the big place. Don't just look at Angna County, you have to look forward. Look far away. Duke Bernaga changed from the old cowardly, dull, and dreary, like a vigorous, strategizing, and invincible commander, patiently teaching his son. Your eyes are limited to Angna County. That is a serious mistake. You have to let go of your vision, look farther, look bigger, and look at the entire East and West continents. That's the big vision. The world is the overall situation. Angna the county is just an inconspicuous little chess game in the overall situation. Judging from the current situation, General Hu and the others exposed their identity, and they are in danger of being wiped out by those people at any time. To the worst, What if General Hu is wiped out? The Emperor of the Great Zhu will definitely send General Jiang, General Wang. This matter will be resolved sooner or later. Any savvy emperor will never allow uncontrollable situations to emerge, even if this uncontrollable situation spreads and expands. Must mobilize the army to solve it. Let's talk about the Emperor of the Great Zhu dynasty. There are rumors that he is faint and sexy, arbitrarily acting and so on infamy. And regardless of whether these rumors are true or false, just look at the various new deals and military reforms he implemented to unify the East and the West. With his courage, it can be determined that he is a very clever and powerful emperor. Would such a shrewd and powerful emperor allow this unfavorable situation to appear? Furthermore, I heard that this wise and martial emperor is very young. Only in his 20s. At least he can live another 30 years. Just imagine that such a young and wise and martial emperor destroys all his opponents and controls the world and national power. It will become more and more prosperous and powerful, and no one can beat it. In short, during the time he was still in control of the world, no one should think of turning over. Any tulip meeting is just a clown. This is the overall picture, kid. Do you understand? Listen to my father, better than read ... 100 years of books. Doof admired him and couldn't help but use the idiom he had just learned to flatter his father. Asshole, it's better to read for 10 years, read more books, don't worry about soaking up women all day long. You are going to defeat the ancient Ross family. I can't stand your eyes. Duke Bernard kicked his son with a smile and cursing. It's rare that this squatter listened carefully to his education, and it was not in vain that he spent so much saliva, and he was still in a pretty happy mood. Thank you, father, for your advice. I understand. With a serious expression, Doof bowed to his father in a serious and respectful manner. He was moved, happy, and excited from the bottom of his heart. What his father meant was that he really wanted to entrust the burden of the family to him. Chapter 719. How much does this tribute long oolong tea cost, Catty? Doof pointed to the oolong vegetable leaves on the shelf and asked, "This is the contact channel left by Hu Yozong." This tea shop is not far from his home, and the owner is a fat uncle with a kind smile on his face. "Sir, this is tribute oolong tea. 50 yuan a catty." The young shop assistant named Bruce has a professional sex smile on his face. He is a native of the West, the cheapest slave. The fat boss made him live a good life with his family. He is very grateful, and the whole family is also very grateful. Therefore, he regarded the fat boss as a god and worshipped piously. So he was developed into an outside spy of the Imperial Security Agency. "Can you sell for tiny yuan and 8 annas?" Doof bargained, and looked at the fat boss who was immersed in the calculations. "Sir, this shop clearly marked the price. No bargaining," Bruce said. He could see that Doof was a nobleman. It was before. How could he dare to stand and talk like this, bow his waist, and dare not say such a thing? The Emperor of the Great Zhu wise and martial arts liberated all the slaves, which not only greatly improved their social status, but also filled their stomachs a bit, so as not to starve to death. They supported the rule of the Great Zhu Empire from the bottom of their hearts. "Oh, then give me 8 or 2.8. Doof said. "Well, 8 or 2 or $8 is not easy to settle accounts." The fat boss, who has been immersed in accounts, raised his head and looked at him with a smile. "You are in this business, you must have a pole call in your heart." Doof smiled, and his right hand lying on the counter casually stretched out his thumb and little finger to make gestures. "Oh, please, sir." Bruce opened the door of the cabinet to let Doof enter, but Doof shook his head and turned away. A piece of letter paper that had been folded several times fell down. The fat boss, who seemed a bit clumsy, used the one placed on the cabinet almost at the same time. The ledger covered the fallen letter paper, and his movements were so quick that Doof was taken aback. "Wow, this fat boss is obviously also a master of skill." The fat boss quickly glanced at the letter paper left by Doof, his face changed slightly, and he whispered a few words to Bruce, got up and hurried away. The big mansion where Hu Yozong and others settled in Florida County. "We may be exposed." With a worried expression on his face, Zhao Danian whispered a report to Hu Yozong. There were several strange faces wandering around the house. Based on years of secret spy experience, he determined that these people were stalking and monitoring. It also showed that Hu Yozong and others were working. The identity has been exposed. Hu Yozong's face changed slightly, frowning and thoughtful. He never doubted the abilities of Zhao Danian and others. These old men were all masters and blackguards who followed him back then. They have rich experience in tracking and interrogation, and their abilities such as olfactory perception are also different from ordinary people. Since Zhao Danian felt wrong, it was really wrong. What went wrong? By the way, there is still no news about the team that Xu Wei led. Could it be an accident? Hu Yozong suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart, but now he couldn't take care of Xu Wei and the others. First, ensuring the safety of Li Jie was the most important issue. When will Commander Masami arrive? Hu Yozong asked. The water in Slok province is not only deep, but also very muddy. Before Mu Chunfing's first army arrived, he could do nothing except to investigate secretly, and even his own and his subordinates' lives were in danger. According to the normal speed of the First Army's march, it will be at least half a month later. Zhao Danian replied that the Security Bureau and Mu Chunfing had a secret correspondence with each other, so they would naturally be able to accurately grasp the itinerary of the First Army. The boss knows all these news, so he still came to ask him? Well, the boss is a little nervous. Go ahead and let all the brothers be careful. Hu Yozong frowned and thought for a while before instructing Zhao Danian to notify all his men to be careful in case of accidents. Then, he got up to inform Li Jie. Li Jie was teaching Zhao Rui's magic door secret method to the devil's heart in the backyard. When he learned that Li Jie had accepted his daughter Zhao Rui as a disciple, he almost jumped up with joy. Surrounded by Li Jie's empress, he couldn't guarantee that the Hu family would be able to flourish and prosper. 100 years, 50 years can be guaranteed at least. He is holding not only dragon legs, but also phoenix legs. Double insurance. Is there anything more lucky than him? Zhao Rui is very clever, and he can even learn by analogy. She is very diligent and has a good foundation. Li Jie is very satisfied. She has the confidence to teach Zhao Rui to become a talent, overwhelming Yan Ayu's baby apprentice Feng Ling. One end. After accepting a good apprentice with excellent qualifications, Li Jie never went out for wandering. She stayed in the house to teach martial arts and inner martial arts, as well as various kinds of Jianghu experience. At the same time, she supervised Zhao Rui to read and write, so that Hu Yozong and others were all secretly relieved. At least for the time being, there is no need to worry about the safety of her and Zhao Rui. When Li Jie saw Hu Yozong coming, she seemed to have something to say to herself, so she asked Zhao Rui to go back to her room to practice her inner strength mental method, and walk over by herself. After Hu Yozong bowed and saluted, he explained the situation. He hoped that Li Jie could follow his arrangement and move to a safe place. This mansion had a secret road leading to other places. He would send a guard to escort the two away from the secret road and leave Losk province. The more you go east, the safer you go. Just tell me the secret passage entrance and the secret passage opening method. Li Jie thought about it for a moment, and refused to evacuate immediately. The reason was that those people were just watching secretly and didn't mean to do anything. There was no need to be afraid and chaos. However, prevention was necessary, and she didn't want to let Hu Yozong was too embarrassed, so he asked the secret passage entrance and opening method. According to her sex style, instead of being trembling and passive, it is better to oppose the guest and take the initiative to create a little confusion, making those people suspicious and undecided. But it will make them hesitate and dare not move. The entrance of the secret passage is under the bed in your room, at the junction of the two walls, from top to bottom. Press the penultimate brick 3 times. Hu Yozong smiled bitterly and replied, he knew very well the sex character of this lady Li Jie could not be forced, but could only be coaxed. The more forced the greater the rebound, which annoyed her. The consequences would be serious. He asked the secret path entrance and opening method. It's considered enough to give him face. What else can he say? but Li Ji's proposal seems to be good. Hu Yozong returned to the hall, let Zhao Danian convey his meaning, watched Empress Li Ji carefully, and tried not to let her go out. If she couldn't stop her, she could only follow the guard. My lord, Zhao Danian is old. Can they stop him? Hu Yozong smiled bitterly. Surely he couldn't stop it. In this world, no one except the Emperor could stop it. The secret spies and guards of the Imperial Security Bureau such as Zhao Danian really couldn't stop them. Even if they took strict precautions, they secretly stared at the front and rear doors, and even the walls and roofs were staring at them in turn. Even the room where Li Ji lived was full of people staring secretly. But for Li Ji, who has cultivated martial arts to Huazhen, Mao is of no use. In the evening, after dinner, Li Ji continued to teach Zhao Rui to learn martial arts in the room, while Hu Yozong and others ate in the hall. But none of them moved their chopsticks, all of them gritted their teeth, and their faces looked terrifying. Chapter 720. In the evening, the messenger sent by the fat boss finally rushed to deliver Du Fei's souvenir to Hu Yozong before the city gate closed. Hu Yozong saw that there was an eagle in the hand letter and couldn't help but smile. He knew it was Doof's personal secret letter. Originally, he had arranged for Doof to have the code name Crow, but Doof was too bad for the crow, so he chose him as a male eagle. Hu Yozong also followed him. This servant sent back information shortly after he left. It was showing loyalty to him. It was not bad. He knew that after Doof signed the contract to sell his body, he had no choice. If Doof dared to have two hearts, don't use him. To do it, you only need to disclose the contract, and the Tulip Club people will chop him into mash. After a quick glance at the content of the secret letter, Hu Yozong's face turned white abruptly, gritted his teeth and cursed. The expression on his face looked a little scary. The letter was written in English, and the fat boss translation was attached below. Zhao Danian on the side picked up the secret letter and looked at it. His face turned pale. Xu Wei's group of 3 people had been out of touch. There was no news. Doof mentioned an information in the secret letter. 3 of your people were ambushed to death by the Great Knight Ataf, and if you didn't guess wrong, it should be Xu Wei's group that had been missing for a long time. Although Xu Wei is young and has only joined the Imperial Security Bureau for less than a year, his abilities and achievements are obvious to all. In addition to being a man, he is quite popular in the Bureau. Boss who also appreciates him and intends to focus on him. It can almost be said he was one of Hu Yozong's proud disciples, but he had already died in the service, and he couldn't even find his bones. How could Hu Yozong and all of his subordinates be mad with grief and anger, and they almost rushed out to find Ataf. Glouses. I have done all the monitoring guys outside for Lozi. Hu Yozong gritted his teeth and said, the overall situation is the most important thing. He can only suppress the anger and murderousness in his heart. If he can't bear it, he will chaos and plot. Several guys who watched the mansion became his unlucky vent to vent his anger. Zhao Danian took the 2 brothers out murderously, but only after a while he came back with a weird look. What's the matter? Hu Yozong frowned and asked. Boss, it's a bit weird. The eyes of those guys are dull, as if they all turned into fools and wandered around. Zhao Danian scratched his head and explained the weird situations one by one. The 2 subordinates who went with him also nodded desperately to prove that what Zhao Danian said was all true. What happened? Hu Yozong frowned. Wasn't he good before? Moreover, not all cats and dogs can act as eyeliners. Such people generally have a certain color, are quite clever, have a certain tracking experience, and they all become fools in the blink of an eye. Take the wrong medicine collectively. This joke is not funny at all. Hu Yozong and others suspect that it was done by masters with heavy techniques. Who is helping them? Hu Yozong suddenly remembered the advice Li Ji gave him, shuddered, and stood up. He wanted to rush to the room where Li Ji was temporarily staying, but saw the strange expressions on Zhao Danian and others' faces. He looked straight at the side outside the hall. Hu Yozong followed their gazes and couldn't help but stay in a daze. Li Ji walked curly from the side of the hall and entered the inner house through the side door, as if not seeing the stranger-looking Hu Yozong and others in the hall. Miss Li Ji, she seems to have just returned from outside. Zhao Danian scratched his head desperately. Brothers guarded the front and back doors, walls, and roof. Even the house where Empress Lija lived was stared at. Empress ran out. "Why didn't you see any brothers coming to report? Let the Wang brothers go to rest." Hu Yaozong sat down again and let out a long sigh. He knew that Empress Lija did it. It would be good if she came back safely, otherwise he could only hand his head to the emperor. The Wang brothers are twin brothers in the bureau. The martial arts can only be regarded as medium level, but the marksmanship is extremely accurate and the people are very clever, so he arranged for the brothers to stare at the house where Lija lived. But Lija's martial arts was so enchanting that no one knew about it after she slipped out and turned around. It was useless to guard against it. It's better to let the Wang brothers go back to rest and cultivate enough energy to cope with possible accidents. Next, Hu Yaozong arranged for the subordinates who were on duty in turn, so he could only go back to the room and sleep a long time, patiently waiting for Mu Chunfeng to lead the first legion to arrive. At this time, in a relatively flat wilderness, the green tents would almost fill the entire horizon, so densely packed that they could not be seen. This is the first legion under Mu Chunfeng's command. Because the sky is getting late, the army marched here and camped on the spot. In the military commander's tent, Mu Chunfeng and Gong Tangfing were eating with military lunchboxes, and they were chatting while eating. "Brother Gong, don't worry, tomorrow I will let the cavalry regiment rush over first," Mu Chunfeng said. He could see Gong Tangfing was very worried and knew what he was worried about. "Thank you." Gong Tangfing sighed. He has just recovered, but he has been marching long distances for several days, and he has been worried. His expression is not very good, and the whole person looks a little haggard. During his return to the imperial capital to recuperate, under his command, he once made outstanding military exploits, and the Second Army, which he was proud of, turned into rubbish that humiliated him all his life in a short period of time. He could not escape the blame, and went to the palace to petition the emperor and resign from the army. But the emperor did not approve his resignation. Instead, he asked him to cooperate with Mu Chunfeng to reorganize the Second Army in order to redeem his merits before returning. The imperial capital received punishment and received punishment. Gong Tangfeng knew that he had kept his head, thanks a lot, but this was a big stain in his military career. It would be difficult for him to go further, and he could imagine how complicated and painful he felt. Now that the matter has reached this point, he can only do his best to cooperate with Mu Chunfeng, make up for his own faults as much as possible, and compress the situation to a minimum. On the way, Mu Chunfeng has already confessed to him that the stalls in Slok province are too bad. There is no medicine to save them. They can only cut off all the rotten meat, and then reorganize them, which also means many people will lose their heads. This is also the reason why the emperor does not allow him to rush to rectify the troops. The purpose is to make those people jump happily. The secret spy of the Imperial Security Bureau secretly collects their criminal evidence and then kills them all at once. One of the leaders of the Imperial Security Bureau, Hu Yaozong, has led the crowd to secretly investigate. What he is worried about is the safety of Hu Yaozong and others. If there is any accident to Hu Yaozong, he can only use a gun against his head to pull the trigger. Mu Chunfeng clearly understands the distress and pain in his heart, and also understands what he is worried about. This way of comforting words is also against the edict of the emperor. Tomorrow morning, he will send a cavalry regiment to Hu Yaozong town. In fact, the marching speed of Mu Chunfeng's First Army Corps was normal. It was only because of the large amount of military materials that it could not speed up the marching speed, which happened to be in line with the intention of the emperor. Brother Gong, you have just recovered and need a good rest. There is still a long way to go. You don't have to blame yourself too much. This is not entirely your fault. It's just that many people have changed and they have all fallen. Head. This year is really an eventful year. Gong Tangfing let out a long sigh. He was recuperating in the imperial capital. Naturally, he knew that the emperor vigorously rectified the officialdom, and many corrupt officials lost their heads. After rectifying the eastern continent, it was naturally the western continent's turn. Returning to his tent, he lay down in his clothes. Although his eyes were closed, his mood was fluctuating. He wouldn't be slumped because of this. He would climb up wherever he fell. This is what the Emperor said to him that day. He will cheer up and retrain a new second corps. After nightfall, the York family manor outside Florida County was brightly lit. The patriarch of the York family, Viscount Levi, and Elder Eddie, the only surviving member of the family, were looking sadly at the 8 fools standing in front of them. 2 of the 8 fools were young children of the York family. Because they were clever and good at tracking and stalking, Viscount Levi sent them to monitor the mansion with the people of the Grand Nightertaf. Then, the 8 young lads who jumped around became 8 dull idiots who only asked 3 questions and didn't know, who would only grin and grin. It was Elder Eddie who went into the city to do business. And only when they found that the situation was not right, they were sent to him, brought it back. Viscount Levi and Elder Eddie found nothing wrong. They invited several more famous local doctors, and the doctors were helpless. Then they invited several witch doctors and warlocks to perform some spells, but they couldn't. To get people back to normal, the 2 of them had no choice but to send someone to report to Grand Nightertaf overnight. They didn't know where the Grand Nightertaf actually settled, but based on the emergency contact information he left behind, they sent people overnight to Lion Town, more than 50 miles away, and handed the secret letter to the owner of the Tyler Tavern. They have been waiting for a long time, and according to time estimation, if the Grand Nightertaf were in Lion, this would almost have arrived. Levi and Eddie guessed right. The Grand Nightertaf did entertain 3 important male guests in Lion tonight. The 3 distinguished guests are all Orientals, tall and strong, with a military aura on their bodies and crawling and rolling in the sea of blood on the Corpse Mountain, and they are shocking and cold. Chapter 721. The water is deep. What a terrifying inner strength. Grand Nightertaf took 3 Oriental guests and messengers to the York family manor overnight. 2 of them tried on 8 idiots, and their faces turned pale. They used to be arrogant and reckless. They did well in martial arts. After joining the army, they learned the fighting skills in the army. They made great progress in martial arts. They all squeezed into the ranks of first-class masters and used their internal strength to test several idiots. The whole person became nervous. These 8 unlucky guys were shocked to a certain part of the head by the inner masters with extremely feminine inner strength, so they became the living dead who don't know anything. This is a commonly used sealing technique in the rivers and lakes, which is better than killing. It's much better to silence your mouth. And so will they. It's just that you use a heavy technique to hit people's foreheads. If you don't master your internal energy, you can easily hurt and kill you and cause bad things. In terms of the technique, people don't know how many times they are clever. In terms of internal strength, there is no comparable sex. The internal strength of the practitioner is at least the master level, and the internal strength of the feminine way is practiced. The feminine internal strength is generally practiced by women, but it is like a eunuch. It is also possible to practice some feminine internal skills, and some outsiders who practice it may also practice. Therefore, it is impossible to confirm whether the yin hand is a male or a female, but it is definitely a terrible master. To be honest, if it's not popular now, ordinary people who have practiced martial arts can still knock down an enchanting horror master with a single shot. They slap their ass and leave, and try not to get involved in this matter, but they have sunk too deep to get out. They can only bite the bullet and walk all the way to the Dark Council. Wu, or Grand Nightertaf gestured. Staff Officer Wu is one of 3 distinguished guests from the East. He is in his 40s and looks tall and mighty. However, his life has been so comfortable in recent years. His belly has begun to emerge. The other 2 are his personal guards. Quite clever. Staff Officer Wu gave Grand Nightertaf a cold look, frowning in thought. After they discovered the abnormal activities of Xu Wei's group, they had guessed that the General Administration of the Imperial Security Bureau had noticed something. and secretly sent Xu Wei and others to investigate and collect evidence. While several big guys were still hesitating, the bastard Etaf had already taken his own hands and solved all 3 secret spies of Xu Wei's group. Fortunately, it was fairly clean and left no sequelae. Several big guys gritted their teeth with hatred for Etaf's behavior, but the matter has come to this point, and they are helpless. They have a lot of handles in the hands of big guys behind Etaf, and they really don't dare to turn their faces. Regret is no longer useful. I can only find ways to cover up some things desperately. Staff Wu was ordered to negotiate some things with Etaf and others. But something unexpected happened. Staff Wu and others did not know the identity of Hu Yozong, but they knew that they were agents secretly sent by the General Administration of the Imperial Security Bureau to investigate. That's why they sent some personnel to spread around the house to closely monitor the actions of Hu Yozong and others, just to prevent unexpected. The predecessor of the Imperial Security Bureau is the notorious and frightening Blackguards. What are the Blackguards? Not to mention the officials. Even ordinary people know it, until the Emperor strictly rectifies the Blackguards. Only then did he converge, and did not dare to disturb ordinary people for no reason, and later changed its name to the Imperial Security Bureau, slowly diminishing the notoriety of Hai Yuai. Many ordinary people may have forgotten the terrifying name of Hai Yuai, but all the officials have not forgotten it. Any official with a dirty butt, when it comes to the Imperial Security Bureau, which one is not shocked? I was always afraid of being invited by the Imperial Security Bureau to have tea, chat or something. Nowadays, several bigwigs in Slok province are divided into 2 factions because of their different opinions, namely, moderates and radicals. Staff Officer Wu is a radical. He likes a simple and effective style of behavior. He hates that moderates have to look forward to everything they do. Shackled. Therefore, he also supports the suggestion of the Grand Knight Etaf in his heart. Even if it is tracked down, he can still push it to the Tulip Club, the Brotherhood, etc. It is a lot of mistakes to suppress the bandits, but this is too big for him. A small chief of staff can't be the master, and must be reported to the big bosses to decide. You should send additional personnel to closely monitor the actions of those people, preferably in a group of 4. After a long period of contemplation, General Staff Wu urged Grand Knight Etaf with a serious expression and hurried back to report first. Guys, discuss the result. Okay, please hurry up. I can't guarantee that those people will not attack again. Grand Knight Etaf shrugged, expressing regret that these people from the Eastern continent are doing things like this. Accurate. Personally sent the 3 staff members of Staff Wu out of the gate of the manor, watching the figures of the 3 disappear into the vast night color. Etaf's eyes flashed with a strange expression, color with sarcasm. These people from the East continent, the idea is too naive, and want to set up a Torii, and want to be a bitch. How can there be such a good thing in the world? One night passed quickly, but for some people, it was a long and difficult night. At least an herd of Hu Yozong's secret guards were among these people. Hu Yozong didn't know if those people would jump over the wall in a hurry. He took precautions carefully, and divided the spy and the guards into 3 groups. Each group of 6 people took turns on duty. Even though the sky was bright, the city gates were open, and the streets were everywhere. It is the constant stream of pedestrians who dare not be careless. This is not only to protect the safety of Li Ji, but also to protect herself, protect everyone's life, and be careful to hold the boat for 10,000 years. This is the truth that is always applicable everywhere, except for Zhaodanian and his 2 brothers to go out to buy some necessary daily necessities such as meat, fruits and vegetables. They would take a walk around to see if there were any abnormalities. Perhaps it was because of yesterday's fierce counterattack that made those people hesitate and a bit chaotic. After the battle was over, no one was sent over to monitor, or to say, hiding in a far place to monitor. It was only undetected. The others honestly stayed at home to rest and sleep. Legion Zaoru also stayed in the backyard to practice martial arts. Nothing happened and no abnormalities were found. You go out again, buy more food reserves, just in case. Hu Yozong said, There is always nothing wrong with being prepared. Zaldanian and others went out again. In addition to buying rice and noodles, most of the meat is mainly bacon and sausages. Vegetables are also melons and dried vegetables that can be stored for a long time. They brought a few large bags back. In a restaurant near the mansion, next to a table next to the window, the great Nitataf and a few extraordinarily strong men looked down from the window, watching Zaldanian and others carry all kinds of stuff into the house. Nitataf, why don't you arrest those 3 guys for interrogation? Chapter 722 Moon Black Wind High Grand Nitataf, why didn't you catch those 3 guys for interrogation? A big guy at the same table asked, with a dark red color scar on his left cheek 6 or 7 centimeters long, which looked a little scary. Gritter, you are very brave in wars. You have always taken the lead. You have always taken the lead. You have made outstanding achievements for the Empire. The title is higher than the average person. But you know why you have always been a general who commanded 10,000 people, not the commander of the army? Ataf looked at him, sighed, and said earnestly. Jarrett blushed and shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. He had always had great grievances in his heart. He won no less feats than other generals, but each of them was promoted to commander-in-chief and commanded the legion, but he was just a general who commanded 10,000 people. He thought that he was deliberately suppressing him, and he was extremely upset. But he was helpless. Who would let him have no backing? Fighting is not only based on bravery, but also by knowing how to use your brain. Azov raised his finger to his head, and sighed again. No matter how brave you are, you have no brains. Who dares rest assured to hand over a 50,000 army to your chaotic command? That is not just a matter of 50,000 lives. It is a serious matter that concerns the entire battle or the situation. Jarrett, like a punctured ball, wilted, and his head drooped. Now he finally understands the reason why he was only knighted but not promoted. It was because he had no brain and was unable to command a legion. So he could only command one, the army below the man. If you do it now, you will inevitably stun the snake. Grand Knight Azov patiently explained to him the reason why he didn't do it now. When it comes to night, concentrate the masters on a surprise attack. Isn't it more perfect to have an epot end? My lord is wise. Jarrett lifted up and gave a thumbs up. It's up to you at night. The Grand Knight Azov patted Jarrett on the shoulder. And of course he was indispensable for such a thing as a violent general like Jarrett, and he had a gunshot wound on his body and was unable to shoot himself. Jarrett's martial arts were actually only a little weaker than him. With such a master in charge, it should be easy to get it done. My lord, don't worry. Jarrett slapped his chest. His gang were all elite soldiers who were born and died with him, and the clowns from the security bureau of 20 or so did it casually. Don't be careless. The Grand Knight Ataf was very satisfied, but still worried that he should not underestimate the enemy. Those people must have guns in their hands, so they have to make a surprise attack and make a quick decision. Solve the matter and evacuate safely before the county patrol and garrison do not respond. Daylight passed quickly. After dark, the people who had worked hard for a day of livelihood soon fell asleep. Apart from the guards who moved around the city, there were patrolling policemen. In the dark night where you can't see your 5 fingers, dozens of dark shadows emerge from a private house, like ghosts in the night, quietly disappearing into the darkness of the night. In the room where Lajai and Zaorui stayed temporarily, both of them sat cross-legged on the bed and closed their eyes to perform the exercises. It has been going on for a long time. Lija would occasionally open his eyes to take a look. Satisfied, Xiao Nizai worked harder than she was when she was a child, but she had to practice Qigong only under the supervision of her master. Tuk, tuk, tuk. There was a slight knock on the door. Lija Liu frowned, waking Zaorui, who was practicing, got out of bed and put on shoes, and opened the door. This was an agreed emergency signal, indicating a sudden change in the situation. Those guys jumped over the wall in a hurry, Niang Niang quickly led Ruya into the secret tunnel to evacuate. It was Hu Yozong who knocked on the door. His face was nervous and anxious. Just a man on duty came to report that dozens of dark shadows were found around the mansion and on the roof. The enemy obviously wanted to use the cover of the night's color to sneak attack. Those people are really that's crazy. No hurry. Play with them first. The two of you are responsible for Rui's safety and take her into the secret tunnel first. Li Jie stood behind Hu Yozong with a few guards. She never asked about political affairs and suddenly burst into the queen's power. Manny, Hu Yozong and others were shocked and wanted to dissuade them, but Li Jie waved her hand and her expression was very decisive and determined. They all shut up to this palace, which is the biggest in this palace. Hu Yozong and others obediently closed their mouths, borrowing his 100 courage. They didn't dare to use a gun against the mother's forehead. Force her to evacuate first, restrain the meridian acupoints and force them away. Don't tease them. If you give them 10 times more manpower, you won't be able to beat Miss Li Jie. What else can he do besides confession? But Zhao Danian still wanted to persuade, but was stunned by Li Jie's cold eyes. Swallowing the words behind him abruptly, looking at Hu Yozong with pitiful eyes. You two take Ruya to the secret tunnel and wait. You give the Empress. Hu Yozong scratched his head desperately. He knew Li Jie's temper and did not dare to persuade him. He had to order the 2 guards to lead Zhao Ruya to hide in the dark. Then he picked another clever, good martial arts and good marksmanship. The guard Weijia guarded Li Jie. Try not to irritate Li Jie in terms of words. It's a lookout, not a protection, and there shouldn't be too many people. Ha ha. Li Jie didn't want Hu Yozong to be too embarrassed, and acquiesced to his arrangement, and Hu Yozong quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jie and Weijia Chao walked to the backyard. Hu Yozong took a picture of Zhao Danian, who was still in a daze. For the first time, Zhao Danian was stunned and hurried to catch up. The boss told him to hide in the dark and meet the Donggong Empress at any time. Hu Yozong looked up at the sky. The night was dark and the wind was a bit strong. They all said that the night was dark and the wind was high. It was a good weather for killing people and getting better. Those people would really pick a day. The 2 guards took Zhao Ruya into the tunnel, and one of them used palm wind to extinguish the lights before entering the tunnel. And the room was instantly dark. After the last light was extinguished, the entire mansion was completely dark, and through the dim moonlight, a few dark shadows could be seen standing in the courtyard, such as Hu Yozong. Hu Yozong waved his hand, and the several secret spy guards around him immediately dispersed and disappeared into the darkness. They all have a clear division of labor and are responsible for a certain position of the mansion. At this time, dozens of black shadows were stuck on the outer wall of the mansion, blending with the darkness. Even if someone carried a lantern, they might not be found unless they looked carefully. Several dark shadows climbed on the wall, carefully observed for a while, and climbed inside after confirming that there was no one. They opened the front door and the back door respectively, and waited for the dozens of dark shadows outside to enter gently, carrying a sword and a hatchet and waiting for the guy. There are also more than a dozen black shadows on the roof shaking. They are like ghosts in the night, floating silently on the roof. They are not so exaggerated. People walking on the tiles still make some noises. However, the people in the room slept deeply and didn't hear it, or even if they heard it, the people who slept dazzled and dazzledly thought it was an annoying mouse. There are 8 black shadows lying around the roof. The long gun muzzle in his hand is facing down to the courtyard, providing fire support at any time. Grit, carrying a wide-bladed épée, stands on the roof, looking down from the top of the house. In the entire mansion, behind him stood 2 sturdy men with hatchets. These 2 sturdy men, who were as strong as bulls, were his personal guards. Not only were they powerful in martial arts, but they were also very fierce in battle. There were not 100 or at least 50 masters who died under 2 axes. It is the protective barrier that Gerrit relies on most. Seeing that more than 40 subordinates were already in place and surrounded the entire mansion, Gerrit, who was greatly satisfied, waved his hand and sent a signal to do it. Chapter 723 Killing Night. Well, when a sturdy man with a hatchet in his hand touched into a house, a dark shadow suddenly threw out from behind the door, covering his mouth with one hand, and a sharp short blade pierced into the heart of his heart. Was pierced and died instantly. The black shadow supported the corpse, held up his armpits, and quickly rushed into the room. The corpse, weighing 80 pounds, was as light as nothing in his hands. Not to mention that there are more than 40 people who came in by touching, but this big house is very spacious, and there are many houses. Some people have to search and search house by house, and they are also on guard. The 40 people are scattered. After opening, it still feels like there is not enough manpower. How did you search a house for so long? A little boss standing in the courtyard frowned and muttered to himself. Everyone has been feeling in the house and searching for a while. Why haven't I seen one come out? Master Virio, I'll go in and take a look. A sturdy man holding a wide-bladed épée standing next to the little boss volunteered, looked for a few times in the dim moonlight, and walked towards the largest room. He was rushing to find out the reason. In fact, he had dirty thoughts in his heart. The companions who came into the house would surely take the opportunity to search for valuable stuff. Maybe there is still a young and beautiful woman sleeping in the house, and then he took the opportunity to do that. Otherwise, how can you explain why it hasn't come out for so long? If you don't take the opportunity to make a small fortune at this time, it would be really stupid. Hee. What? The black shadow hiding behind the door suddenly jumped out, covering his mouth to assassinate, repeating the assassination action just now, but this time he accidentally missed it. The big man who entered the house to search was a height of 1.89 meters, the height of the sneak attacker was only about 1.68 meters. His hands were not long enough, his mouth could not be covered, and the sharp dagger was a little bit off when it was pierced from the back of the heart. Can pierce the heart in an instant. The severe pain in the vertebral heart made the big man hissing instinctively, and then he was overwhelmed by the boundless pain wave and lost consciousness. Hu Yozong is one of the leaders of the Imperial Security Bureau. He is extremely favored by the Emperor. He can serve as his guard. He is either a martial arts master or a military master with outstanding marksmanship. He is a killer who has seen blood on the battlefield. The technique was swift and neat. The black shadow attacking made a mistake with a knife. His wrist was turned, the sharp dagger was twisted and twitched, and at the same time he loosened the strangled head, drilled into the room, and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. What? Later, there was a stern and miserable howl in the other rooms. Since it has been exposed, Hu Yozong and his guards and secret spies no longer concealed sneak attacks. They directly fired with guns and open flames. However, those who entered the house searched. Many of the big guys reacted very quickly. Hearing the screams of his companions, he quickly withdrew, holding swords and axes on guard outside. Boom! If those few screams hadn't awakened the residents of the nearby streets and the whole city, this crisp gunshot completely cut through the silent night, and many people were awakened in their sleep. Ignite. See the target aiming and shooting. On the roof, Jarrett, who had been calm and composed, was taken aback by the sudden screams, and then heard the crisp gunfire. Knowing that the sneak attack had failed, so he had to order his men to attack and fight for those in the city. The patrol and the garrison killed Hu Yozong and the gang before responding and retreated. A torch was ignited and thrown from the roof of the house to the courtyard, reflecting the courtyard as soon as the mansion entered. The dozens of sturdy men who left the house and guarded outside the house with swords were bold enough. They worked in groups of two. He rushed into the house with a sword, and soon there were loud shouts and ping-pong fighting. In the sound of the crash, the two sturdy men who rushed into the house broke through the window and flew out. They fell into a gourd in great embarrassment. Zardanian, holding a shotgun, followed and jumped out of the broken window. The short spear has turned into a cold glow, which stabs one of the sturdy men in the throat. Aim at the target and shoot again. Jarrett was standing on the roof, condescending to see clearly. He was busy telling his gunman to aim at the target and shoot again, so as not to accidentally injure himself. He turned his head and looked back while speaking. His pupils shrank suddenly. Subconsciously roared, "Be careful, there are enemies on the roof." More than a dozen flaming torches were thrown down the courtyard, and the courtyard where the mansion entered was as bright as the sun, but the roof was still dark. He saw a dark shadow flying across the roof. Fast enough he was stunned. All he saw in his vision was a phantom flying by like electricity. Almost thought it was a terrifying ghost in the legend. Lydia leapt like flying on the roof. In a few breaths, she killed all the sturdy men who were holding the rifle and aiming at Zhao. She also stepped on the rifle with a step on the rifle, secretly and softly. The unmatched inner strength destroyed the rifle. Boom! Waiju was ordered to protect Empress Lydia, and Empress flew up to the roof. He naturally flew up and crouched in the shadow of the roof. He took out the revolver and aimed at Jarrett. The boy yelled. The goal is very obvious. It is probably a big fish. What? Jarrett only stared at Lydia, who was leaping like flying. Waiju hid in the dark and put a cold spear. He was shot in the right thigh. He suddenly let out a stern cry, rolled and fell from the roof with a bang. The earth shook for a while. Jarrett was doomed to bad luck tonight, was shot in the thigh and broke his left arm when he landed, causing him to faint alive with pain. The two guards next to Jarrett were taken aback. When they were hesitating whether to chase Lydia or jump down to save someone, a flower suddenly appeared in front of them. Lydia had rushed towards them and frightened the two of them. A big jump, both holding swords, cut left and right. The martial arts of the two guards are among the top masters in the Western continent. They are not only fast, but also powerful in their swords. They saw the heavy broad-bladed épée in their hands with unmatched strength and slashed across Lydia's waist. I was relieved. I thought that the enemy was a terrible master, but I didn't expect the martial arts to be sloppy. It was just that the body was extremely flexible. It's okay to pretend to be a ghost at night and scare people. It's really useless when you are desperate. Hey, that's not right. Did not see the corpse cut into two pieces by the heavy sword. When the two of them reacted, both felt a sudden pain in their vertebral heart. The boundless waves of pain were like a sudden night, which drowned them in an instant, and two corpses that had lost their lives rolled down from the roof, banging. There were two bangs, and there was another shaking on the ground. Most of Lydia's actions are sexual, but she is not bloodthirsty. But because of the terrifying identity of the master of the magic door, she was blackened into a terrible murderer by the so-called chivalrous men of the rivers and lakes, and she killed most of them. To rape the wicked person, or really provoke her to Mao, she is killing her tonight. That is, Jarrett and others provoked Mao. If you want to kill her, you have to pay the same borrowing price. Bang bang bang. There were three sturdy men on the roof. They were all Jarrett's guards. They reacted so slowly. Waiju fired 3 shots and killed them. 3 corpses rolled down the roof. Chapter 724. Bang bang bang. Boom. Huyozong. The guards and the secret agents had a revolver shotgun, and some even double guns. They fired ping-pong at the enemies that came up. They even used the powerful grenade. They also carry a few long-range rifles and 2 sniper rifles, but the long guns fight fiercely in the house, which is far less convenient than the short guns, so they are not used. The grenade is also a weapon for street fighting. To ensure their own safety, even if it's the house I live in, and the picture is correct. Although there were many people in the Tulip Club, the battle was completely one-sided. Jarrett, who was in charge of leading the team, was shot and fell into a coma and was unconscious. There was no command. Huyozong and others not only had guns, but also powerful grenade. Tulip Club people were killed and wounded, and the only remaining people were scared and scurrying. Lucky got into the dark alleys and escaped. The hapless head bumped into the oncoming patrolmen and garrisons, or surrendered obediently, and those who wanted to escape or resist were bombarded with chaotic guns. The fierce gunshots and earth-shattering explosions of grenades awakened everyone in the city. The patrols and garrisons in the county didn't respond too slowly, except for a small group of people to protect the county government. All the others shot. With good luck, They caught 3 thugs who had abandoned their weapons and surrendered. They shot and killed 5, then blocked the entire street, and then surrounded the entire mansion. However, the riots were over, not moving. Soldiers and patrolmen pouring in from the gate pointed their guns at Hu Yozong and others sitting in the hall. "Call your sir." Facing the muzzle of dozens of black holes, Hu Yozong didn't change his color, sitting with a golden sword, Zhao Danian and other guards standing behind him. The garrison commander, Second Lieutenant Guan Ruofei, and the deputy director of the police station, Zhao Peng, came in surrounded by several soldiers, and looked at Hu Yozong who was sitting in front of him. His heart jumped, and his heart faintly guessed a certain possibility. In recent years, since Gong Tangfeng, the commander-in-chief of the Second Army, returned to Beijing to recuperate, the Western continent has been a little uncomfortable. It can be said that in the entire Slok province, except for Florida County, there have been too many other counties. Now, even the emperor who is far away in the imperial capital knows that the eastern continent has been rectifying for several rounds. Many corrupt officials have been punished by law, and their heads have fallen by hundreds of thousands. There have been several rounds of cleansing in the country, and I guess with my toes that it's the turn of the provinces in the western continent. The predecessor of the Imperial Security Bureau is the notorious Black Guard, which is the promi of the emperor. The emperor's eagle-eyed dog must use the Imperial Security Agency to verify the incriminating evidence of certain officials. However, those officials who are targeted by the Imperial Security Agency will have a lot of fun, unless they are honest officials who are honest and sit upright. They will not be afraid. The man sitting in front of the Ma Jintao might be an officer of the Imperial Security Bureau. He was secretly investigated by the Emperor's decree. He only looked at the uninjured and shocking aura of others, which is by no means ordinary people can pretend. Yes, that is a powerful aura that can only be possessed by a strong person who has been at the top for a long time. Zhao Danian handed Hu Yozong's ID card to Guan Ruofei. Zhao Peng came over and took a look. The expressions of the two changed, and the ID in their hands almost fell to the ground. They have never met Hu Yozong, but they have also heard of his name. The Hu General of the Imperial Security Bureau was deeply loved by the Holy Family. He made countless officials envy him. At the same time, he was afraid of King Yama. Now, this evil god sit in front of them. Guan Ruofei and Zhao Peng were about to salute. Seeing Hu Yozong's colors, they waved to signal that all of their subordinates exit the hall and assisted Hu Yozong's subordinates to clean up the corpses in the courtyard. Previously, Hu Yozong and others used several grenades to make some of the flammable contents in the room flammable. The object was ignited. Fortunately, the men put out the fire in time, otherwise it might cause a fire and turn the entire street into ashes. The two performed well. This general will report the truth to the emperor in the secret book. Congratulations. Hu Yozong pointed to the chair next to the table and motioned to Guan Ruofei and Zhao Peng to sit down and talk. He did not fool the two of them, but was quite satisfied with their reactions, and also affirmed to them, and to the officials of Florida County, he would truthfully report and recommend to the emperor. Of course, he would also win over and encourage him. This means that such an official can be regarded as a clear stream in the corrupt officialdom of the Western continent, and it is indeed rare. General Xie, who supported Guan Ruofei and Zhao Peng, just sat down and immediately got up and saluted. If they didn't understand what Hu Yozong said, they would have been in vain. Congratulations meant that they were going to be promoted and made a fortune. They were so excited that they almost shouted loudly. Get up to vent the uncontrollable ecstasy in your heart. They are dedicated to their duties, conscientious and conscientious. Seeing the promotion of other people's promotion, and the wealthy, it is a lie to say that they are not depressed and entangled in their hearts, but after thinking about them, they persisted. Although they also used their powers to take care of some relatives and friends, they also had some great income, which violated some principles, but at least they did not dare to cross the red line that would lose their heads and even rob their families. The officials in the entire county of Florida are here. The corrupt officialdom of the Western continent can indeed be regarded as a stream of officialdom. Hu Yozong made a gesture of asking to sit down, cleared his throat, and slowly said something. As far as the current situation is concerned, his identity is temporarily inconvenient to expose. He also asked the two to keep secrets strictly, and there is no need to send soldiers to guard him. If I can handle it, I will have results in another 10.5 days, and I hope that the two of them will continue to maintain their current good styles. The Emperor's wise and martial arts are all in his eyes, and will not wrong a good person, nor will he bury talents, and wait for the result with peace of mind. Of course, it is not just sitting and waiting. At least the public security and order in the county of Florida must be done well, and strict vigilance should be taken to ensure the safety of the county. As for the escaping thugs, they will escape if they escape. There is no need to spend a lot of time and disturb the people of the city. It's not that Hu Yozong didn't want to catch those thugs, but that people might have escaped from the city. In the battle to attack and conquer the Principality of Throk, the Imperial Army encountered strong resistance from the soldiers and civilians of the city of Florida. This was originally strong, easy to defend and difficult to attack. 3 large gaps in the city collapsed by artillery bombardment have not been filled so far. Only some tree stumps are used to seal it horizontally. Even if the city gates are closed, people in and outside the city can sneak out or sneak in. It is estimated that those thugs Yao Yao has long since escaped. The mayor of Florida County and other officials once reported that they asked for funding to build the damaged city wall, or use the taxes collected by the county as the cost of repairing the city, but they were all rejected by the boss, and it was a personal approval by the emperor. The reason is very simple. Now is the era of hot martial arts. The strongest city is full of scum in front of the cannons. A lot of money is spent on repairing the walls. Isn't it wasted in the water? In addition, after the world is peaceful, the empire will be thriving. After a few years of development, it will gradually enter a prosperous age. The life of the people will be moistened, and there will not be too many entertainment programs at night. Naturally, they will make villains, anyway, affordable. In the next 10 to 20 years, the empire will usher in an era of population explosion. The city walls have become obstacles restricting the development of counties and towns. Instead of wasting a lot of money to repair the city walls, it is better to invest this money in the infrastructure construction of the people's livelihood. To improve the living environment and conditions of local people, the ministers directly called the Emperor Shengming and looked forward and made them admire them. Chapter 725. A gamble. When Guan Ruofei and Zhao Peng left, they took away all the corpses, leaving behind a savvy inspector Li Zedong. If you have anything to do with Hu Yozong, you only need to tell Li Zedong to do it. The care of the two also made Hu Yozong very satisfied. General, except for the thief, Gerrit, everyone else has recruited them. They are all from the Tulip Club, but they are all young people. Niang has already taken over. One of his secret agents came to report to Hu Yozong with an embarrassed expression on his face. He is a master of torture. There are at least several hundred prisoners who have been tried. They all confessed obediently under his various methods, but this time he encountered a particularly tough pattern. Ritter gritted his teeth and accepted all kinds of hospitality from him. Flush the toilet for a month. Hu Yozong glared at him fiercely. Not only was his subordinates shameless, even he felt ashamed. The big gold sign of the Imperial Security Bureau was smashed, and the Donggong Empress had to do it herself. Yes, the torture master bowed his head. Brushing the toilet for a month is just a small punishment. This is also a punishment for some rookies who made mistakes by the brothers in the bureau. The embarrassing thing is that this old bird also missed his hand. One day, however, he also admired Trit very much. Indeed, a tough guy who was not afraid of death. It didn't take long for Li Ji to come out from inside, and under the magical magic of the magic door, the tough guy who is not afraid of death has to confess. And Gerrit is also one of the members of the Tulip Club and knows many secrets. However, The useful value of the confession is not too much. The main reason is that this man has well-developed limbs and simple mind. Although he is exposed to the coarse secrets, he only acts as a high-level thug. With Ataf's insidious cunning, I will definitely not stay at the Sroki Inn and wait for us to catch it. It is estimated that this will go early to inform the people of the York family manor that they ran away overnight. Hu Yozong looked depressed and was busy. One night, nothing is useful. Not always. Li Ji lowered her head and pondered for a while before she expressed her opinion. Since Ataf was sinister and cunning, she must have a lot of thoughts. This kind of people are often suspicious. The so-called wise man must be misbehaving. Although he ran away and informed all the people in York Village have been transferred, but there must be a trace of luck before the matter is confirmed. If you were Ataf, what would you do? Li Ji asked while looking at Hu Yozong. Well, I will leave a few confidants in the city to observe the reactions of the garrison, patrol and everyone in the city. Hu Yozong lowered his head and thought about it for a while, assumed himself as Ataf, imitated his mentality and thought, after roughly imagining all kinds of possibilities, suddenly realized that they were not completely out of opportunities. Well, we can take a gamble. Li Ji nodded. She deserves to be the security bureau chief whom the emperor relies on. It's easy. Anyway, the chance is close to zero. Then just gamble. If you lose, you won't lose. If you win, you will get bigger. And they bet. The reason is certain psychology of human sex. Xi Niang mentioned it. Hu Yozong stood up and solemnly saluted a mighty military salute. Although the Donggon Niang loved to mess around and made him a headache for her safety, she had to admit that the Donggon Niang's blessing made him worship several times. Can be touched by the blessing of the empress general who don't have to be polite. They are all doing things for your majesty. Li Ji waved her hand and turned back to the room. She had already helped all the people who should help, and the rest depended on Hu Yozong's own abilities. Of course, she had to have a trace of luck. Inspector Li, please run and call Lieutenant Guan and the chief and deputy directors of your bureau. Hu Yozong thought for a while before saying to Inspector Li Zedong, yes. Li Zedong raised his chest and saluted, then turned and hurriedly left. Although he did not know the true identity of Hu Yozong, he only looked at Guan Ruofei and Zhao Peng's respectful attitude towards Hu Yozong. Guessing with his toes, he knew that this master must be a member of the imperial capital. If you perform well, you may be lucky. Not long after, Guan Ruofei and Li Peng came back hurriedly, along with the county magistrate Liu Xun. After some courtesy, Hu Yozong confessed, and the three left. Early the next morning, the county officials, with the cooperation of the patrol police, announced what happened last night. The rioters attacked the officials. Fortunately, the garrison and patrol officers responded promptly and defeated the rioters. The damage caused was not large. According to the imperial law, the captured 8 thugs executed the shooting. The people in the city breathed a sigh of relief. The sound of ping-pong guns and earth-shaking explosions did not stop until midnight. Everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to sleep anymore, and were always anxious. Wait till dawn. The execution ground was located by the woods outside the South City Gate. There were thousands of people onlookers who formed a dense circle. 2 platoons of soldiers guarded death row prisoners, and patrols were responsible for maintaining order on the scene. 8 bruised and bloody condemned prisoners were tied to 8 wooden stakes. Except for Jarrett's constant yelling, the other 7 remained silent, standing still like a tree stump. Just face color is pale and bloodless. It's not that these 7 death row prisoners didn't want to speak out, yelling at Hu Yozong for not keeping their promises. They all confessed, but they were shot to death. However, their numb and dumb AQ points were all controlled by masters, and they couldn't struggle and speak loudly. Can only keep cursing in my heart. However, in the eyes of some people, they are loyal and patriotic. Jarrett has been screaming and yelling. The soldier who executed the torture became impatient. He got a piece of rag and blocked his mouth. Then, under the command of the officer, 8 soldiers aimed their guns and pulled the trigger. Although the 2 thugs were shot, they didn't hit the mark and they were still struggling. After 2 shots, they were finally quiet. The big pit was dug early in the woods, and the body was thrown into the pit, and then filled with dirt. Even if someone was lucky enough to not die, it was filled with dirt and died of suffocation. Hu Yozong was sitting in the lobby and drinking tea leisurely. On the surface, he seemed very calm, but he was a little nervous. Although he lost the game and didn't lose anything, he still hoped that he could win. Until the evening, even when the city gate was closed, Li Zedong finally came in to report that the York family members had returned to the manor. "Very well, this general will remember all your contributions, ha ha." Hu Yozong laughed and patted Li Zedong on the shoulder as a sign of encouragement. His people were all stared at. They could only use other people to spy on the York family members. Obviously, the treacherous Attaf fell into the hole. Yes, he won the bet. General Xi supported. Li Zedong's chest swelled and he saluted a military salute. No wonder I have been hearing magpies screaming these days. It turned out to be my brother's luck. Of course, the persistence over the past few years has not exceeded the red line of court laws, and finally got through it. It's hard work and willingness to come. Seeing Li Zedong's departure, Hu Yozong smiled. The court wanted not only talents, but more importantly, good officials who were dedicated to their duties. For such officials, he wouldn't mind writing in a secret book and reporting to the emperor. Chapter 726 Strict Control. Although he succeeded in fooling it into the pit, Hu Yozong and the others could not do anything except send someone to monitor it secretly. They could only wait patiently for Mu Chunfing to lead the arrival of the First Legion before launching the net-closing operation. A mansion in Agena County. There were 7 or 8 people in the study, including people from the east and the west. Staff Officer Wu was swearing at the righteous Jarrett, who had become a corpse and buried in the soil. Although he was a radical, he tended to take some extreme actions. The matter was so serious that he didn't even dare to be the master, and he had to consult a few bigwigs before he could make a decision. But what people didn't expect was that during the period when he asked the boss for instructions, Jarrett didn't follow the order and acted without authorization. If he succeeded, it would be better to say that the result was a complete defeat. If they are all dead, it's fine. Several people have been arrested. The only people who are fortunate enough to be captured alive are dead men. They gritted their teeth and did not confess under torture. They were all executed by gunshots in the end. All were relieved. Damn Jarrett, I smashed everyone. I put you two by his side. In addition to assisting and cooperating with him, the purpose is to supervise. But you disappointed me too much. With a gritted expression of hatred, Grand Knight Attaf cursed Jarrett, who was so dead that he could no longer die. He really cursed Jarrett from the bottom of his heart for incompetence. Even if the attack failed, he took advantage of the time and place. His absolute advantage. Even if he doesn't win the attack, he still loses so badly. Really incompetent, rice bucket, idiot, pig. However, he still praised Jarrett for his bravery and bravery. If there are many warriors like Jarrett in the Empire, why can't it be restored? Anyway, Jarrett is dead, and there is still value to be used after death. So he can only wrong Jarrett lying in the ground again, and push all the responsibility on him. Let him be the man of the pot. In fact, even if Jarrett is not dead, this pot is still betrayed. This is a very serious matter. Someone must carry this pot. Apart from Jarrett, no one is more suitable than him. Therefore, Jarrett destined to die. The only difference is that he did not die in his hands, but was shot by the government. For the great cause of the restoration of the empire, sacrifice is inevitable. It depends on whether the sacrifice is worthwhile. As for the 2 subordinates who were scolded by him, they were purely supporting actors in the play, and they were just cooperating in the play. In general, although the action failed, his goal was achieved. This action, whether it was a failure or a failure success, his goal can be achieved, but he also hopes to succeed. The muscles in the corner of Staff Wu's eyes twitched, and a cold flash of light flashed in his eyes. He didn't believe Attaf's nonsense, but they needed Attaf Wu more than ever, so they could only hold back for the time being. Biao. Anyway, this is our fault. I failed to control Jarrett. Staff Wu, I'm really sorry. I sincerely apologize to you in the name of the family. Atta put his right hand to his chest and bowed and apologized to Staff Wu, and then groaned. The two subordinates placed two small wooden boxes on the table, and Ataf pushed a box in front of Staff Wu. A mere apology is not a respect, so please let Staff Wu laugh. Staff Wu opened the box, his eyes were squinted by the golden color light that flashed suddenly, and his mouth couldn't help but grin. There was a small box full of golden shining gold. There were 500 l's in his heart. His resentment vanished in an instant. Ataf pushed another small wooden box full of gold and patted it with his palm. Staff Officer Wu opened it, and nodded in satisfaction. After closing the box, he said to Ataf, "You know, the wind is a bit tight these days. This is the last deal. I understand that there will be opportunities in the future, Wu. Our cooperation is very happy, thank you. I like you very much." Ataf smiled and snapped his right hand. Seeing Ataf's mysterious smile, Staff Wu was taken aback and looked at him puzzled. A pair of twin sisters who wore pink and color mopping floor dresses, with exquisite features and delicate features, came in slowly, and both bowed in salute to Ataf and Staff Wu. Staff Wu's eyes lit up. The face of an angel, the figure of a devil, and the twin sisters. He was just like this. Ataf knew his tastes and preferences very well. He accepted this gift unceremoniously. After the twin sisters retreated, Staff Officer Wu told Ataf with a serious expression. Ataf repeatedly nodded and patted his chest to ensure that he would not poke a big basket in the future, and fully cooperate with the actions of the big brothers. Rest assured to arrange it. After the staff and others were sent away, Ataf's smiling face instantly became somber and scary. Bah! Insatiable vampire. A confidant spat at the back of Staff Wu and the others, gritted his teeth and greeted Staff Wu and others' ancestors. "We will get it back hundreds of times in the future," Ataf said calmly. In order to get guns and ammunition, they had to cooperate with Staff Officer Wu and the big guys behind him to buy arms at a high price dozens of times. They knew it was a huge pit, but they could only grit their teeth and jump into the pit. Who prevents them from making advanced firearms? In fact, it's not that they couldn't make it. During the Western continent's allied forces against the Zhou Empire's invasion, they seized some of Zhou's firearms on the battlefield. After disassembly and research, they were able to imitate them, but the production technology and equipment were backward. The reason is that the output is maddeningly low. When the technology for making guns is mature, all empires in the Western continent have been destroyed by the Zhou Empire, and everyone has no time to escape. Where can I take care of the machinery and equipment of the military workshop and the skilled workers? After they stabilize, I want to look back and want to get guns again. It was only then that it was too late. As a transgressor, Yi Tan knew the terrible sex of the flood of guns in his heart. That's why he ordered a nationwide ban on guns, especially in the remote Western continent. Not only guns were banned, but he made a secret decree to remove all scientists from the Western continent. Calendar scholars, writers, etc., workers and craftsmen who made firearms and machinery with a family name, and their families were forcibly moved to the Eastern continent for resettlement, providing them with good living conditions and working environment, and providing them with good living conditions and working environment for the empire. Contribute all the strength. Most of these talents have been well placed and become elites in the empire. Not only have their welfare benefits doubled, but they have even entered the upper class society of the empire, making many people envy them. Of course, these talented people are all talents who know the current affairs. And there are also those who do not know the current affairs. They would rather die than work for the empire than move away from their homeland. The end is not a mysterious disappearance or wine. Drunk fell into the river, drowned in a stinking ditch, stabbed to death by a wandering drunk, killed by a frightened carriage and so on. In addition, I did not know how to commit a serious crime, was arrested and imprisoned, and died in jail in a daze. The circumstances were different, but the results were the same, and they all evaporated. Chapter 727. More than that, the Emperor's control of the Western continent can be said to be severely frenzied. Even if it's just a general iron shop, There must be a special official to supervise and manage it. The iron shop is concentrated in a certain place in the city. It is registered and registered. After a strict review, the business certificate can be obtained, and the business certificate can be obtained. Only agricultural tools can be built in order to start business. The orders and tools created by customers need to be recorded. Iron ore purchased must be strictly registered. As long as there is an abnormal number, a dedicated official must come down, investigate and discover problems that must be strictly investigated and business qualifications revoked. The other is the management of culture and education, which is also very strict. It takes a long time to separate the East and the West on the mainland, and culture and education are the most important. As for the people's livelihood and other aspects, they are open and benefit the most. They are the poor people at the bottom. This is also the main reason why many people in the Western continent supported the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, and were not fooled by some people to make trouble. It is only a handful of people who are really making trouble. These people are all rich and powerful people who have benefited in the past. They have lost their interests. Of course, they hate Diezu to the bone and instigate some ignorant people to make trouble. It is also a normal act of revenge. If Diezu is willing to give up some benefits, these people will definitely change their positions and throw themselves into Diezu's embrace. In fact, it is not that Diezu was reluctant to give up some benefits, but for various reasons. The cake is so big, there are too many people who want to divide it, and it is impossible to distribute them equally, otherwise the cake will not have much fascination. There are some people who are too greedy, not only unfaithful and obedient, but also threaten the imperial court with a century-old family sign. To this kind of person, the emperor of Diezu only said one word: extinction. What's the news from the arsenal? Ataf asked. The penetration of the arsenal was an extremely important part of their plan for national restoration, and he had been paying close attention to it. The Great Zhou Empire conquered the western continent, but due to the long distance, the transportation of military materials was extremely inconvenient. In order to reduce the logistical pressure and ensure that the guns and ammunition could be delivered to the front line in time, the Great Zhou had set up arsenals in several principalities in the western continent. An arsenal was set up in Angna County in the Principality of Slok. Ataf and others want to restore the country. What they lack most is advanced rifles and artillery. Although they bought some guns and ammunition through the way of General Staff Wu, the price is too expensive, and there are various huge expenses. Owning Jinshan and Yinshan is not enough. If you can successfully enter the arsenal, the benefits are too many to mention. Difficult, too difficult. His confidant shook his head and sighed. He sent several groups of people to the arsenal, but the guards and audits in the arsenal were too strict. A slight change was immediately discovered. The people sent were either shot dead or captured on the spot. Fortunately, they were all killed. Single-line contact. Even if the captured person cannot survive the torture and defection, it will not provide any useful information. It does not mean that everyone who was sent out failed, but 2 successful ones got involved. But because the arsenal's strict management review system has almost changed too much, even if they succeeded in getting involved, they got some secrets they wanted. But there is no way to pass the information out. Damzaran, Ataf gritted his teeth and cursed for a while before confessing his 2 confidants' hands, then waved them to retreat, and sat down and meditated. Recently, the wind has been tight. He has issued an order for everyone to temporarily stop their activities. However, during this period, he still needs to cooperate with Staff Wu to carry out a wave of big operations. The people involved are all abandoned children for sacrifice, but they can also get from it. Make another profit. The biggest headache for him now is the garrison that is about to change defenses. There is no one in this world who dislikes gold, silver, jewelry and beauties. He believes that under the offensive of money and beauties, there is no one who does not fall. He just got a headache. The previous year's efforts were wasted, and he had to spend a lot of money to bribe and invest again. The damn emperors had to change defenses for 2 years and he had to spend a lot of money to relay out. Anjena County, East 6 Village. Dongliu Village is located in a mountain valley nearly 50 miles east of Angena County. It is one of the poorest villages in Angena County and the poorest of the 6 villages to the east. Dongliu Village was originally an unnamed small village with a population of less than 1,000 people. After the Great Zoo eradication of the Principality of Slok, a series of rectification and management were carried out. All villages were retaken according to the geographical location and the distance from the county seat. Name: there are 6 villages on the east side of the county seat of Angna, East 6 Village, and 6 villages are at the end. The war killed countless young men on the battlefield. Many families lost their sons and brothers, many children lost their fathers, and many wives lost their husbands. In Dongliu Village, with fewer than 1,000 people, more than 200 young and middle-aged people were forced into the army by nobles and went to the front line to fight. Nearly half of them died on the battlefield. A small number of people who returned alive were also disabled. It's a blessing to come back alive. However, after the demise of the Principality of Losk, the population of East 6th Village did not decrease. On the contrary, it was nearly half of the population. Some of the extra population fled to escape the war, and some were displaced by the government. Most of the resettlers were moved from more remote and poor mountainous areas. After the war, the government re-registered the population, remeasured the land, allocated according to the head, unified planning of the houses in the village, rebuilt, and allocated according to the head of the household, and can also get free distribution of grain, farm tools and other things. Coupled with preferential policies such as the exemption of 2 years of taxation, the stupid pen refused to relocate, and the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was hundreds of times better than those vampire nobles. At this time, 15 young people in the village, headed by Ike, were carrying forks, hoes, firewood and axe and other working tools, talking and laughing out of the village. Most of them were childhood playmates and good buddies when they grew up. Good brothers, although a few are newly migrated, they are basically integrated, and there is not much separation. Because it is close to the mountainous area, there is not a lot of arable land. In addition, the busy farming season has passed. Young and vigorous young men will enter the county to do odd jobs and earn more money to support their families. Ike and the others have received a single job: go to the manor of a certain aristocratic master in Yunwu Mountain and wait for the aristocratic master to arrange work. Ike is the strongest in the village and the one who fights hardest. He has traveled to many places, is knowledgeable, has a very clever person, and has been on the battlefield, so he deserves to be the leader of this group of young people. Everyone talked and laughed and walked on the bumpy country roads. When passing through the 5 villages, there were also a dozen young and strong young men from the 5 villages who came out of the village and joined the team. Travel in the direction of the mountain. They are all poor people. They are all wage earners who have gone out to work together, and they are also neighboring villages. The villages usually take care of each other, and there is no major friction. It is normal to go out and group together. Chapter 728. With the arrival of the 1st Regiment of the 1st Army Cavalry Division in Froda County, Hu Yozong breathed a big sigh of relief. He and Mu Chunfing have always exchanged letters, exchanged news, and discussed matters. He wrote in the letter the current situation, although he complained about the pressure, but he didn't ask Mu Chunfing for help. He remembered this favor. The cavalry regiment fought and stayed in the Froda County under the guise of the front station. A large barracks had already been prepared in the city. There were several more outside the city, all prepared for the 1st Regiment that was about to change defense. The troops arrived. You can settle in and rest. Although the cavalry regiment arrived, Hu Yozong did not take any action. He lay in the lazy chair and read the newspaper every day, and did nothing. In fact, he already had too much information in his hand and he did not investigate anymore. It's necessary. Maybe it's still possible to stun the snake. It's better to wait patiently for Mu Chunfing's 1st Legion to arrive. Hu Yozong did not move. The situation seemed to be calm. at least on the surface. However, this calm made some people feel uneasy. With the arrival of the cavalry regiment, the sense of crisis in his heart became more and more intense. Also open more frequently. On the morning of the third day when the cavalry regiment arrived in Florida County, nearly 30 carts of cavalry were guarded by a company of cavalry. Cast a curious glance, and then continued to bury his head on the road. It is normal for the army to escort military supplies to start the journey, and the local people have long been used to it. Unless they are deliberate insiders, they can't see anything unusual. After leaving the county town of Florida, the team turned to the side road and walked on the back roads with fewer pedestrians. Even on the official roads, most of the time they rest during the day and go on the road at night, which is very low. At noon on the third day away from the boundary of Slock Province, the team drove slowly on the bumpy trail. For some reason, the wheel of a carriage suddenly broke, and the whole team had to stop. Several coachmen were busy repairing it. Replace wheels. What the hell is this? The curtain of a carriage was lifted, and the middle-aged lady sitting inside was grumbling with dissatisfaction. The road was bumpy and the journey was too slow, even if the carriage was covered with a thick layer. Jindian, the pampered, she was still crushed all over and she was about to fall apart, which made her extremely dissatisfied with returning home. Sister-in-law, please bear it. This is what Master Guan has repeatedly confessed. Be loc. Try to be as loc as possible. The leader of the team was a lieutenant colonel, who accompanied the smiling face to explain that he knew the reason for his unhappy elder sister, but it was not what she thought. She misunderstood her eldest brother. Report to Captain Ku, we encountered the 1st Battalion, 2nd Regiment, Cavalry Division, 1st Legion. The subordinates who had been out for reconnaissance came back to report, and their expressions were a little nervous. They were the guard company of Master Guan, and they were the confidants of Master Guan. They naturally knew a lot of confidential matters. In addition, before the departure, Master Guan repeatedly confessed this more clearly the reason for quietly escorting his wife back to Beijing. Head Ku jumped in his heart and frowned. He is already loc enough. Why is he so unlucky? With the rumbling of hoofs, a team of cavalry rushed forward. The leading officer came to Captain Ku, jumped off his horse, and saluted a military salute. See you at Waterbridge, 1st Battalion, 1st Army Cavalry Division, 2nd Regiment. Sir. Head Ku raised his hand to salute, which was regarded as a return, but his brow was frowned. Is this a member of the Yanri Empire? Waterbridge Dance Sword is indeed a member of the Yanri Empire, a side branch of the Waterbridge family. Originally not seen by the family, when the Great Zhou conquered the Yanri Empire, he decisively chose to act as the leader party and joined the Great Zhou army. Bravery. You must take the lead in every battle, accumulate military merits to get promoted, and have been promoted to the Major Battalion Commander of the Cavalry Division of the 1st Legion when the Western continent was settled in the Great Zhou dynasty. In fact, based on his military merits and qualifications, he is enough to be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, but because of his origin and other reasons, he has always been the rank of Major. Shui Qiao Jian dare not send out even if he has a grievance. He knows his own because of his position. He has been working hard to express himself and strive to join the Zhou Empire household registration. As long as he joins the Zhou Empire status, there will be no obstacles that hinder his promotion. In fact, it doesn't matter even if he didn't join Zhou Empire. He is quite content with the current benefits. The benefits are good, and even his family has benefited a lot. His father is the deputy county magistrate and his brother is the deputy chief of the police station. In the past, those arrogant guys had to bow and salute respectfully when they saw it. All sorts of gifts were flattered, and they came to propose marriage. Thinking about it, it made him scream and roll his eyes at his brother. Now brother makes you can't afford to climb high. He led the cavalry battalion today not by chance encounter with Captain Ku, but was ordered by the commander of the regiment, Mu Chunfeng, to block the road, and please Captain Ku and everyone as a guest. The word please is very learned. Please also the living and the dead. If Head Ku and others cooperate obediently, You can say anything. If you are not obedient, then I'm sorry. Commander Ku, you are under the order of the commander of the army. Please go there for a while. Shui Qiao Giant said politely. He has been in the army for many years, and he has spoken in Mandarin without a foreign accent. Commander Mu has arrived so soon. Since he was invited by Commander Mu, how dare he not let him go? Headk's heart jumped suddenly, and his face changed suddenly. When the news came that the first army had set off, the big guys sent a large number of people to secretly monitor and follow, closely monitoring the speed and movement of the first army. And pass the book. Report to the big guys at any time. According to the marching speed of the First Legion, it would take at least 10 days to reach here at the fastest. But Mu Chunfing appeared here unconsciously. What does this mean? There was a ghost in his heart, and he was trying to find an excuse to dodge. He inadvertently glanced at the cavalry camp of the Shui Qiao sword dance. His face changed slightly, and cold sweats appeared on his forehead. Shui Qiao Jian's subordinates are all riding on war horses, and the carbine for cavalry is placed on the horseback, seemingly random. But the muzzle of the black hole is all directed at him and his subordinates. As long as he dares to refuse, Shui Qiao Jian must turn his face and shoot. If it was before, he dared to use the guard company in his hand and the cavalry battalion of the water bridge to dance the sword. But now, 2 years of garrison life, all kinds of enjoyment, he has already used up his blood and his body. It's broken, plus Mu Chunfing's name. He doesn't even have the courage to resist. Under the guard of the cavalry battalion of the Shui Qiao sword dancer, Head Ku and the guard company and convoy under his command set off again. After traveling for more than 10 miles, they passed a dense area. In the woods, a small-scale simple military camp suddenly appeared in front of him. Before entering Mu Chunfing's temporary headquarters, Head Ku, who was sweating profusely and faced pale, honestly handed his spear to the guards outside the tent, and lowered his head into the handsome tent. Not long after Head Ku entered the handsome account, his guard company was also disarmed by the cavalry battalion of Shui Qiao sword dancer. The commander was not there, and with Mu Chunfing's impressive name, no one dared to resist. All honestly looked like a good baby, generally obedient. Chapter 729, Shaking Conspiracy 1 Angna County, Yunwu Mountain. Yunwu Mountain is located in the north of Angena County. It is a part of the Sogla Mountain Range. It is not high in elevation, but it is named after the perennial clouds and mist on the top of the mountain. But it is not a sacred place for sightseeing, because there are various scary legends. No one dares to enter. At the foot of Yunwu Mountain, there are several large manors, forest farms and pastures, all under the name of several nobles. After the demise of the Principality of Slok, after some cleaning, some die-hard nobles who opposed the Great Zhou Empire either perished or declined. In addition to the centuries-old Kester family retained in this piece of aristocratic industry in Yunwu Mountain, several other aristocratic industries have replaced new owners. Ike and his friends in the same village work in the Kester family's forest farm. Their daily work is to chop down trees, build fences for manors, forest farms, and pastures, provide food and shelter, and have wages every day, and their treatment is fairly sloppy. Ike, this is a fence, it's clearly a fortress. A partner in the same village complained while working. Although he had never been a soldier and had been on the battlefield, he was not stupid. He knew that the former farm in front of him had become a reality after more than 10 days of work. A strong defensive fortress. What does Master Kate want to do? Shut up. Ike glared at him, then whispered, "You don't want to eat the whip? Just shut your mouth and work honestly." The partner's face changed slightly, and he closed his mouth quickly and worked silently. Someone said this a few days ago, but the supervisor was given more than a dozen whips and howled in pain, and hurt everyone. I was scared. Of course, there are also uncomfortable things, but for the sake of good treatment, they can only bear it. Whoever makes them poor can only bear it in order to support their family. Fighting ... It's starting to fight ... Our people are being bullied, brothers, copy guys. A few workers working with them ran from a distance out of breath. yelling loudly while running, and it was Chief Supervisor Turner who took the lead. "What's the matter?" someone asked loudly. "The person on the other side insulted us, called us a hillbilly, and wounded our people. We can't bear it. Those who don't want to be cowards will copy guys and follow me. Fork, dare to bully us? Kill them. Brothers, copy guys, go. Brothers, go. Cowards can stay, hide under the woman's skirt and pray for us. Ha ha, ha ha, that's right. Ha ha. There are more than 200 workers working in the forest farm. Although they come from all directions, they can be regarded as workers who work together. Some workers are bullied by the guy on the other side, and naturally they can't bear it. They all waved the tools in their hands and yelled, not far away, rushed to the pasture. Ike hadn't figured out what was going on. Seeing that his friends in the same village all picked up the guy, and howled and followed Turner, he could only grab the big hammer next to him. More than 230 people are not too many, but due to the sequence of departure and other reasons, the line is very long. The person at the front is almost to the opposite pasture, and the person at the end has just walked out of the forest farm. He's one of the last few in the team. When Ike walked halfway, the front was already on the job. Roaring loudly, everyone speeded up the speed of running. Ike hesitated for a moment, and ran after him, but there was a weird uneasiness in his heart. A feeling of. In the past, aristocratic lords often had various frictions due to territorial issues. In severe cases, they even met with swordsmen and soldiers. Whoever loses will be over. After the reign of the Great Zhou, there will be minor frictions, but no one dares to shoot with real swords. The film really wants to alarm the government to intervene. The party who caused the trouble is not as simple as making a fortune. It may seriously harm the entire family. Therefore, even if there are grievances, they can only be resolved in private, even if it is a few life and death duels. But I never dare to alarm the official. But judging from the current posture, the Kate family is playing unscrupulously. Isn't Master Kate not afraid? Does the government interfere? Of course, the Kate family has a deep background and is also related to the government, but the opposite is also the new nobles who have a better relationship with the government. What does the Kate family dare to play such a big game? When Ike ran to the ranch and saw a deadly corpse lying on the grass, his heart sank instantly. Even if he was playing a big one, he was generally well measured and injured and disabled a lot of people. As much as possible not to cause deaths, occasionally deaths, it is also an accident. But now, the Kate family is playing crazy. You are responsible for transporting things back to the forest farm. When Ike entered the ranch, the battle was over long ago. The guards in the ranch and more than 24 people including the groomsmen were killed. The chief supervisor of Turner was leading the man to the manor farther away, and several supervisors stayed. Next, I ordered the late Ike and others to ransack the ranch and transport valuable things back to the forest farm. Ike didn't dare to speak even if there were thousands of confusion in his heart, and silently followed to carry things. Everyone was irritated, or bewildered, and they all went crazy and turned into bloodthirsty beasts or idiots. Forget about the terrible consequences after the crazy killing and robbery. I'll go and make it easier. I put some saddles on the carriage, and then the supervisor did not pay attention and found an excuse to go around. Everyone was joking and busy moving things. The scene was a little messed up. Ike chased forward under the cover of the building. This was too wrong and made him feel intensely uneasy and fearful. But he couldn't be alone. When he ran away, he brought out a dozen partners, and he had to take them all back, otherwise he would not be able to confess to their relatives. An overseer accidentally spotted Ike while he was running, but looked at the direction he was running, and didn't care much. He just regarded him as a greedy guy. After all, he could get a little benefit by killing him in the manor. If you are lucky, you can make a small fortune. But well, I carried the sledgehammer and ran forward for nearly 4 miles, and he was almost able to catch up with some of the workers behind him, and he could see the manor hidden in the woods in the distance, and he could clearly hear the loud roar of the sky. Obviously, under the command of Turner's chief supervisor. Someone has already been killed in the manor. When he ran to the edge of the woods and just wanted to stop and take a few breaths, he suddenly saw Chief Overseer Turner and a few sturdy men with wide-bladed épées appearing from behind a few big trees, and he was shocked. Jump, and quickly flashed behind a big tree. Uncle Turner, you are too powerful. A few words can stir up these idiot pigs. A brawny man holding a big sword flattered. Of course, don't look at who your uncle is, just learn a little bit. Turner's chief overseer had a sullen look, and he was able to deal with the major events that were confided from above without any effort. Pay attention to counting the number of people after the event. Don't let these pigs go. Let them hold the trophy first, and after the action, it will all be ours. Ha! Ike, who was hiding behind the tree, heard his face pale, and his hands and feet were cold. He was already sure that this was a terrifying conspiracy. Chapter 730 Shaking Conspiracy 2. Ike, who was hiding behind the tree, was wondering how to tell the terrible news to his comrades who had entered the manor. Suddenly, he saw a large crowd on the right. They were holding large swords and spears, bows and muskets, and even the sophisticated rifle was shocked, and quickly moved to the left under the cover of the woods, pulling the distance as far as possible. Almost 2 hours later, the workers came out of the manor one after another, everyone with a happy smile on their faces, their hands full of trophies, beautifully crafted clothes, fine cloths, iron pots, chairs and other things, in short, are valuable things. The chief overseer of Turner has already said that these trophies belong to individuals, and no one can help but grin openly. Stand well, stand in line for Lozi. Under the yelling of more than a dozen supervisors, the workers lined up with grinning mouths. After counting the number, they returned to the forest farm under the supervision of the supervisors, and the group of strong men standing behind the chief supervisor of Turner swarmed into the manor. 10 minutes later, these brawny men came out of the manor cursingly. There were some valuable things left in it, but they were all large objects that were not easy to move. The small objects that were easy to move were all looted by the workers. I got nothing. The chief supervisor of Turner ordered people to set fire, and if a manor soon burst into flames, he would take people away. Ike has been cautiously hiding in the woods in the distance, witnessing these atrocities. He does not know which nobleman the owner of this manor is. In short, it is all over. The most troublesome thing for him at this time is how to deal with the dozens of people in the same village. Bring out the partner safely. There must be no chance now. He will not be stupid enough to put himself in. He can only wait for the dark to move. He walks through the dense woods and makes a big circle before returning to the once felled woods near the forest farm. It was late afternoon, and the workers in the forest farm had just fought another battle. They were already exhausted and no one would work anymore. It was temporarily safe for him to hide in the woods. Ike was so hungry that he screamed, but he could only endure it. He found some wild fruits in the woods to satisfy his hunger and thirst. He squatted patiently on the edge of the woods and silently observed the movement of the camp. What made him uneasy was the guard. The workers have been replaced by those with military standard weapons, and anyone entering or leaving must undergo strict inspections in order to celebrate the victory. The chief supervisor of Turner brought a few large barrels of wine and meat and other food. The workers happily drank and ate meat. It was so lively. Even Ike, who was hiding in the distance, could smell the aroma of wine and couldn't help swallowing drool. After dark, the forest farm lit a torch and a bonfire, and the small half of the forest farm was illuminated brightly. The workers were drunk and many people were lying on the ground drunk. Several supervisors inspected the camp and waved their hands. A group of strong men rushed into the camp to dig through boxes and cabinets, and searched all the spoils that the workers had stolen. They even searched each person one by one without letting go of a copper plate. Ike used the cover of night's color to sneak to the outside of the fence of the forest farm. Peering in through the gap of the fence, seeing this scene, his feeling of anxiety became stronger, but he was helpless. The guard was a bit slack. but he can't get out after going in. He won't stupidly put himself in. He was sticking to the gap in the fence and peering in, when he suddenly felt a shock from the ground, which made him shiver violently, and hurriedly retracted into the darkness. He had been a soldier and participated in a small-scale battle. He knew the reason for the abnormal vibration on the ground. It was caused by hundreds of thousands of people walking in the army, indicating that a large group of people came over this time. Ike's heart was filled with a strong sense of uneasiness. He was hiding in the dark, using the light from the burning bonfires at the gate of the forest farm to watch desperately with his eyes wide open. The chief supervisor of Turner stood outside the gate of the forest farm with dozens of supervisors. When the group of people approached Turner and the others from a distance, the chief supervisor of Turner greeted him with a smile. "Head Captain, you can coming, welcome, welcome." Head Feng Leopard's eyes and beards, looks mighty, and his first impression is that he is a fighter who is good at charging forward, but it is a pity that his bulging belly makes his mighty image a bit discounted. After the Eastern Continent-style handshake ceremony, the two sides made a few polite words. Head Feng waved, and a battalion soldier lined up behind him poured into the forest farm. 10 minutes later, ping-pong guns sounded like firecrackers on holiday. There were even more than a dozen violent explosions. Damn it, this is a massacre. Hidden in the dark, Ike clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, with an expression of grief and anger on his face. Although he could not see the situation inside the forest farm, he could tell what was happening inside from the dense gunfire and explosions. This was a premeditated massacre. All the workers, including more than a dozen partners in the same village, were slaughtered in their deep sleep. No one rose to resist. That was because the drowsy drugs were put in the wine. Everyone was slaughtered in their sleep. The Kate family colluded with the officers and the army. This is an ulterior conspiracy. In order to avenge my friends, I must spread the news so that everyone in the world knows. Ike gritted his teeth and cursed for a while, and when his mind gradually calmed down, he glanced at the forest farm that had calmed down, but exuded a strong bloody smell, and decisively left. It's too dark and there is no torch lighting. Ike can only hide in the woods, climb to a dense tree to rest, wait until the sky starts to light up before climbing down and walking towards the west. He doesn't know who should tell this terrible thing, how to avenge a dozen partners. The first thing that comes to mind is his good buddy and comrade in arms Jackson. Jack's home is in Bahrain County. Bahrain County is located to the west of Angena County, and Ike is walking in the direction of Bahrain County. He didn't know that, like what happened today, there were a total of 3 incidents in the surrounding area of Angena County. 4 new nobles were ransacked by mobs, and more than 200 people were killed and injured. A battalion of garrisons and security regiments cleared out the mob. These are all news on the surface. When Ike walked into Bahrain County, the news had already spread throughout Slok province and was spreading to farther places. Jackson was a poor man. Like Ike, he was forcibly enlisted in the army by the noble master and went to the front line to fight. Fortunately, both of them were alive. Many of his companions died on the battlefield and never returned. After Jackson came back, he happened to meet the County Patrol Bureau recruiting officers. He signed up with the mentality of a try, but unexpectedly was admitted and became a patrol officer in Bahrain County. Although just a small patrolman, don't underestimate it. Although the Big Monday rules the world, there are many opportunities to make a fortune, but it's okay if you don't have money or ability, and you can only help the boss to earn a small salary. To support the family, the patrol is a serious staff member, and the benefits are so good that people are jealous and envy. Anyway, the social status and living conditions of the Jackson family have been greatly improved. Poor people like Jackson, who have no money and nothing to do, can even enter the county police station, which still attracted some people's attention. However, after the secret investigation, no problems were found. In the end, it was nothing. The admission staff was not from the county. It was decided here, the list was reported, and the top board decided to admit it. No matter how you check it, You can't find the top list. When Ike found Jackson's home, the sky was going to darken, and Jackson just came back from get off work. Chapter 731 Information Network. Hi, Ike. Hi, Jackson. As soon as the two good buddies who had survived the battle met, they gave a man-like hug, punched each other a few times, and then let go. Ike, what's the matter? Jackson had seen Ike's condition a long time ago. His clothes were ripped in several holes, covered with mud, and his face was pale and haggard and tired. Is there any alcohol? Ike smiled bitterly. What happened in the forest farm frightened him. He is now hungry, tired and scared. He needs to drink some alcohol to suppress his shock. Okay. Jackson's wife Ann cooked dinner early, and waited for Jackson to have dinner after get off work. It happened that Ike came. Jackson's sister-in-law Emma was also there. Emma was young and beautiful, with a hot body, helping her sister with her work. She saw the brother-in-law's eyes were fiery, intimate and ambiguous, and without the slightest concealment. But Anne, who was a sister, turned a blind eye to Ike's eyes widened. Is that okay? After drinking and eating, the two brothers leaned on the fence in the yard and chatted. Jackson, I didn't expect you to become a patrolman. Well, you are not afraid that Annie will be jealous? Ike looked envious. That's a good job that makes people jealous and jealous. But Emma is your sister-in-law. You gang up openly in front of her sister and your wife. Are you afraid that your wife will be jealous? There was a raging fire of gossip in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Jackson rubbed his hands and grinned. His face was terrifying. Buddy, this is a long story. Let's listen to your brother to tell you slowly. My sister-in-law, Emma, is 16 years old. She is already a grown-up and can be married. Naturally, her father-in-law and mother-in-law are busy giving her Zhang Luo's house. However, the father-in-law and the mother-in-law walked a big circle and found that the neighbors and villagers were very poor. The youngest daughter Emma must have a hard time marrying in the past. It is unrealistic to want to marry a nobleman. Seeing that Emma also likes her brother-in-law, she feels that she is not fat. Outside at Den, he simply married Emma to Jack Chi and let their sisters serve together. It doesn't matter if you have one more person. Anyway, Jackson's salary is enough to support the family, and the sisters can take care of each other when they are together. They say that the brothers are of the same heart, and their strength is broken, and the sisters are of the same heart, killing any crooked minds. Although Jackson has already married his wife, he is still a scented mask. There are still many women who want to hook him up and marry him as concubines. Many come to matchmaking, and they are fair and honest. The father-in-law and mother-in-law have to pay another small amount. The daughter came over to guard against death. Ike smiled bitterly and was both a comrade in arms. The buddies not only mixed up with a civil servant with good welfare treatment, but also married a pair of young and beautiful sisters. But they didn't even have enough food and clothing, let alone married a wife. People, it's really maddening. Ike, what's the matter? The two chatted for a while, and Jackson urged that Ike had saved his life on the battlefield. The two had a good relationship, and he wanted to help. Oh, Ike struggled for a long time before letting out a sigh. He hesitated again when he saw that the Jackson family had a happy life. And finally, under Jackson's urging question, did he tell what happened? Jackson did not speak, but frowned in contemplation. Before he got off work, the Bureau had already convened an emergency meeting to notify all police officers that they were on guard, and not only Ike's words, but Angena County's total today 3 violent chaos incidents occurred. But Ike's statement of the notice in the drawer was obviously different. Jackson, what I said is true, I swear in the name of the family, Ike said solemnly. Well, I believe you, let me think about it. Jackson patted Ike on the shoulder. He believed that Ike would not deceive him, because it would not benefit Ike at all. Not only it did not, but it might also cause a fatal disaster. But the matter was serious and he needed to think about it. In fact, when Supervisor Turner was counting the corpses, he found that Ike was missing, but he did not tell Captain Feng or report to the boss. Instead, he concealed it and let his subordinates secretly search for Ike. They went to East 6th Village. The area was searched, but I didn't want to come to Bahrain County before Ike. Ike, you'll stay at home first, but for your safety, you'd better not go out. Jackson lowered his head and thought for a while, and then told Ike with a serious expression that he had to listen to me if he wanted to survive. Okay, thank you, Jackson. Ike nodded. He knew that Supervisor Turner would send someone to search for him and kill him. If he wanted to survive, he could only listen to Jackson. Besides, he had nowhere else to go. Only Jackson could help him. You have to rest first. I have to go to work. You can rest assured. Jackson patted him on the shoulder, went back to the room and confessed his parents and his wife Ann and Emma before going out. Jackson did go on the night shift. Because of the riots in Angna County, the leaders were worried about accidents and their vacations were cancelled. All police officers stepped up patrols and strengthened security work. However, his shift was 1 hour later. He moved ahead of time. Go out to meet someone. Uncle Vero is one of the many pig killers in Bahrain County. He is too ordinary to be ordinary. Although the slaughter practitioners are low in status, they are still a profitable business. Uncle Vero's small life is still moist, but there is another identity. One of the secret spies of the Bahrain County branch of the Imperial Security Agency. He was drinking a little wine leisurely at home, hearing several short knocks on the door. He quickly got up, opened the door, and frowned when he saw Jackson standing outside the door. Jackson is also a secret spy of the Imperial Security Agency, but he can only be regarded as a peripheral person under investigation. He has an e-line contact with Uncle Vero. Uncle Vero is his referee and his superior. Otherwise, like Jackson, how can people who have no relationship background get into the patrol station? Uncle Vero ushered Jackson into the house and looked out with a vigilant look before closing the door. He knew in his heart that if Jackson didn't have any important information, he couldn't come to him. In front of the recommender and boss, Jackson was very respectful, and he briefly recounted what Ike had said. It's a bit unusual lately, you should be careful. Uncle Vero reminded. Yeah? Jackson nodded and responded, leaving through the back door. After Uncle Vero sent Jackson away, he called his little daughter Lily, asked her to take a pen and paper, and dictate it by herself. Lily's transcript was no way. Who would let him have never read a book and didn't know a single word? Let the little daughter Lily ghostwriter. The youngest daughter Lily goes to school in the county middle school. This is one of the benefits of joining the Imperial Security Agency. Because of the need for work, salary subsidies and some hidden benefits, the youngest daughter Lily was also developed by him as a girl in the Imperial Security Agency. Missy. And it's official, one level higher than Jackson. The Imperial Security Bureau can be said to be pervasive. The secret spies spread all over the world, and it has built a huge intelligence network, especially in the occupied area of the Western continent. The development and lurking of the secret spies several times more than that of the Eastern continent. Mainly the Emperor. Your Majesty is not worried about his control of the Western continent, and he tilts all funding resources here. Uncle Vero hides the written piece of paper in the sole of his shoe, and then goes out. If it is daytime, Lily will send the collected information to a contact place if he has free time, but it is night. He is not at ease, so he goes personally send information. Chapter 732. Husband and wife are the same. Forest bird riot. When the information was sent to Mu Chunfing, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. This riot did not happen sooner or later, but it happened when he was about to arrive in Slok province. It was a coincidence that couldn't be more coincidental. Brother Mu, let me go. Gong Tangfing on the side. The Second Legion was his painstaking effort. He couldn't bear to let those brothers who followed him be born and died. This riot was also a great opportunity. Be careful, rabbits will bite people if they are anxious. Mu Chunfing woke up. He knew in his heart that Gong Tangfing was the commander of the Second Army, and his status and influence in the Second Army were unsurpassed. He would have less trouble if he appeared. And it was also a good opportunity to regain control of the military power. There is no reason to object, but the dog jumps over the wall in a hurry, and the rabbit will bite when he is in a hurry. He still woke up Gong Tangfing and proceeded with caution. Well, I have my own discretion, Brother Mew, thank you. Gong Tangfing nodded. This is a big stain in his military career, which will never be erased. The only thing that can be done is to solve this problem and minimize the impact as much as possible. After returning to his camp, Gong Tangfing called the guard company. Tao chose 30 people from them, dressed in disguise, and left the camp overnight. The rest of the guard company stayed in the camp and obeyed Mu Chunfing's orders. The several riots in Anjena County were launched by the Ataf Knights to cooperate with those behind the scenes. They were all abandoned sons who sacrificed for the great cause of restoration of the country. Therefore, this operation is also called Operation Cannon Fodder. When there is a riot, the garrison must be dispatched to quell the turmoil. The commander of the garrison, Commander Guan Jianyuan, personally leads the 1st and 2nd battalions of the 1st Regiment and consists of Chu, Yan, Han, Jin, Yanri, and Throk empires. The mixed security team went to Pingran. The 2nd Regiment stayed at the arsenal, and 1 battalion stayed at the barracks and the county seat. The timing was pretty good. The day before the 1st Regiment was about to arrive in Florida County. Guan Jianyuan has a ghost in his heart, so he played such a big show. However, he is only a supporting role. Now that the big show starts, he can only wait for the protagonist to appear on the stage nervously. Even though various precautions have been taken, even his family members are quietly sent off. But he still feels guilty in his heart. And even the big guys above are so nervous that he feels even more bottomless. If the Western continent is not unified and the war is still on, he may dare to gamble, but now, the empires of the Western continent are all annihilated, and the world is unified. He doesn't even have the courage to gamble. Fight against. Ouch, General Guan, I'm sorry. Guan Jianyuan was in a daze. The countess who accompanied the wine accidentally spilled wine on his army trousers. She apologized and knelt down and wiped the wine stains on the army trousers with the silk scarf in her hand. Okay. Guan Jianyuan frowned, and immediately stretched it out again. His eyes flashed with a meaningful light of wolf and wolf. He is now leading an army to wipe out the mob. The headquarters is located in the Kate family manor. Count Caitlin is out for business, and the countess is responsible for entertaining. The countess was young and beautiful, and her figure was maddening. Guan Jianyuan was a little fanciful. If it was not too upset, he would have made various hookups and fooled people into bed. However, what he didn't expect was that the countess would take the initiative to hook up and save a lot of effort. He is under great pressure now and needs to be released and decompressed. Maybe the countess can help him decompress. Sorry, it's all my fault, General Guan. I will take you to change your pants, the countess said solemnly. Mrs. Trouble. Guan Jianyuan got up and walked into Count Lian's bedroom with the countess. Several servants stood aside and watched all this silently. Even if they were anxious, it was useless. Guan Jianyuan's guard stood in a room and stared at them with intent. As long as they dare to make changes, they will be chaotic. They chose the former without hesitation because of their own fate and the command of the master. However, there was still a loyal servant who quietly left and ran out of the manor to report to the master for a reward. But he didn't know that there was a group of soldiers following him far behind. Guan Jianyuan changed pants in the bedroom for 2 full hours before coming out, with a contented expression on his face. The young and beautiful countess with a hot figure is also smiling like a flower, and there is a touch of tide on his face that only people who come here understand. Anyone can see it, and the two chatted very happily inside. Of course Guan Jianyuan was happy. The young and beautiful countess not only took the initiative to give her arms, she was also willing to be his underground lover. And she also contributed half of the Kate family's fortune as protection money. This is a true heavenly buy, money and beauty. Double receipt. Stupid pen will refuse. Master is back. A servant came in to report. The countess' heart jumped suddenly, and a look of sadness and despair flashed through her fascinating blue eyes. And then she was angry. This damn fool was so dazzled by jealousy that she forgot what she had said, and screamed. He rushed back. It was like a self-inflicted snare. Well, since you didn't listen to me and wanted to die, it's no wonder that I didn't read a little bit of love between husband and wife. She is a smart woman." When Grand Knight Ataf came to the door and confessed Lian's words, she felt a strong sense of anxiety in her heart, always feeling that Ataf was digging a big hole for the Kate family. But her husband, Earl Lien, was like an evil. He believed in Ataf's words and faithfully implemented Ataf's orders. This made her angry and frightened. For this reason, she quarreled with Lien several times. Finally, Lien was persuaded to go out for a while to avoid the limelight. In order to keep the Kate family safe, she not only sacrificed her lust appearance, but also sacrificed half of her fortune. Not only did she fail to get the slightest good, on the contrary, she also attracted the envy of her husband. She was desperate and her heart died. As if feeling Guan Jinayuan watching her, the countess glanced at him and lowered her eyelids. Guan Jinayuan grinned slightly. When a woman gets cruel, it is really scary, but he likes such a beautiful and smart woman. He slapped Guan Bao, the company commander of the guard company standing next to him, and Guan Bao understood it, nodded, turned and whispered to several guards, who should exit the hall. Lien's face was cold, and he rushed into the hall angrily. His jealousy made him lose his mind. He forgot the warning from his wife. He returned angrily to find Guan Jinayuan to settle the account. Behind him, he followed the Turner supervisor and waited for more than a dozen confidants, holding weapons such as wide-bladed great swords or axes in their hands. The countess didn't make a sound, but looked at him coldly, with strange eyes, as if she was not looking at her husband, but a dead person. Lien seemed to understand the meaning in his eyes, and he was shocked. He remembered his repeated warnings the other day. He was scared into a cold sweat. He was thinking about how to resolve the embarrassment in front of him. He accidentally saw Guan Jinayuan's eyes. The action shuddered so scared that Ling-a-Ling's face suddenly turned pale. General Guan ... What do you want to do? Chapter 733 Controlling the Army. What do I want to do? Don't you understand? Guan Jinayuan played with the revolver in his hand with a joking smile on his face. This idiot was really naive to think that he would help the Kate family to excuse him. He was so stupid that he couldn't say anything, not even a tenth of his wife's. The guy's stupid. There were several riots in Agena County. Although he led the troops to suppress it, it was not enough to confess to the top. There must be a powerful guy to carry it out. Lien is undoubtedly the best backer. At the beginning of the fight, he and the whole family were regarded as abandoned by Ataf. Boom! Guan Jinayuan pulled the trigger before Earl Lien had reacted, and the crisp sound of gunfire echoed in the hall, causing several maids to scream or flee out in panic, or crawl into the bottom of the table with their heads in their hands. Trembling. Why? Count Lien fell straight down. He didn't understand why this happened until he died. Supervisor Turner and the others were all frightened. This is so good. Why did General Guan shoot and kill their master? Bang bang bang. The guards around Guan Jinayuan had already drawn their guns in their hands, and they shot the Supervisor Turner and others who were still in a daze. The Supervisor Turner and others screamed and fell down. Someone reacted and desperately went out of the room. Flee. Guan Jinayuan's guards did not chase them out. Their responsibility was to protect the safety of Guan Jinayuan. Of course, there was also the Countess who was scared and pale. Boom, boom. Supervisor Turner was lying in a pool of blood, struggling in pain. He was shot twice in the abdomen. Will he die in a short while? Several guards came to fill the guns and ended his pain, but he was still panting. Yes, a few shots were made. There was also intensive gunfire of ping pong pong. It was the soldiers who stayed outside who did it. The order they received was to keep the dogs and the chickens. The entire Kate family, including thugs and subordinates, fell in a pool of blood. Among Guan Jinayuan still knows how to pity and cherish Jade. He patted the Countess on the back to soothe him. Then he asked her and the maid to return to the house to collect gold and silver, and took her away from the manor. Some people watched. The Countess is now his woman, and of course she has to take it to a safe place to settle. Next, He will stay outside in the name of a bandit, patiently waiting for the protagonist to appear on the stage. Goodbye to the tricks. As long as he survives this period, it is safe, and it does not matter if the military position is lost. Anyway, he has made enough. It's okay to be a rich man when you go home, as long as you save your life. In Anlona County, the Shuikiaoyu giant sat on a high-headed horse, and led his cavalry battalion imposingly into the city. Patrolmen with guns and live ammunition carefully maintained order on both sides. New bosses were replaced. They didn't know how it would end. To say that you are not nervous and worried is a lie. Wu Yingji, the chief of staff and the 2nd Regiment, Yangdu, personally greeted them at the gate of the military camp that had already been prepared, and there were several school-level officers behind them. Wu Yingji is Guan Jinayuan's most powerful confidant. He was ordered to stay and guard the barracks and the county seat. Of course, the real purpose was to stay to welcome the guests. By the way, he was condescending to find out the news. This was also because he condescended and stood in front of the barracks to greet him. The reason why Shuikiaoyu Jian is the cavalry battalion commander. The commander of the 2nd Regiment, Yangdu, was also Guan Jinayuan's confidant. The responsibility of the 2nd Regiment was to guard the arsenal and to ensure the safety of the arsenal. No matter how courageous Guan Jinayuan was, he would not dare to mobilize the 2nd Regiment to suppress bandits. Shuikiaoyu Jian is a battalion officer, and his rank is lower than that of Wu Yingji and Yangdu. After the salute, he led the cavalry battalion into the barracks. Wu Yingji sent people to prepare to meet him early, and the resettlement work went well. The head army brought fragrant food to entertain, while Wu Yingji and Yangdu dragged Shuikiao Jianwu and a few officers to the mansion for a drink. There were a lot of people inside and outside the cavalry camp to keep watch. The armament workers in Anjena County are located near the barracks. The high fences, dozens of tall watchtowers, layered bunkers, dense barbed wire, sentries with live ammunition, plus Yangdu's 2nd Regiment are stationed there. Inside the arsenal, it can be described as heavily guarded. In front of the gate of the arsenal, a few soldiers carrying rifles were standing next to the sentry booth and chatting. They saw the 3rd Battalion Commander Wang Ten and Deputy Battalion Commander Nan Hongs approaching with dozens of soldiers, and they hurriedly stood up and saluted. Wang Ten waved his hand casually, and walked into the arsenal with dozens of soldiers swaggering. These soldiers are very fast to face, but the sentry just looked curiously. Brothers and patrolmen often come into play, gamble, drink and drink. They have long been accustomed to seeing them. This Commander Wang has a good temper, and his subordinates. The only hobby of the soldiers is to play mahjong on the Great Wall. Their card skills are extremely high, and they win people out. Commander. When Wang Ten and Nan Hongs returned to the camp, they stood up and saluted. Their expressions on their faces were extremely excited. Their scorching eyes looked at a soldier who was undressing and changing clothes. He was the commander-in-chief of the 2nd Army, Gong Tang. Maple. Gong Tangfing changed into a general's uniform, fastened his armed belt, and then nodded to the two of them. Wang Ten and Nan Hong stood up and saluted, and both turned and left. They waited for this moment for too long, and now they can finally do a good job. It didn't take long for the two to return, accompanied by 6 officers, the commanders of the 3 companies, and when they walked into the camp, they were startled when they saw the man in the uniform of the general sitting in the middle of the camp, and then got excited, stood up and saluted. The reaction of the 2nd Company Commander Zhao Zongji and the 3rd Company Deputy Commander Che Tongqing was that their faces turned pale. Che Tongqing's legs were soft and he sat on the ground, while Zhao Zongji turned around and wanted to run out. But Wang Ten was killed by Wang Dan. A palm knife slashed on the neck and passed out on the spot. Gong Tangfing's guards dragged Zhao Zongji, who had passed out, and the car that was sitting on the ground aside for celebration, tied the people firmly with a rope, and blocked his mouth with a torn hair towel. The 2nd Company Commander Zhao Zongji and the 3rd Company Deputy Commander Che Tongqing were Guan Jinayuan's people. They were plugged in the 3rd Camp Siliner, but he did not dare to go too far. The 3rd Company Battalion Commander Wang Tan was once Gong Tangfing's the guard platoon leader. He dared not move others, but he didn't dare to move Wang Tan, so Wang Tan and the 3rd Battalion Commander were seated firmly. Another identity of Deputy Battalion Commander Nan Hong's is the secret spy of the Imperial Security Bureau. The Imperial Security Bureau is pervasive. There are some secret spies in the platoons. They have already received a secret order from Hu Yaozong and fully cooperate with Gong Tangfing. Take control of the army. Gong Tangfing's stern eyes swept across everyone's faces. Wang Tan and the others did not dare to take a breath. The power emanating from the commander's body shook their hearts and made them in awe. I won't say more nonsense. I will not blame the past for the past. I will perform well and redeem my merits. Yes, Commander. Everyone's faces became hot, and then they held their heads up and saluted in unison. During the period when the Commander Huidi was recovering from illness, the original strict military discipline became lax at some point. Many people couldn't stand the temptations to confused, and they all changed unconsciously. They were not clean themselves, but at least they did not obliterate their conscience and crossed the red line. Gong Tangfing promised not to pay attention to the past, let them all breathe a sigh of relief, wanting to redeem the merits. The next step is to perform well. Chapter 734. A series of military orders were issued from the battalion headquarters of the 3rd Battalion. Gong Tangfing did not show his face. He just controlled the most reliable 3rd Battalion through Wang Tan and others, and then asked them to control the commander and deputy company commander and deputy platoon of the 1st Battalion and the 2nd Battalion. The commander banned all the confidants of Guan Jinyunan in the battalions and companies, appointed new company platoon leader, and quickly took control of the entire 2nd Regiment. This is also due to his huge influence in the 2nd Army that no one can replace. In addition, he has a strict command of the army, clear rewards and punishments, and caring for soldiers, which is very popular among soldiers. The lowest-level soldiers and the grassroots officers who built the cornerstone of the army are basically from the poor. Most of them are squeezed out by Guan Jinyuan and his confidants. They have accumulated a lot of grievances in their hearts. What they lack is just an influential leader. Gong Tangfing suddenly appeared in the barracks, naturally responding with 100 responses, and the process of controlling the troops did not fire a shot and went very smoothly. After Gong Tangfing quietly took control of the 2nd Regiment, he sent people to quickly control the arsenal, took down the factory director, chief and deputy supervisors, finance, etc., controlled all the important physical evidence such as financial notes, and transferred them to a safe place. What are these account notes? But it is all important evidence and must be protected. An hour later, Hu Yaozong, the tycoon of the Imperial Security Bureau, quietly entered the factory under the escort of the guards. In the middle of the night, the 2nd Regiment leader Yang Du came back drunk, and was directly stunned by a knife and dragged to a temporary prison. Trial. Staff Officer Wu was taken down by the Imperial Security Agency's secret spy in his mansion. What was a bit troublesome was that the twin sisters wanted to kill them but couldn't bear it. In the end, they simply framed them into the arsenal, and the 2 big men ruled. All actions were silent and did not attract anyone's attention. Soldiers still stood guard. Unless you are careful enough and pay attention to observation, you will find that the soldiers standing guard today are quite different from the past, with their heads held high and their uniforms neat and tidy, full of energy. After daybreak, several officers and company officers of the 1st and 2nd Battalions returned to the camp one after another. Some were taken down and some were called into the regiment headquarters. The Imperial Security Bureau had inserted some manpower in the 2nd Regiment, and they silently observed records. Which officers have fallen into the hopeless medicine, which officers can still abide by the red line, have a book in their hearts. Gong Tangfing employs people based on these reports, and he has no choice. Everything is based on stability, and uncertain factors can only be temporarily set aside. His heart is very heavy and painful. These people are all subordinates who followed him from birth to death, and made outstanding achievements. but he also knows that the once prominent Second Army has decayed and has undergone a qualitative change. The Emperor is furious, and the Great Purge is inevitable. Whether the Second Army's designation can exist or not is still unknown, and what he has to do is to control the Second Army, control the situation, and control all unfavorable factors to a minimum. After completely controlling the 2nd Regiment, Gong Tangfing appeared in the barracks, took down several of Guan Jiani Yuan's confidants, and smoothly controlled the 3rd Regiment of the Left Bahin barracks. Near the evening, several directors and deputy directors of the County Patrol Police received an invitation from Staff Officer Wu, brought gifts and rushed over to the banquet. They were all imprisoned. The entire patrol was under the control of Deputy Director Xuchunan. Xuchunan's other identity was the Empire. The secret spy of the security agency, Gong Tangfing, didn't want to be stunned, but quietly controlled the garrison and the patrol station. He didn't touch the county government officials. The talents rebelled. 10 years did not succeed, no matter how powerful they are. They can't be more powerful than guns. At noon 2 days later, Mu Chunfing led the 1st Division of the 1st Army to reach the county seat of Florida, but did not stop and continued marching. In the evening, they stationed in the county seat of Angena. Outside the city, Gong Tangfing led the guards into the county seat. In the ranks of the 1st Division, appeared together with Mu Chunfing. After Mu Chunfing led the 1st Division into Angna County, he was not in a hurry to hand over defense, but let the exhausted soldiers have a good rest for a day. At noon that day, the 2nd and 3rd Divisions arrived in Florida County respectively. The troops are only 1 or 2 days away from Florida County. The provincial capital of Slok Province is located in the county seat of Kedn. After the 2 military leaders arrived in the county seat of Angna, they did not intend to leave. Instead, they sent people to notify them so that the leaders could report. During this period, under the banner of chaos, Guan Jiani Yuan, who led the army outside, was sitting on a needle blanket, restless, and yelling at Wu Yingji and other men, but there was no news. Was he killed? For what reason? He did not receive news from Wu Yingji and others. He was terrified and sent his confidants to sneak back to the county to inquire about the news, but he could not find out anything. The 1st Army that arrived in the county of Angana had 5 divisions on the spot, taking over the defense. It is rumored that the soldiers of the 2nd Army have returned to China in batches under the order of Gong Tangfing. What does it mean? Guan Jiani Yuan scratched his head desperately. He felt that his brain was not enough. He regretted not having Wu Yingji with him. He was used to having Wu Yingji help to make decisions and a comfortable day when everything was done. If he knew this way, he should not be kept under. He really couldn't guess the real intentions of the 2 big bosses, so he had to call a group of his confidants to discuss, because there are many people and powerful, maybe he can really discuss a good way. Master, the ugly daughter-in-law will see her in-laws sooner or later, so I can only take a gamble. A group of subordinates came up with ideas, but none of them was a good idea. Some suggested to abandon the official and run away, and some stupid pen suggested to pull the flag to rebel. They were directly kicked by Guan Jiani Yuan. What kind of bad idea did you make? Pull the flag to rebel? The one who made your sister? If you are full, take the teacher to start a blow. After discussing it for a long time, I can't reach a result. Everyone is inclined to a suggestion. I can't run away, so I can only bite the bullet and go back. However, how to go back is just a technical job. A bit early the next morning, Guan Jiani Yuan led the army to the northwest of the official road. Because the soldiers sent out for reconnaissance reported that the 3rd Division of the 1st Army had been ordered to move to Kaden County, the forward camp was close to the Devil Canyon. It is to meet the Striker Battalion deliberately, test the reaction before making the final decision. After yesterday's discussion, Guan Jiani Yuan and his men made some preparations. For example, Guan Jiani Yuan's left arm was injured, bandaged, and hung on his chest. Although it was a play, the injury was really heavy with the captured wide blade. The sword stabbed and shed a lot of blood. In order to save his life, he was really playing it. Of course, in the battle against the bandits, There were indeed more than 30 soldiers who were injured to varying degrees, and 7 others were killed. The reason for the casualties was that these soldiers were too careless. But this is better. Coupled with the seizure of several large vehicles of swords, spears, bows and other trophies, this scene is more realistic. Even his commander personally went to the battle to kill the enemy and wounded. There is credit and hard work. What fault can always be offset? Guan Jianyuan dared to go back with such an idea. Of course, he planned for the worst in his heart. If the forward camp dared to do it, he would have no choice but to vote on Ataf's side to save his life. Some had guns. Even if he can't be a big brother, no one dares to move him. Guan Jianyuan made two-handed preparations, so naturally he would not take risks. He let the security regiment go at the forefront, led his trusted troops to follow behind, first test the reaction of the forward battalion, and then make the final decision according to the situation. One of the security regiments continues forwards, marching on the spacious and flat official road swaggeringly, suddenly heard the sound of ping-pong guns. The whole company instantly dispersed, or hid in the woods by the roadside, or lay down in the ditch. Aim the gun. Chapter 735. Bang bang bang. Most of the soldiers in the security regiment came from the old empires, such as Han, Jin, and Chu. A small number were selected from the local poor and received relatively formal military training. There may have been a bit of fighting power before, but now they have become Guan Jianyuan's doglegs. Under the influence of various corruptions, the fighting power has also fallen to the level of the 5 scumbags. It is okay to bully the unarmed poor people. As soon as the gunshot sounded, the security regiment forward and the soldiers who opened the road in front of the security regiment lay down subconsciously, and pointed their guns at the woods on the side of the road. Several unlucky soldiers were shot by stray bullets because of their slow response. Lying down on the road and howling miserably. In front, beat Lao Tzu hard. The gunshots from the woods were sparse, but the gunshots in front of the official road were quite intensive. The bullets roared over his head, and the company commander Park Jing cursed his teeth and directed his soldiers to fight back. Shoo! There was a piercing scream in midair. The soldiers of the forward company had not reacted yet. They only heard 2 violent explosions, and the gravel and soil lashed out, accompanied by several screams. Wow! The gangster has a cannon. Everyone was shocked. A few timid soldiers jumped up and fled back. They were shot by the bullet train only a few steps, and they screamed and fell down. In fact, the sound of this sound is the strange howling of the fired shells of the grenadier that pierced the air. Not long after the grenadier was officially deployed to the army, due to production issues, the domestic troops have not yet been fully installed and stationed. After the troops in the occupied territories return to the country, they will be deployed again. Asshole, hold on to Lao Tzu. Master Guan's main force will be here soon. Hold on, whoever dares to escape, Lao Tzu will kill him. Park Jing yelled loudly, waving the revolver short spear in his hand, and ordered his soldiers to stand on the spot and wait for reinforcements. Arrivals. Park Jing was a member of the original Korean Empire. When Dieza conquered various empires in the western continent, he conscripted a large number of soldiers as cannon fodder in the occupied areas. Many of them fell on the battlefield. Fortunately, he survived and was promoted to platoon commander. The commander of the security regiment is also considered Gwenzong Yozu. However, Park Jing was not very happy with the security team. The dirty work was done by the security team. The oil and water did not get much. Fortunately, Guan Jianyuan was not too dark. He ate meat himself, and his brothers drank soup occasionally. Order the oil residue to the security team, otherwise the mutiny early. Most of the soldiers in the security regiment had never been to the battlefield and were suddenly ambushed. Most of them were terrified. If it weren't for Park Jing's strong pressure, the squad and platoon commanders were all veterans who had been on the battlefield. The backbone, plus the main force of the teacher Guan Jianyuan is not far behind. I am afraid they would have collapsed long ago. The soldiers of the security regiment were lying on the ground, in the ditch, carrying their rifles and shooting them. The gunshots were loud and loud, but it didn't matter where the bullets flew. At least there were more or less intense gunshots. Can soothe their fear. The sound of blasting explosions sounded from time to time, blasting the soil on the ground to fire, and some unlucky soldiers were blown into flesh and blood. Park Jing hid in the ditch, cursing constantly in his native language, watching the enemy with his binoculars. What's the matter? Dazzled, he rubbed his eyes with his hands, suspecting that he was dazzled or misread, and handed the binoculars to a platoon leader lying next to him, the platoon leader under the bridge. Look, am I dazzled? ? Hey! The platoon leader under the bridge yelled and took the binoculars to look forward. His full name is Kyeoxia Yuan, a member of the Yanri Empire, and he was lucky to survive the battle against the Western continent like Park Jing. However, he was unlucky and only became the platoon leader of the security team. Captain Park, it seems to be his own. Hashimoto looked through the binoculars to see the blue-colored battle flag flying on the opposite side. He couldn't help opening his mouth wide, and was slammed by his own person. This was a big joke. Quick ... Zan flag, put it up for me. Park Jing hissed loudly. In fact, he had seen it just now, but he suspected that he was dazzled or misread, and couldn't believe it. The standard bearer who was shrinking in the ditch quickly raised the security regiment's battle flag and shook it desperately. The howling bullets shot the battle flag through several holes, but only for a while. The gunfire on the opposite side gradually stopped. Which part? A voice came from the other side. We are from the 2nd Battalion of the Security Regiment, our own people. Don't shoot, don't shoot, our own people. Park Jing called a soldier with a loud voice to answer, and then stood up tremblingly, waving desperately, and the flag bearer desperately waving the banner of the security regiment. What's the matter? Why did you shoot us? A group of soldiers gathered around a captain and company commander. After confirming that it was his own, the captain and company commander sternly rebuked him. He was mistakenly hit by friendly forces and caused casualties. This joke was really big. We also fired back after a sudden attack. If you don't believe me, ask my brothers. Park Jing quickly explained that he had already figured out that the friendly army was the reconnaissance company of the 3rd Battalion of the 3rd Division of the 1st Army under the command of Mu Chun Fengmu. Search this wood. The predecessor of the reconnaissance company was a scout. It was composed of experienced elite veterans in the army. They responded quickly and immediately noticed the problem after inquiring about the situation. Soldiers rushed into the woods to search carefully and quickly found the problem. There were traces of newly trampled on the grass. A few bullet shells were also found. The smell of gunpowder smoke just fired could also be smelled, indicating that someone had calculated the time and place of the encounter between the two armies. Here ambushes cold guns, causing misunderstandings between the two armies. What happened to the gunshot just now? An adjutant jumped off the horse and sternly asked. He is Guan Jini Yuan's adjutant. Guan Jini Yuan led the brigade and slowly pulled behind. Hearing the fierce gunshots coming from the front, he was shocked and quickly sent the adjutant. Came to ask. I was ready to bugger. After inquiring about the situation, the adjutant quietly breathed a sigh of relief. And by the way, he inquired about the situation. Then he mounted his horse and hurried back to report. Damn it, Af. After Guan Jini Yuan asked about the situation, he gritted his teeth and greeted Ataf's family several times. His heart was very bright. This was a ghost of Ataf. He wanted to force him into desperation, so he could only rely on him in the end. However, he also breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was obviously not as bad as guessed. The only thing that made him worry was that he had not received a message from Wu Yingji, who was left behind in the barracks. Later, Guan Jinyuan ordered the troops to speed up their march, and soon met with the reconnaissance company that was the forward of the First Army. He personally pulled the company commander Luo Dazing aside and stuffed a small cloth bag into Luo Dazing's hand. Master Xiguan. Luo Dazing unbuttoned the mouth of the cloth bag and glanced in. His big mouth suddenly grinned, his eyes narrowed into a slit. Half a bag of gold and silver jewelry. Who would be unhappy? Luo Captain, can you tell me honestly, What's going on with Wu Yingji and the others? Guan Jianyuan now cares most about his confidants, who desperately want to know their situation and analyze the information they want. Master Guan, am a small captain, I don't know so much. However, when the troops set off, I seemed to hear that General Staff Wu and their troops had set out to return to China. They all returned home like an arrow. Commander, you just let them go back first, I don't know the others. Or you will ask Master Shi Shafai later. Liu Dazing scratched his head with an embarrassed expression on his face. He accepted the big red envelope from Master Guan, but he couldn't give the information he wanted. He was really embarrassed. Damn bastard. Standing on the top of the mountain, Ataf cursed bitterly. This round was set by him. The purpose was to force Guan Jianyuan to join him. The two sides fought fiercely, causing casualties to each other. Obviously it has succeeded. The result made him unhappy at all. Chapter 736 Differentiation. Guan Jianyuan saw Liu Dazing's reaction, and his tight heart relaxed a little. At least, it seemed that the situation was not too bad. It was the bastard Wu Yingji. Wouldn't he send someone to quietly send a message? The reconnaissance company continued to advance, and Guan Jianyuan led the troops. The forward of the security regiment left several soldiers waiting in place to report to Guan Jianyuan, bringing more than 20 corpses and 7 or 8 wounded soldiers to move on. They can only admit that they are unlucky, and this account is calculated to the tulip will wait for the culprits. Guan Jianyuan quickly met with Shi Shafai, the commander of the 3rd Division. The two chatted for 10 minutes, and then waved goodbye. When they left, Guan Jianyuan left 2 small cloth bags under his confidant. This guy probably will be set as an example. Shi Shafai opened the 2 small bags and glanced at them. He saw that they were full of gold and silver jewelry. He couldn't help but sighed. He looked at the back of Guan Jianyuan away with a complicated expression. He was one of Mu Chunfing's confidant and beloved generals. Naturally knowing a lot of secret things, this meeting has seen Guan Jianyuan's magnanimity, and I can't help but feel it. In just over a year, Guan Jianyuan was born and died on the battlefield. The heroic hero of honoring Li Li's outstanding military exploits fell into this way. If it was just a fault of corruption or something, he thought it was because of his hard work, and at most he was dismissed or demoted. Punishment. But this guy actually sold arms to enemies of the Empire. If it weren't for the Empire Security Bureau to have a lot of evidence, no one would believe it. In short, this guy is crazy. The corruption and degeneration of Guan Jianyuan and his troops are just a microcosm. Except for a handful of troops that have not been corrupted and degraded, most of the entire group army can be said to be finished. After returning, they will either be dispatched or forced to retire. It is not to blame the Emperor's thunder. Want to kill 100. On the way back to the county seat, Guan Jianyuan's Relu showed a smile, and the 2 small bags of good goods were not given away for free. He got a lot of extremely valuable news from Master Shi Shafai's mouth. Wu Yingji and the others indeed led the troops to return home. The company commander Liu Dazing didn't fool him. Well, looking at his stupid and honest man, he knew that he was a straightforward man who could not fool people. Master Shi Shafai meant that because the Western continent was really disturbing, the Emperor was furious and sent people from the Security Bureau to investigate. However, the commander of Gongtengfing Palace was ill and pleaded. In addition, the court ministers and colleagues in the army also interceded, and Guan Jianyuan, etc. There are outstanding military exploits in conquering the Western continent, but the merits and demerits are equal. The Emperor's board should be raised high and gently dropped. The most unlucky estimate is to revoke the military post, and if you are lucky, you will be demoted and kept for inspection. The stone that Guan Jianyuan stuck in his throat finally slammed down. He made the worst plans. The dismissal of the military was within his expectations. If you are not an official, you should not be a chant. To be a rich man is also at ease. This year duly, he has made a lot of money, and he doesn't know how much the specific amount is. In short, this life is enough for him to escape. After being completely relieved, Guan Jianyun was in a very good mood. He forgot about Wu Yingji's failure to send someone secretly to deliver the letter, and ordered the troops to speed up the march and strive to return to the barracks before dark. In the evening, Guan Jianyun led his troops into the city, and a major general of the First Army and a lieutenant colonel staff officer of the headquarters greeted him with a triumphal return outside the barracks gate, which was regarded as giving him enough courtesy. Guan Jianyun felt relieved and let the troops disbanded and returned to the camp. He brought a few staff officers into the headquarters to meet the famous commander of the imperial war god Mu Chunfingmu. There were guards at the front of the headquarters. Guan Jianyun and several staff officers went directly in, but the guards who were accompanying them were stopped by the guards and taken to a room to rest. However, they had just entered the house and their heads or back were covered with black gun points pointing to them. They were so scared that their faces turned pale, obediently raising their hands to disarm. Guan Jianyun and several staff officers had just entered the house and saw Gong Tangfing sitting in the middle. Their hearts jumped suddenly, but their subconscious reaction was to stand up and salute. "Commander." Gong Tangfing didn't speak, but stared at them, his eyes frighteningly cold. Guan Jianyun already felt bad, and was entangled in whether to dig a gun. Gong Tangfing's guards used a gun to hold his back, scared him to quickly dispel the idea of resistance, and obediently let the guards take the gun away. "Commander, I was wrong. Please beg the commander." Guan Jianyun and several staff members were so scared that they were so frightened that they knelt down and begged for mercy, but Gong Tangfing turned back and didn't even look at them. The guards in the house tied them up with a rope and gagged their mouths. The two picked up one and dragged it away like a dead dog. This is an extraordinary period before the situation is fully controlled. Mu Chunfing and Gong Tangfing dare not to force the matter and make a big deal, otherwise it will be spread out, and it is very likely that some people will be forced to stand in despair. Taking risks leads to mutiny. The company commanders of each regiment and battalion of Guan Jianyun's troops were notified and went to the headquarters for a meeting. More than 30 people entered the headquarters. Only 6 came out: 1 deputy battalion commander, 5 commanders and deputy company commanders. As for the others, they went to the headquarters. Where is it? Why didn't he return to the army? No one knew. Even if someone wanted to inquire about it, it was too late. An order to go home immediately was issued, causing all the soldiers to cheer in unison, and some even burst into tears with excitement. For 2 years, who didn't want home? They are all counting the dates with their fingers. The closer the day of the change of defense, the stronger the thought of homesickness and homesickness. Everyone feels like an arrow and can't wait to go home immediately. All the soldiers' luggage had been prepared long ago, and the commander gave an order. All the soldiers carried their luggage on their backs and rushed out of the barracks. Then they roared military songs and embarked on the long journey home happily. The removal of the troops that have been replaced in batches is an action plan planned by the Imperial General Staff. It not only reduces the strength of the Second Army, but also relieves Mu Chunfing's pressure. At the same time, it can fool some people and relax them. Alert. There are also related plans for arranging the retreat of the Second Army. Large temporary military camps have been built along the way of the First Army's arrival. These military camps have not been demolished, just in time for the soldiers returning home to stay in and rest. There is a large amount of food, so there is no need to worry that the soldiers who are stationed will be hungry. And there are 2 companies to guard and maintain order. All the soldiers returning home are allowed to carry their personal belongings, but all the guns and ammunition are left. Only the officers are allowed to carry guns. There is also a squad of military police accompanied by weapons, responsible for supervising the discipline of the troops. There are many old oil soldiers with depraved military discipline in all units, and many are under Guan Jianyun. But the main officers have been left behind, and they have been appointed. There is no backbone and no guys on hand. There are military camps along the way. There are a certain number of troops stationed in them. How can these old oil soldiers dare to make trouble? All of them honestly obeyed the orders of the new commander. Chapter 737, Great cleaning Caden County. Carson County is the provincial capital of Slock Province. The headquarters of the 2nd Army is also located here. There are 2 standing regiments and 2 security regiments stationed here. When the 3rd and 4th divisions of the 1st Army have entered Cookton when the news of the county boundary came, everyone's nerves were almost tense, and the mentally fragile had already used alcohol to numb themselves, and did not dare to think about their future destiny. When everyone was so nervous that their nerves were almost broken, news came to them that the 3rd and 4th divisions of the 1st Army suddenly stopped advancing and camped on the spot. The reason is unknown, or it may be a long-distance march. The soldiers are exhausted. It may also be due to other reasons, in short, torturing everyone's nerves to death, uncomfortable, almost suffocating. In the evening, intriguing news came. A group of ministries originally stationed outside the city suddenly assembled and moved to the county seat. Before everyone had digested the surprising news, the first group had already entered the county seat and controlled the traffic in the city thoroughfare. Before long, the 2nd Regiment and the 2 security regiments also acted to control the entire county seat, to encircle the headquarters, and to detain several senior military officers who came to question the cause. It's over. When everyone fully understands it, they are all desperate, and even if they want to desperately, there will be no chance. Boom! A gunshot came from inside the headquarters. The guards guarding the door were all taken aback. They rushed in and saw that their commander, Liu Wenqing, had swallowed his gun and killed himself. They were all dumbfounded. In the next 20 minutes, several important departments within the headquarters also heard gunshots, and several important chief officials also swallowed their guns and committed suicide. The entire headquarters was chaotic until a battalion surged. Entering the headquarters, the commander-in-chief of the 2nd Army Gong Tangfing stepped into the headquarters surrounded by the guard company, and the situation was brought under control. The 2nd Army was founded by Gong Tangfing. Under his leadership, he grew up in the next step. He fought in the north and south, and won countless military exploits. In addition, he was just and rigorous, rewarding and punishing. His prestige can be replaced by no one in the army. Appearing is like a needle in the sea. All the anxiety and changes in various places calmed down instantly. Before he sent a notice, the chief officers of the garrison all over the place arranged for defense and other tasks, and rode on a quick horse to report to Cookton. As the 3rd and 4th divisions of the 1st Army moved to Caden County to take over defense, all the troops of the former garrison also collected their guns and entered the warehouse, embarking on a long journey home. During this period, the troops of the 1st Army also passed in batches. In the county seat of Caden, he went to a more distant residence to take over defense, and Mu Chunfing also led a division directly under the headquarters to arrive. That night, several governors and vice-governors hosted a banquet in the provincial government for Mu Chunfing and Gong Tangfing and other military leaders. Gong Tangfing refused to attend the banquet on the grounds that he was busy exchanging defense affairs. The civilian officials racked their brains, tried every possible means to inquire about all kinds of news, and desperately put big red envelopes in the arms of all senior officers such as Mu Chunfing. Mu Chunfing and others are not rejecting those who come, accepting all orders, so that all the civil servants are relieved. What they are most afraid of is that Mu Chunfing will not accept the gift. Accepting it shows that the situation is not as expected. Maybe the emperor wants to rectify only the military. When the rectification is over, the limelight has long passed, and the civil service system will not be too serious. In short, this time with good luck, they are considered to have escaped. The big guys all breathed a sigh of relief. After the banquet was over, they didn't go home immediately. Instead, they continued to hold small meetings and then secretly confessed. Now is an extraordinary period. Everyone must restrain themselves. Who dares to commit crimes against the wind can't protect you. When Mu Chunfing and others returned to the headquarters, they took the initiative to turn over all the bribes they received for registration and keep them as military expenditures. He talked to the civilian officials, and deliberately or unintentionally vented some internal information and successfully deceived them. Let them relax their vigilance and wait until the handover is complete and the situation is completely stabilized before the Imperial Security Agency will take the net closing action. With the prestige of Gong Tangfing throughout the Western continent and the power of Mu Chunfing's 100,000 troops, the defense handover was basically completed smoothly. The troops of the original garrison have embarked on a long journey home, and the local security order is also fast. It stabilized, but there was still a small accident in Quero County, Mandu Province. Guelyuo County is a large county. In addition to more than 100 patrols responsible for maintaining public order, there is also a battalion garrisoned. The battalion commander is named Pang Hua. Pang Hua is not a member of the Diazu family, and he does not have much sense of belonging to Diazu. The family is poor. He served as a soldier only for mixing food, but he was brave enough to fight hard. This is the reason why he was able to repeatedly obtain military exploits. He led his troops to station in Qiu. During the Liuxian period, the people of the Tulip Society had been corrupted and degenerate without the temptation to confuse them, and even for their own selfish desires, they had a lot of blood stained by innocent people, which can be described as a lot of crime. When he heard the news that the deputy commander Liu Wenqing committed suicide by swallowing a gun, Bang Hua was terrified. The Tulip Club members were threatened and lured and immediately led people to join him. However, although he designed to control 6 commanders and deputy commanders, he just controlled each of them. Even the platoon leader of the squad had dirty hands and feet, but they still had some brains. They were not fooled by him, and there were only more than 20 soldiers walking with Pang Hua. This was not only a rebellion, but also a resounding slap that hit Gong Tangfing's face heavily, making him so angry that he almost vomited blood. He led a division's troops to chase and intercept Pang Hua and more than 20 others. Give up. After all the defenses were changed, Gong Tangfing led the last troops to embark on the long journey back to China. After Mu Chunfing took control of the situation, he assembled his troops and began to kill the Tulip Society and other anti-weekly forces. With the secret help of Doof and other leading parties, and the secret information that the military intelligence personnel and the Security Bureau have already mastered, Tulip will have suffered heavy losses from the anti-weekly forces. Even the leaders such as Ataf were shot in chaos when they stubbornly fled. Shoot to kill. During the Great Purge, more than 20 nobles were uprooted, and the big cake was redivided. Those who secretly took refuge in the leading party gained tremendous benefits and became the new nobles of the Great Purge, which strengthened their lives for the Great Zhu. Determination. Of course, they had no choice. Mu Chunfing held a public trial meeting to vigorously commend the leading party such as the ancient Ross family, and gave people jealous and envy huge benefits, and executed shootings against the captured Tulip Club and other anti-thief. The executioners who executed the torture were the newly promoted nobles who had obtained huge benefits. This was a pledge of loyalty to the Great Zhou Empire, and there was no choice at all. This wave of cleansing involved the entire Western continent. Even if the government vigorously appeased it, it still caused a certain amount of panic. Fortunately, the imperial court implemented various policies that benefited the people. The poor people at the bottom cheered and supported them, dispelling their worries and panic. At a time when people thought that the Great Purge was over, in fact, the Great Purge, which killed tens of thousands of people, has just begun, but the news has been concealed and suppressed, and ordinary people do not know it. Senior officials such as the chief and deputy governors of various provinces were invited by the Imperial Security Bureau to have tea and chat. During the arrest, there were also some officials who knew they were very guilty, either swallowed guns, or took poison to suicide. This wave of officialdom cleansing lasted 3 times. It didn't last until the month. Many officials were kicked off, and many capable officials were promoted and took office happily. Then there was a public trial meeting that sensationalized the entire Western continent. Many officials who used to dominate and oppress the people were taken to the public trial platform by wolf-like soldiers to pronounce their sentences, and then executed by shots. even the provincial and vice-province. The elders were not spared, and while shocking the poor and common people of the Western continent, they also cheered in unison, clapped their hands, and called the emperor wisely. The distant capital of the Great Zhou dynasty was also purged at the same time. The focus was on the handling of the Second Army. Some high-ranking officers, low and middle-level officers, and ordinary soldiers headed by the most serious crimes were executed, some were dismissed from military posts, and many were sent to prison. Low-level officers and tens of thousands of soldiers were disarmed and returned to the fields. Some were happy and some were worried. Many were severely punished, but a small number of officers and soldiers who adhered to their principles were commended and promoted. Many even ordinary soldiers were promoted to squad leader and platoon leader, and then entered the Imperial Military Academy. Further study and improvability. Chapter 738 Natural Disaster. At this time, the wise Emperor Yi Ten was presiding over the ribbon-cutting ceremony, and the first steam-powered armored warship of the Great Zhou Empire was officially launched. The technology of the empire changes with each passing day. However, due to the war, the technology is focused on the military and the development is a bit deformed. After the eastern and western continents are unified, people's livelihood and agriculture have slowly followed suit. In fact, steam-powered civilian ships and transport ships have been launched years ago. The sea trial was successful and put into use. The first steam-powered warship named Emperor was launched today, and will undergo a month-long trial later. The Empire rules the world, no matter how invincible. The world is peaceful, everyone is relaxed. Yi Ten is not in a hurry, civil servants and generals are not in a hurry, the people are not in a hurry. Anyway, there is time, and the days will be better day by day. Therefore, the military is developing slowly, and the most important thing is the development of industrial and agricultural science and technology. After the Emperor was launched, the sailor went to sea for a trial voyage on the third day after launching the Emperor. Yi Ten was very idle, so he participated in the maiden voyage of the Emperor, accompanied by Feng Nitan, Ji Yuling, and a group of guards. Ji Yuling has at least half of the credit for the construction and growth of the Imperial Navy. Her outstanding military exploits, outstanding defeats, and promotion to lieutenant general have no substitute for influence in the Imperial Navy. Of course, the trial of the Emperor is indispensable to her. A large group of senior officers from the Imperial Navy also participated in the trial. With the billowing smoke from the chimney, the steam power drives the spiral to turn at a high speed, and the Emperor slowly moves. 6 large sail-powered warships and 2 steam-powered transport ships full of spare materials follow behind, slowly moving towards the deep sea. Sail slowly. Yi Ten and Feng Nishang stood on the side of the ship, leaning on the guardrail to look at the endless vast sea. He just boarded the ship to enjoy the addiction. After a while, he will board the sailing warship behind the guard to return to shore and go back to the palace to deal with some things. Your Majesty, look over there. Feng Niking, who was by his side, held the binoculars with his right hand and pointed to the front with his left hand, and suddenly shouted loudly. Yi Ten looked in the direction she was expecting and saw a group of fish leaping out of the sea, which was quite spectacular. He just smiled. The fisherman who often goes out to fish often sees such scenes. It is not surprising that Feng Nishang has not been out to sea. Jin Yang Niang announced that the big storm is coming. Please ask the Emperor and Niang Niang to return to the cabin immediately. A guard hurried over to report, looking quite nervous. Big storm? Yi Ten was taken aback, looked up at the sky, and saw a cloud of black clouds surging in the distant sky. It was obvious that a storm was coming. He didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly brought Feng Nishang back to the cabin. The storm on the sea was no joke. It could set off huge waves several meters high and overturn the big ship. It was still sunny just now, but the sky changed in just a while. God doesn't give face at all. Under the command of Ji Yuling, the Emperor has slowly turned the bow, and the 6 large warships and 2 transport ships guarding the rear are also turning the bow. The captains of each ship did not hesitate to see the flags played by the flag bearers, immediately ordered the turn of the bow. When all the ships slowly returned to the port and anchored at the pier, billowing dark clouds had swept over them, followed by lightning and thunder, strong winds, surging waves, and warships undulating and shaking with the waves. Everyone knows that the horror of huge waves cannot be resisted by humans. They disembarked at the fastest speed. Sailors used thick cables to reinforce the warship to avoid being overturned or washed away by the huge waves. Boom! A dazzling lightning pierced the black sky, and the rain poured down. Fortunately, they were prepared. The guards held up their umbrellas in time. Yi Tan and others were not wet by the rain, but the sailors could only work in the rain, and they were all exposed to the rain. Cheng Liu O Tangajai, the sky and the earth are grey, and the field of vision cannot be far away. Evacuate immediately. The captains of each ship decisively issued the order to retreat. All the sailors took up various tools and quickly evacuated. Not long after, huge waves rushed in, rushing against the dock and the warship. Yi Tan and others went back to the naval base near the shipyard in the downpour. They just entered the base and heard a loud noise from the sky. The earth shook violently. Many people were swayed. Yi Tan and others. They are all martial arts masters. As soon as they feel that the ground is shaking under their feet, they are born from their hearts, and instantly stabilize the bottom plate. Earthquake. This was Yi Tan's first reaction. He didn't know where the earthquake occurred. He was worried about the damage caused by the earthquake's magnitude. No one knew better than him how terrifying a strong earthquake was. Check it now. You must check it within 100 miles. And start the emergency plan. A series of orders were issued in the storm. The messenger rushed through the rain to convey the emperor's order. All departments acted urgently. A large number of personnel were sent out to find out where the disaster was hit so as to carry out emergency relief. Local officials dispatched personnel overnight to find out if there was any disaster in the local area. The emperor's concern was a terrible event. At the slightest level, the officials lost their heads. Who dares to be sloppy? Early the next morning, Yi Tanbai drove back to the palace. News came from all over the country quickly. The efficiency was impressive, but the rewards were all good news. No earthquake was hit in any place. Some coastal areas felt the earthquake, far away from the ocean. In the interior, the tremor was minimal, or even felt at all. Yi Tan heaved a sigh of relief and confused at the same time. Could it be that his suspicion was wrong? He is no longer concerned about the earthquake, but he has not forgotten letting people pay attention to whether there are any abnormalities in the coastal area. More than 10 days later, he received several urgent reports that a rotten and smelly giant creature was found somewhere on the beach. There were a few giant whales that were confirmed to be dead, giant octopuses, giant hairtails, and several giant corpses. Unable to confirm, a few days later, the emergency report from the western continent came. Yi Tan and Baiguan learned that there was a tsunami in the Liugos province of the western continent. The disaster in coastal cities was serious, with more than 70,000 casualties and countless losses. With an order from Yi Tan, the emergency rescue plan was launched. The empire allocated funds for disaster relief, private donations, etc., and a large amount of food, clothing, quilts, etc. were urgently transported to the province of Liugos. The official road to the west was full of horsey-drawn carts and ox carts. Loaded on the carts, all were relief supplies, and there were a large number of soldiers escorted by vehicles. The western continent has just stabilized under the strong pressure of Mu Chunfeng. It has suffered from this huge disaster, with heavy casualties and countless property losses. It is normal for the victims to panic and uneasy. If the government does not deal with it properly, they will be punished by some aliens. Confusion incited. It was very likely that something would happen, and Yi Tan had to invest a lot of money, material and manpower to rescue the disaster. Fortunately, a few years ago, the empire's disaster relief measures have gradually matured, and according to the actual situation of the disaster area, it has been continuously improved, and a set of more feasible emergency measures have been summarized. At least the response and disaster relief efficiency are still quite good, and the victims have been relatively well received. People's hearts are gradually stabilized, and there is no room for someone who has different intentions. Yi Tan wanted to patrol the disaster area and appease the people, but was strongly opposed by Empress Jin and the concubines, so he had to give up. However, a minister was appointed to inspect and supervise him on his behalf. The Imperial Security Bureau secretly cooperated. Once it was discovered that someone dared to be greedy and did not rescue the disaster money, no matter how big the official, rectifies the law on the spot. On this day, Yi Tan was playing guns at the shooting range of the Imperial Palace. Gixi Liu, who had been promoted to the chief of the housekeeper, hurried over to report, and Mu Chunfeng, commander of the Western Continent Garrison, sent back an urgent report. Chapter 739. An island that appears in the sky after natural disasters. Man-made disasters such as robberies often occur. Mu Chunfeng's headquarters is located in Kachedon County, Slok Province, Liugo's province to the north, the provincial capital in Mina County, and the coastal cities of Banhai County and Anhai County. After the earthquake was a tsunami, Mu Chunfeng could clearly feel the ground shaking violently even though he was far away in the county seat of Kaden. Office desks, chairs and other objects were shaken violently, and documents and other things fell to the ground. Mu Chunfeng's first reaction was that something bad had happened. He immediately sent someone to investigate. The news came quickly that Banhai County and Anhai County along the coast suffered heavy losses due to the tsunami, and the heads of the two counties' reactions were fair. In time, while organizing disaster relief and resettling victims, it sent people to the provincial government for help. The provincial government received the letters for help from the two counties and immediately activated the emergency rescue plan. The whole province was mobilized. As the commander-in-chief of the garrison, Mu Chunfeng received the news as soon as possible. He immediately summoned the army and security groups from all over to take responsibility for maintaining public order and escorting disaster relief supplies. When such a major incident happened, of course, you had to report it to you for help. The governor Liu Yao and Mu Chunfeng wrote a joint memorial and sent people to rush to the capital to report the emperor. After the huge waves receded, the sea was full of corpses. Most of the fishing boats in the two coastal counties were destroyed or washed away. Only a few fishing boats were stuck on the beach, but they were also damaged and needed to be repaired. The damaged fish boats must be rushed to build a new one, waiting for the body to be washed ashore by the waves before it can be processed. As the saying goes, the people living on the coast rely on the mountains to eat the mountains and the sea to eat the sea. The people living on the coast rely on going out to sea to fish for a living. The boat is their life. Even if it is not to collect the corpses floating in the sea, they can also fish in the sea. Livelihood. With the concerted efforts of the local government, the people, and the garrison, the victims were properly resettled. Even though they were sorrowful of the loss of their relatives, their lives had to go on. Under the arrangements of the government, they cut down trees and rebuilt houses. While rebuilding their homes, several repaired fishing boats set their tents to sea, salvage their bodies floating on the sea, and bury them in a unified manner to avoid the plague. It took 5 days to complete the salvage of the bodies and then set out to fish. Now is an extraordinary period. All the fishing boats have been requisitioned by the military. All the fish caught are confiscated for disaster relief. The fishermen who go out fishing can get a little bit more. It is their labor income. There are fewer boats and more people, so they can only draw lots in line and take turns out of the sea, until the new fishing boat is built. This arrangement and distribution are fair and reasonable, and no one has complaints. Without the court's vigorous rescue and relief efforts, the local government and the military's full assistance and cooperation would probably starve many people to death. All the victims are grateful. The emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is the sage king who thinks about them. The previous kings and nobles were vampires who ignored their life and death. and deserved to be destroyed by the sage of the Great Zoo. On this day, it was Uncle Jack and some of his companions to take the boat and go fishing. The supervisor on the boat was a squad leader named Wang Ji and 2 soldiers in the squad. Jack is a native, and he went to sea with his grandfather and father when he was young. Now he is 50 years old. His grandfather is no longer there. His father is old. He has also become an experienced old captain, and he has the courage to take risks. Know which sea area has fish. There were 7 fishing boats going to sea together. Everyone dispersed. Captain Jack directed his friends to sail northwest. God, why is there an island ahead? Jack, standing on the bow, suddenly let out a strange cry. What's the matter? Wang Ji held up the military telescope hanging on his chest and watched. He saw through the lens that there were dozens of islands on the surface of the sea a few miles ahead. What happened? Why are there islands here? Jack's partners put down their oars and squeezed over to watch. All of them opened their mouths. They are also natives who live on fishing. They followed their parents to go fishing when they were young. They are very familiar with the seas in this area. In the middle, this area should be an endless sea with no islands. It must be a hell of a ghost. No, it should be fascinated and confused by the sea monster. In the various legends and myths of the Western continent, the Kraken is a beautiful big beauty, who specializes in fascinating the humans who are sailing on the sea, causing the ship to lose its way, and finally being lured into the sea by the Kraken and becoming her delicious food. Speaking of the siren, Captain Jack and the others were so frightened that their faces paled, their calves twitched, and they yelled to turn the bow of the ship back. Wang Ji believed that there were gods 3 feet above his head, but he believed in the ghosts and gods of the Eastern continent. He was only skeptical of the sea monsters of the Western continent. He insisted on going to the island to check it out. Unable to hold the 3 long and short guns in the hands of Wang Ji and the 2 soldiers, Captain Jack and the others steered the fish boat toward the island cautiously and approached the island cautiously. Captain Jack was of first-rate level and avoided several islands and reefs hidden in the sea. The fishing boat docked on the edge of the reef. Wang Ji didn't immediately land on the island. He held up the binoculars and observed it carefully. It was a bare island, not to mention people, not even a tree. In order to prevent Captain Jack and the others from driving off the boat, he and his 2 subordinates forced Captain Jack and some of his partners to go to the island first, and tied a large reef with a cable to prevent the fishing boat from being washed away by the waves. The island that Wang Ji and others climbed can only be regarded as a large island reef. After 20 minutes of walking, the whole island was swept away. Nothing was found. If you want to say that you have found it, you just saw some seagrass covered by the sun. It's dried up, some shellfish or something. He stood on the tallest reef on the island, holding a binoculars and looking around, surrounded by similar islands, but he wanted to look far away. But his vision was blocked by the white fog, and he couldn't see anything. Dare you swear that what you just said is true? Wang Ji frowned and thought for a while, stretched out his hand and filled a few 10 yuan bills from his bag, shook it at Captain Jack and the others, and asked in a deep voice. He had just carefully observed the expressions on Jack and the others' faces, and they didn't look like a joke at all. Besides, Jack and the others had no advantage in cheating on him. They could not catch the fish, and they would only suffer. Therefore, in his heart I also agreed with what Jack and others said, just want to confirm it again. I swear by my family's reputation. Jack and his companions raised their hands with serious expressions and swear that what they just said is true, not only for the face of the banknotes, but also for giving them 100 courage and not dare to fool Wang Ji, unless they think they are living. I'm getting impatient. Okay. Let's go back, Wang Ji said, giving Jack and the others a few 10 yuan bills in his hand, exactly 1 for each. So Wang, you are the best good person in the world. Jack and the others were so happy that they all smiled crookedly. This trip to the sea did not require work, and they made 10 yuan bills in vain, saving money, enough for their family to last for 2 or 3 days, and Wang Ji assured them that if it made the commander pastor happy, rewarded more, and made their mouths smile crookedly. Chapter 740 New World. After Wang Ji and others returned, they immediately took Jack and others to the county seat to see Mu Chunfing, the commander of the garrison. Because of the disaster relief, Chunfing temporarily set up his headquarters in Anhai County. After listening to Wang Ji's narration, Mu Chunfing's expression looked a bit solemn. Thinking of the earthquake and tsunami a few days ago, he had already believed a little bit in his heart, and asked Jack and others to come in, asked carefully, and then rewarded him. Jack and the others each had 200 yuan per week. Soldiers were asked to take them to rest and entertain them with good wine and meat. Some people were sent to the coastal villages to inquire about the news to confirm the authenticity of Jack and the others. In fact, he had already believed 99% in his heart, but he had always done things calmly, even if there was only a little doubt. He also wanted to be 100% accurate. After all, this matter was a bit weird, and he would personally go to verify it tomorrow. In the morning of the next day, the only 7 fishing boats in Anhai and Banhai counties were requisitioned by the military. Today, they went out to sea not to fish, but to perform tasks. Mu Chunfing personally led the team. In addition to being loaded with food, apart from Shimazu and other supplies, they were all elite and experienced scouts in the army, and at most were a few experienced sailors. Captain Jack and several of his partners were inside. Guided by Captain Jack, 7 fishing boats quickly came near the islands they discovered yesterday. First they landed on the islands to investigate the largest islands, but none of the ghosts were found. Mu Chunfing arranged for the 4 boats to continue to land on the nearby ones. Looking at the island, the other 3 fish boats searched the fog area ahead to see if they found anything. The 3 fishing boats lined up and sailed forward. In order to avoid any accidents and facilitate care, the 3 fishing boats are only 100 meters apart. People standing on the masts and watching can see the semaphore signals sent by each other. The 3 fishing boats were quickly engulfed by the white fog in front of them. In only 20 minutes, a fishing boat rushed out through the fog and came back to report that there was land a few miles ahead. It was out of sight and stayed behind. The brother over there is investigating. Mu Chunfing asked his men to fire the flare, summoned the soldiers of the other 3 boats together, and then confessed, leaving the soldiers of 1 boat on standby, and personally led the other 3 fishing boats to the dense fog area. After sailing for about 5 or 6 miles in the thick white fog, the white fog gradually disappeared, and a large piece of land appeared in front of him, but it was bare, not to mention trees, not even a weed. Mu Chunfing and others drew ashore and stopped the ship, boarded the land, and were led by an officer and a few soldiers who remained on the shore. Mu Chunfing walked and observed carefully, and stopped from time to time, holding a binoculars to watch. He found that this piece of land was like a long embankment at first. The wider it went, and the end could not be seen at a glance, but the land under his feet was actually all black. The rock is hard and uneven, so it cannot be cultivated. Yama walked forward for 10 miles, and his eyes were full of black land. There was no grass and no humans. It gave people a very desolate feeling, and made people feel a little bit of fear in their hearts. Only a few miles ahead, a group of soldiers rushed forward. They were all soldiers who had landed before. The officers who led the group hurriedly reported that there was a group of men and horses in front. There seemed to be a regiment of troops, except for the uniforms and the long spears they carried. Waiting for weapons seems to be no different from them. Fearing an accident, he led the crowd to retreat in a hurry, but left a platoon leader named Song Kiping to negotiate. Song Kiping is a student officer who graduated from the Imperial Military Academy. To wake up the spirit, he stayed voluntarily. Mu Chunfing thought for a while, and immediately made arrangements, leaving a row to respond and set up defenses on the spot to prevent accidents. He led the crowd back to the ship to wait and prepare for the evacuation. Everyone checked the guns and ammunition and prepared them well. Preparation for battle. A completely unknown area, a large group of people who are not separated from the enemy and us. The situation is unknown. Even if the enemy is a huge disparity in military strength, and the weapons and equipment may not be inferior to the enemy, but the ammunition of the existing side is insufficient. If it is hard to fight, it is unwise to retreat. It is a wise choice. Mu Chunfing and others were terribly curious about this piece of land that suddenly emerged, but now they can only wait helplessly, hoping that the two soldiers who voluntarily stayed to deal with can bring back some useful news. 10 minutes later, the sea breeze that came was faintly accompanied by the sound of guns, and it was extremely dense. Mu Chunfing's heart jumped. What's the matter? Everyone also heard the faint, dense gunfire, and they couldn't help frowning, their hearts tense, and their faces looked nervous and uneasy. After waiting anxiously for more than 10 minutes, the soldiers who stayed on the land to pick up came back with Song Kiping, who was panting. He ran all the way, sweating profusely and panting. "Commander. Something big happened." Song Kiping gasped and shouted loudly. "Well, drink saliva first, and go smoothly," Mu Chunfing said with a serious expression, and handed the military kettle over. Although he was anxious, but when people were breathing like this, at least they had to make people feel comfortable. "Commander Xi." Song Kiping took the kettle, grumbled, and took a few more breaths before letting his breath ease down slowly, and then said a large string that made everyone stare and hold his breath. "Breathe. The news that I feel my brain is not enough." According to the information he learned, this newly merged continent is called the Northern Continent. It is divided into 5 empires: Guiyu, Bian, Anan, Zenla, and Ansong. Bian and Anan were once the most powerful empires in the Northern Continent. The civil war split into 2 empires, the North and the South. Western Continental was a common language, and the technology was quite advanced. He drew conclusions based on the guns in the hands of those soldiers. Those soldiers who appeared were the troops of the Bian Empire. Because the earthquake and tsunami caused considerable losses to coastal cities, the army was ordered to maintain law and order, and then encountered the enemy Anan army. The two sides fought fiercely. Song Kiping went back to spread the word, and when he went back to report to the king, he would visit the ambassador later. The people who left the 2 boats draw the charts, and the others will go back right away. Mu Chunfing waved his hand and said, then entered the cabin and sat in the corner thinking. Song Kiping brought back such a huge amount of information that he, a general who had been fighting for a long time, had been calm and turbulent. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was killed. This matter is too important. We must report the emperor as quickly as possible. At the same time, set up new military bases and defense lines in coastal cities such as Enhai and Mnhai. As for the establishment of naval bases, he also suggested in the memorial, it depends on the emperor. The idea of the general staff drawing a chart is the first step that must be done. Captain Jack and others have rich experience, so they will assist the military in drawing a chart of the sea area. In the next few days, more people will be sent to draw and mark the nearby sea areas and navigation channels. Come out and talk about the future. Mu Chunfing returned to his temporary headquarters, and while writing memorials, he summoned all the staff officers of the combat staff directly under the headquarters to discuss military affairs. Chapter 741. Here, and here. We must set up coastal defense forts. Here. We must set up military bases. Oh, the coastline is too long. How much military expenditure would have to be invested? In the hall, more than a dozen combat staff officers directly under the command lie on the desk, pointing to the military map spread on it, and discussing the establishment of a coastal defense fort and a military logistics base. They listened to Mu Chunfing's account. It took a long time for him to react to the incident on the northern continent, and then immediately devoted himself to work frantically. Soldiers' enthusiasm is promoted based on their military exploits. Many officers have performed well in the line of fire and have been promoted. If they are honored with great military exploits, their ranks will rise quickly. But now the world is unified, the empire is invincible, and most of the huge army is disbanded, leaving only some standing troops stationed in various places. Many militant fanatics seem to have lost their souls and feel painful and uncomfortable. Now, Suddenly a mysterious north continent appears. Reactivate everyone's passion at once. The coastline is too long. Mu Chunfeng, who was standing by the window, needed the aching temple. The empire's coastline was too long and there were landing points everywhere. Everywhere was fortified. The coastal defense fortresses and barracks fortresses alone were a huge investment of astronomical figures. What is terrible is that a place where the guard is slack is a breakthrough point, and it is impossible to prevent it from being unpleasant. His idea is to build coastal defense forts and military fortresses in several important places, and set up military-civilian joint defense in other places. Once the situation is discovered, it will be reported immediately. In the end, it will depend on the response of the local garrison. As for the saved military expenses, it was invested in the construction of the army to increase the military strength of the empire, and at the same time adjust the strength of at least one group army. The western continent was too vast, and his first army was divided into various places with hundreds of thousands of troops, and its strength was seriously insufficient. Relying on the assistance of the local security regiment and patrol police, what accidents will happen? It is very difficult to gather troops to deal with it. These ideas and suggestions are written in the memorial, and it is not his decision whether the emperor will adopt it or not. The officers of the combat staff discussed it and decided it was only after dark. The result was temporary. Many things would be changed and rectified according to the actual situation. Until the best result was obtained, Mu Chunfeng read it carefully and nodded in satisfaction. In the early morning of the next day, the military continued to requisition all the fishing boats to go out to sea, and once again went to the islands for on-site inspections, and stationed on the selected islands. The actual occupation of these islands is equivalent to the first line of defense in this area. Important fortresses will be built on the island later to strengthen the defensive force. Several other groups of military officers went to the coastal area to survey and select sites, build coastal defense fortresses and military fortresses in the most important areas. People living nearby had to move, and new homes that were being rebuilt had to be suspended and relocated. The matter is left to local officials to negotiate and mobilize. The victims used work for relief. Some of them originally collected hard rocks and felled trees as materials for building new houses. Under Mu Chunfeng's orders, they increased their manpower several times and mobilized people in nearby villages and counties to work together and pay white rice, flour, meat, etc. as remuneration. Under the great reward, there must be brave men. These people who actively participate in labor are not brave warriors, but they are young, strong, hard-working, and poor children. In order to get a job and earn an extra dime, they are willing to do everything, not to mention that the military pay is quite reasonable, and everyone is eager to participate. As for the prisoners in the prison, there is no such treatment. In order to eat half full, under the force of the soldier's bayonet, club, and whip, they can only work honestly. When will the sentence be reduced and released? Look at their performance. The imperial law has several provisions. As long as the crime is not the most heinous, not the principal offender and sentenced to fix a term imprisonment, as long as they are reformed, behave well, abandon evil and do good, their sentence will be reduced based on accumulated points and finally released from prison. With hope in their hearts, these prisoners are doing their best to be released home and reunite with their families. No one dares to be naughty, or even escape from prison, without knowing that they were sold by the inmates around them. Several counties in various provinces on the western continent have cement and lime yards. They were originally producing at full capacity to supply victims to rebuild houses. Under Mu Chunfeng's order, 2/3 of the output was given priority to the military. The garrison is usually nothing. In special circumstances, various privileges are highlighted. During the war, even military control is implemented. Civil officials from all over the country have to cooperate fully. Otherwise, losing an official is just a trivial matter, and if you lose your head, you will die unjustly. After several days of careful inspection, The small island group that emerged from the bottom of the sea was named New Island. The three largest and tallest islands with important terrain were named Zuai Island, Zongwai Island and Yuai Island, meaning guard the waters of Mnhai, Anhai and other counties. After the island was selected, both the original fishing boats and the newly built fishing boats were requisitioned by the military. They carried building materials such as stones, cement, lime, wood, etc., piled up on the seashore to the island, and requisitioned migrant workers to build forts and military fortresses on the island. Arranged for troops to be stationed in turns, with a battalion of troops stationed on each island, accumulating a large amount of weapons, ammunition, food, and clean water to prevent the army from the northern mainland from crossing the sea. After the coastal defense fortresses selected the address, they also began to arrange for migrant workers to dig the ground for construction. There is a building artifact such as cement, and the construction of the fortress is fast. Mu Chunfing sent his confidants to supervise the fortress to ensure the quality of the fortress. The construction quality of the coastal defense fortress is dozens of times higher than that of the new island. It is built according to the highest requirements of the empire. It can withstand multiple bombardments with large caliber grenades. The project is complex and huge. It has ventilation, lighting, weapons and ammunition, warehouses, spare parts, mechanical maintenance warehouses, maintenance rooms, food storage rooms, soldiers' lounges, canteens, and so on. All have to be considered. A permanent fortress is already a headache, not to mention the construction of at least 5, not to mention the amount of manpower, material resources and money invested. It will take several years for it alone. Mu Chunfing has always worked calmly and clearly knows that there are priorities. The construction of the 3 islands of the new island ranks first. The coastal defense fortress project is too huge and has to wait for the emperor to approve the funding before the construction can be officially started. He is only planning now. The implementation of the address is at most only allowing migrant workers to collect and store building materials such as stones, sand, and wood. These are just one of the reasons for his busy work and headaches in recent days. The most important thing is the problem of troops. He needs to mobilize more than 2 divisions to station in Anhai and Mnhai for defense. It's just that the western continent is too vast. Don't look at his first army, which has tens of thousands of people, but it has to be scattered around to guard. Only 2 directly affiliated regiments can be deployed, 1 directly affiliated guard company, and 1 provincial security regiment. It's so pitiful. He deeply understands the pain that Gyao women can't do with riceless porridge. The pain is painful, but the order to draw troops from various places still has to be given. There is no way. It is better to prevent the problem before it happens. It is too busy to be chaotic, and it is miserable to be unable to deal with it. He doesn't want to be wise to pay for it. Chapter 742 War Mobilization. The Emperor's capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Jinliuan Temple. There are more than a dozen court officials sitting in the Jinliuan Temple. You read that right. There is a chair under their buttocks. All of them are sitting. There is even a row of tables in front of them with perfume on the tables. After the reunification of the world, various reforms of the empire, the court meeting was also a little trivial measure in the reform. The civil and military officials did not need to stand on their legs and suffer crimes, no longer need to kneel and shout slogans. The court meeting time was changed to 8 in the morning. If you are in a hurry, you can report to the eunuch on duty and go directly to the heavens. These small reforms are very humanized and liked by all officials. The important thing is that the emperor is truly delegating power. Many officials can truly control the real power without too much restraint. They can let go of their hands and feet and do their best to show their personal abilities. It's hard to meet one of the sage kings in 100 years. Therefore, Dazu will quickly become stronger, dominate the world, and write an immortal legend. It's already evening, and the morning meeting has left early. The dozens of people present here are all first or second in charge of various departments. The emperor hurriedly summoned them. There must be something important. They all sat upright with serious expressions. "Wait patiently for the arrival of the emperor." Yi Tanlong stepped forward and pressed his right hand, indicating that all the officials present do not have to stand up and ask for peace. With more than a dozen curious gazes, Yi Tan glanced at Gixi Liu, who was standing next to him. Gixi Liu comprehended, and put the emergency memorial from the Western continent on the table in front of the big guys. Someone picked it up, turned it over and read it, while those sitting next to it turned their heads to read it together. Their faces became dignified in an instant, and the memorial was passed on. Everyone in the room had seen the contents of the memorial, and their expressions. They all looked solemn, and the news was like a bolt from the blue, shaking their hearts surging, and it was difficult to calm them for a long time. This northern continent doesn't know where it came from. Don't worry about how it came out. The important thing is, how should we respond? Yi Tan looked at the big brothers in front of the court with his hands. He was also shocked when he heard the news. If he didn't know Mu Chunfing's sex style, his first reaction would be to flicker, the biggest in the world. Flicker. After his mood calmed down, he immediately called the leaders of the various ministries and the military to enter the palace to discuss matters. In fact, he had made a decision in his mind long ago, but he just pointed out the general direction for everyone, and the details need to be supplemented and perfected. These trivial details are left to the ministers, and the military tasks are naturally completed by the Imperial General Staff headed by the top army division Y Wuji. There is no objection to the arbitrariness of the emperor. In fact, it has been proved many times that the decision of the general direction of the emperor is completely correct. Moreover, all the bigwigs here are loyal emperor parties and firmly support the emperor. There are good fruits to eat. If you don't believe me, take a look. Those foreign ministers have been demoted, exiled, and their heads are lost. How can they be like they are now in high positions? The scenery is infinite, and people are jealous and envy. They all say a word from the top, and a dog at the bottom. This is indeed a well-known saying. When the imperial decree is reached, all departments will immediately be so busy that people will be too busy, but the big guys are very busy and have the power to show their abilities. Shuang Wei. Once the empire's war machine is activated, it cannot be stopped until one party is defeated. However, with too many unclear circumstances, Yi Tan dared not rush to war. The current mobilization is only to adopt a fully defensive posture, and at the same time send missions. By the way, inquire about the news, draw a map, and make adequate preparations for the future war of the century. According to Yi Tan's vision, which coincides with Mu Chunfing's proposal, a sea defense fortress must be constructed. Coastal defense artillery must have a long range, and powerful large E-caliber artillery can pose a threat to warships. The elites of the Imperial Academy of Scientific Research have already successfully developed 240 and 280 mm cannons. They are currently working on a 304 mm caliber. The research is only slowed down due to the unification of the world. The 240 and 280 mm cannons are too heavy and are only suitable for fortress turrets. There is also no mass production. A secret order was suddenly issued, and the originally relaxed nerves of the elites of the scientific research institutes were tightened again. The holidays were all cancelled, and all the elites devoted themselves to the development of various advanced weapons. All the arsenals of the empire received orders to start urgent production of various weapons and equipment. These weapons and equipment have been in production, but the production output has been slowed down. Now they suddenly received a large number of orders from the military. Of course, they are running at full capacity. Mass production. Among them, experts from 5 large arsenals, intermediate and senior skilled workers, and a large number of skilled workers received the levy orders, went home to tidy up, bid farewell to their relatives, brought various precision machinery and equipment, escorted by the army, rode in a carriage, and set foot on the journey. The long journey of the Western continent. Also embarking on the journey were experts, intermediate and senior skilled workers and ordinary skilled workers from the two large shipyards of the empire. It can be said that the two large shipbuilders have moved to the western continent to settle their homes and set up new large shipyards there. Build a large number of advanced warships for the Imperial Navy. After the empire was unified, Yitan also sent 5 batches of warships to sail along the coastline to see if they could directly reach the western continent. As a result, they were all lost sailing and disappeared. Only a few ships returned safely. It's just a logistic transport ship that ran out of resources. The seas of the east and west continents are not connected. Yitan can only set up a few new large arsenals in the west continent and move 2 shipyards there. Time is running out. He must speed up the defense forces of the west continent to prevent being attacked by the empires of the north continent. Invade. At the same time, a conscription order spread throughout the empire. Young and strong young men enthusiastically signed up. After registering at the county conscription office, they undergo a physical examination. After passing the exam, they will be led by retired officers from the conscription office to bid farewell to their families and go to the training camp for a period of time. 10 days of short training, and then set off to the western continent, where the regular military training is considered to be officially enlisted and become a recruit. The number of young and strong young men in the occupied territories is very enthusiastic and there are many people. The welfare of soldiers is high, which is a good career and a good way out. In case of meritorious service and promotion, they will develop. Even if they are killed in battle, their families can receive a considerable pension. There is no worries at all. Many veterans who have retired have also enthusiastically signed up to join the team. Many of them are soldiers and officers of the former Second Army. The troops were disbanded and retired due to military discipline and other reasons. This is a shame for them. Now they have a chance to wash the shame again. They will definitely perform well, reappear the glory of the soldiers, and wait until they retired and go home before they can hold their heads up. These retired officers and veterans will be assessed and approved by the military law department. After passing, they will be assigned to the new army. They will start from the squad leader, and then look at performance and military service promotion. If you want to wash away the shame, it depends on your personal performance. In just 1 month, the entire empire has formed 20 recruits, 300,000 men, and more than 20,000 sailors. These soldiers lined up, singing military songs, and embarking on the road with great enthusiasm, the official road of the West. In addition, 15 recruits and divisions of 200,000 people will be recruited in the western continent, and more than 10 security regiments will be recruited. Sailors with rich seafaring experience will be recruited to join the Navy to ensure the quality of the Navy and form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. There is a saying that the soldiers and horses have not moved. The food and grass go first. A large number of ox carts and horse carts are requisitioned by the military, and they are loaded with food and other things. Many businessmen who are good at capturing business opportunities also carry large amounts of cash and checks. Under the escort of bodyguards, carrying a cart of goods follows behind the large army. The spacious and flat official road is full of horses, and there are countless densely packed roads. The long line is like a long dragon. Chapter 743 Preparing for War. Yitan set up the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Theater Command. Mu Chunfing was the Commander-in-Chief, and commanded the Navy of the Western Mainland. The headquarters was located in Kaiden County, Slokang Province, and Gong Tangfing was appointed as the commander of the Second Army of the Western Theater Command. Armed defenses in the provinces of Lugos and Yanika. As the commander of the Second Army group in the theater, willing to accept Mu Chunfing's command was the result of Gong Tangfing's several requests. The Second Army's corruption was severely dealt with, and the designation was almost cancelled. This was a big stain in his military career. He must wash away this stain, only to be proved by his outstanding military exploits. The commander of the Third Army in the theater is called Zhu Junce. He was originally the deputy commander of the Third Army. His ability was good. It was only covered by the halo of the commander of the Third Army, Chang Peng. He was always regarded as the left and right arm by Changpeng. Now he is transferred to the Western continent. The commander of the theater, who is in charge of a group army alone, is also considered to be ahead of him. The third military defense zone is located between the provinces of Lugos and Slok, and is responsible for the maintenance of the shipyard. The commander of the fourth army is called Xiang Ba. His name is very mighty, but he looks elegant and white, giving people a kind of scholarly impression. He is the deputy commander of the fourth army, and he is equally capable. He is also the commander of the army by Zhengzixia, covered by his halo. He also got his head out. Among the four major armies of the Western Continent Theater, Xiangba's fourth group is all recruits. Only a small number of middle and high-level officers are transferred from the major army groups. There are not many grassroots officers. It will take at least half a year. It takes only 1 year of training to form combat effectiveness, so it is reserved as a reserve corps. During the war, depending on the situation on the battlefield, it can supplement and reinforce the friendly forces at the front line. Liu Shaixun was appointed as the naval commander of the Western Theater Command to control the theater naval fleet and coastal defense fortresses, and fully coordinate with Mu Chunfing's command of operations. The headquarters is also located in Kaiden County for easy coordination. Ji Yuling is the deputy commander of the navy and fully cooperates with Liu Shaixun. His main job is to train recruits, supervise the shipbuilding progress of the shipyard and the construction progress of the coastal defense fortress, the deployment of various resources, etc. The large shipyard is first established in Angna County. At the same time, 3 coastal defense fortresses were built to guard the shipyard, and the naval base was also located here. The 2 leaders of the Imperial Navy came to serve in the Western Theater, and several large shipyards moved over and built battleships day and night. This shows that Yitan attaches great importance to the Western Theater Navy. The Navy is usually responsible for coastal defense patrols, defeating enemy naval fleets in wartime, preventing enemy armies from landing across the sea and other important tasks. It can be said that the Navy is the first line of defense in the Western continent. Once defeated, the door opens and the coastal area is subject to enemy attacks at any time. Yitan couldn't help but not take it seriously. Mu Chunfing was promoted to the commander-in-chief of the Western Continent Theater, and his combat staff was also upgraded from the group army to the theater level. But Yitan was still not too relieved. He transferred several outstanding staff from the general staff to assist. The chief think tank, YWAZI, was among them, making Mu Chunfing's mouth crooked with joy. The Chief of Staff of General Y is the Imperial Military Advisor of the Emperor. He is full of bad water and tricks people at his fingertips. He sold him and helped him count the money cheerfully. The weakness is that the overall situation is slightly worse, but after so many years of tempering, there has been great progress in the overall situation. And due to age and other reasons, a military division who is already close to the perfect type, with his help, is just around the corner. However, he was also worried in his heart that Wei Wuji's current status is the dignified chief of the Imperial General Staff, one of the tycoons of the Empire's military. Condescendence and dignity are already a bit wronged. In case he can't get along with his combat staff, Chaos put on the music to intervene. Then it would be fatal. Yitan is a person who can't stay idle. When the guards guarded by the guards and other staff members were on the road, he had taken Fen Nishang, surrounded by a group of guards, and quietly headed to the Western continent. Everyone was carefully changed. Even the closest person may not know it when standing in front of him. Wei Wuji is the only person who knows the inside story. 3 days after he left his home, Kujianxing, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Etiquette, was renamed as the head of the mission. A major officer of the Imperial Security Agency was an assistant, a large number of civilians, and 200 soldiers. The escort, plus the coachman and the porter, made the team quite large. A huge delegation carrying silk, top-grade tea, exquisite porcelain and other gifts set out from the imperial capital and embarked on a long journey westward. Among the hundreds of people in the mission, At least half were carefully selected and quite clever intelligence personnel, and some were masters selected from the operations team of the Imperial Security Agency, who were good at assassinations, stalking, and other tasks. The mission is not just as simple as visits and exchanges, but also to inquire about intelligence, draw maps, etc. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a spy mission. Knowing the enemy, 100 battles are endless. If you want to conquer the northern continent, you must first understand the technology and other conditions of this new continent. The projects in the western continent are not only huge, but also numerous. They almost moved half of the military forces of the Great Zhou Empire. Various factories and military bases and fortresses were to be built. How could he also guide him on the spot? To pass on the modern stuff in my mind. Don't talk about such lofty rhetoric for the country and the people, at least for yourself, for the daughter-in-laws, women and children. Even if the navy is defeated, the western continent must be firmly guarded and not lost. The spacious and flat official road is full of people and vehicles, soldiers carrying guns, and vehicles full of dong-dong. Yi Ten and his party are slowly mixed in the crowd. However, his team is not. To ride a carriage is to ride a tall horse, which makes the soldiers and passers-by envy on foot, but no one dares to fool around. Just look at the over 100 guards, all of them strong and sturdy. Many of them are at the rank of lieutenant, and 2 of them are of the rank of major, and they exude a shocking suffocation. Their eyes are as sharp as a knife, stabbing your eyes sore. You don't need to guess that the person in those vehicles must be a certain big man in the military or an official big man. Otherwise, I don't deserve a guard with such an amazing pen. I don't think I am impatient to provoke others. On this road, there will be several military camps for soldiers to station every 20 or 30 miles, and there are tea houses and wine shops for pedestrians to rest. You can lie down wherever you go. There are soldiers everywhere. Robbers and thieves are scared to escape. In extraordinary times, when they are caught by the army, they will be shot directly, and they will take their own heads improperly when their brains are flooded. Because of the sudden emergence of the northern continent, the Empire deployed a large number of military defenses in the western continent, mobilizing a large number of troops to garrison, and correspondingly spawned various industries, which invisibly also promoted various industries in the western continent. It doesn't matter if you don't have technology, as long as you are diligent. It is easy to find a job. The pay is not low, and the family can live a good life soon. Businessmen who are good at capturing business opportunities can quickly make money. Catering services such as tea houses, wine shops and hotels are very popular in recent times. The guests are full every day, and the boss smiles every day and hides in the blankets and counts money. Whenever they go to a post, Yi Ten and his party will follow the troops into the barracks to stay in the barracks. Food is provided for free. Of course, this treatment can only be enjoyed by the military. Even civilian officials without special certificates signed by the military, able to stay in a private hotel obediently, and solve the problem of food and accommodation at his own expense. After the sky lit up, the soldiers got up and washed amidst the loud bugles, queued to the cafeteria to have a meal, finished the meal at the prescribed time, and drove out of the camp after returning to the team and continued on the westbound journey. Yi Ten and his party followed behind, arrived in Slok province in a few days. Chapter 744 Take you to a good place. The first thing a business traveler does when he arrives in Slok province is to find a hotel to stay, wash it up, put on clean clothes, go out to find food, and then wander around the street, looking for business opportunities, and inquiring about the market. Others just go to restaurants and wine shops to dine, stop for a while and then continue to set off to other provinces. These businessmen have more capital, greater courage, and more ambitions. A group of recruits who arrived were greeted by special officers, who led them into the designated barracks, distributed quilts and daily necessities, rested for a night, and formally started normal military training early the next morning. Yi Tan wanted to make a private visit to understand the sentiments of the people. He asked the guards to escort Wei Wuzi and other staff to the headquarters of Mu Chunfeng, and he entered the county government of Angna County under the escort of the guards. After taking a break, Yi Rong pretended to go shopping. He didn't want to alarm the people in the county, but there were a lot of guards around him, and many merchants and tourists flocked to the western continent, and the 5 or 6 inns in the county were almost full. However, the magistrate's level is too low, and he has never seen Yi Tan's face. The guards showed the identity card of the Imperial Security Bureau. The people in the county only know that these people are the evil gods who have the privilege of life and death. Dare to provoke. Yi Tan went out of the county government and went straight to the sea. The largest shipyard in the western mainland was located in Anjana County. 3 coastal defense fortresses were built to protect the shipyard. Behind the shipyard are the naval base and an army barracks. The project is huge. Of course he has to take a look. The sand on the beach was crowded with people onlookers, but they were all blocked by a few ropes. On the other side of the ropes were soldiers with live ammunition. They were strictly guarded. They were dressed in white uniforms. The heroic Jiuling was also dressed in white. High-ranking military officers in uniforms and school uniforms gathered around them, and they were talking to several construction engineers, relying on the strength of the body. The guards could easily squeeze out a passage among the crowd of onlookers, squeeze in with Yi Tan, stand on the periphery of the cordon and watch. Watching the thin lines drawn out with a string on the sand, he knew that the site of the shipyard had been selected, and he was probably discussing the start of construction. Yi Tan just waited and watched quietly. Although the site was selected, construction could not be started all at once. All aspects must be considered. Design drawings alone will be enough for you to draw around. Even if the blueprint designers have sufficient manpower, stay up late to work. I can't draw it even for 10 days and a half months. Before rushing to build large, medium and small warships, tens of thousands of Navy soldiers were waiting for warships. The building of the shipyard was naturally the top priority. In order to stimulate the enthusiasm of these engineers, Yi Tan racked his brains and planned to give a certain amount. Even awards such as medals and honorary awards are given, and the top 3 who have made the most contributions are given the highest awards for knighthood. These engineers and other elite talents have excellent welfare benefits. In addition to receiving high salaries and various welfare subsidies every month, apart from their leisure time, the construction department of the government also undertakes some private construction projects, and some of the profits are turned over to the national treasury. Part of it is reserved for the construction department, and a small part is awarded to the engineers as a bonus. The elites of these empires have long lived a petty bourgeoisie life, and bonuses have not been a big temptation for them. The Medal of Honor and titles are the real big stimuli. The social status of craftsmen and craftsmen, such as craftsmen and blacksmiths, has been significantly improved, but in fact it is only equal to ordinary civilians, and people's psychology is at stake. If you really want to become a superior person in the upper class, or a special person, you can be respected by thousands of people and get a Medal of Honor. If you want to achieve the status of a high-ranking official, you have to get a knighthood. It may be too difficult and too far to obtain the title, and it is a bit unrealistic, but the Medal of Honor can be contested. With this stimulation, those engineers are suffocated and ready to fight hard. There is only one chance. If you miss it, you may regret it for life. For myself, for the family, fight. Under the heavy reward, there must be a brave husband. Yi Tan is going to throw these great rewards. Anyway, it is a reputation for being a vain nobleman. He can fool everyone without spending a penny. He is very happy. Yi Tan whispered to Feng Nishang, who was standing next to him. He was afraid that he would have forgotten the matter in a hurry, and ordered Feng Nishang to take notes. Feng Nishang is not only his favorite concubine, but also a part-time secretary when traveling. He has long been accustomed to Feng Nishang's gentle, considerate service, so every time he walks away from home, He likes to take her with him. Yi Tan did not disturb Jiling, who was busy, but led people to crowd out the crowd quietly, returned to the reception building of the county government, took their respective luggage, and headed to the headquarters of the Western Continent Theater Command in Caden County. There are more than 60 guards guarding Yi Tan, divided into 3 groups to take turns on duty. These guards are from the public, and there are more than 50 people secretly following the protection. Some of them are skilled court guards, some are from the Imperial Security Bureau, some are masters of tracking and stalking, some are dragon killers responsible for assassination and other operations, and there are 2 sniper teams. There are pistols and sniper rifle grenades, and they are also divided into 3 groups of guards in turn. Therefore, Yi Tan's whereabouts can be concealed from others, but Mu Chunfing and Hu Yozong cannot be concealed. The 2 discussed in private that Mu Chunfing was busy with military affairs and could not get away, so Hu Yozong quietly picked him up. Hu Yozong originally planned to return to the imperial capital as soon as the matter at hand was over. He did not expect a strange appearance of the northern continent. The development of science and technology was not weak, and the Great Zhou Empire caused a lot of psychological pressure on everyone. The emperor made a decision to prepare for war. The West continent is so busy that people turn their backs on their horses and jump around. The current West continent is so lively that it cannot be described. It is inevitable that there are certain aliens who want to feel fish in the water. The job of the Imperial Security Bureau is to get these guys out of the law. This requires a high prestige. The big guy from here came to take command, which is why he stayed. Of course, the Emperor's secret decree also asked him to stay and sit for a while before speaking. The Western continent is too big, and the Imperial Security Bureau has not been able to develop well here. Hu Yozong was deeply moved by the seriousness of the manpower. He had to recruit elite soldiers from the country. At the same time, he vigorously bought and cultivated the Western continent to join the organization and build a huge amount of intelligence. The internet. Hu Yozong only brought a few confidants to pick him up halfway, claiming to be his cousin. Yi Tan wanted to enter the city quietly, but when he saw Hu Yozong on the roadside, he knew in his heart. So he swaggered into the city with him, was placed by Hu Yozong, and moved into the temporary government office of Hu Yozong. Hu Yozong's temporary official office was a certain aristocratic mansion that was cleaned out. It was requisitioned by him. It is not far from Mu Chunfing's Theatre headquarters. The large private houses in the vicinity have been requisitioned by the military. The 4 large barracks are owned by the military. All important departments are protected and very safe. Mu Chunfing was busy with military affairs, but he still took time to come and take a look. After talking a few words, he hurriedly left. When Yi Tan and his party settled down, the sky was darkened. After taking a shower and changing clothes, the emperor, "I'll take you to a good place." Cheng Feng Nishang was busy, and Hu Yozong came over, winking, and said mysteriously. Chapter 745. She is the bright moon in the sky. The so-called good place is actually a night banquet held by a nobleman to entertain guests, friends and relatives for fun, win over feelings, and even make some business exchange meetings. After the banquet, there is a dance party. Therefore, the nobles in the Western continent are used to bringing wives, some with daughters. Maybe they can catch a golden turtle son-in-law, and those who are not married can bring a female partner. It doesn't matter if you don't have a female partner. Anyway, this kind of high-class social dance party must inevitably have long-sleeved beautiful socialites, rich ladies, and a lot of young and beautiful women. Don't worry about being unaccompanied. I'm afraid you won't be able to fight it. Yi Tan knew well that he didn't blame Hu Yozong for being corrupt and depraved. If they were doing their job, they would put in everything, silently observe, and sometimes even be imaginary and depraved, as long as they weren't really corrupted and depraved. With Hu Yozong's current status, the majestic Major General Deputy Director of the Imperial Security Bureau holds the privilege of life and death. What kind of conditions must be offered to confuse him? Yi Tan's harem does not have 3,000 beauties, but there are at least a dozen of them. They are all overwhelming. They are all fat and thin, and have different temperaments. Recently, he has also found his heart, and he no longer sneaks out of the palace to steal fragrance and jade, but he can't bear to be lonely, with the mentality of going to have fun with Hu Yozong to attend this dinner. When he left, he ordered a guard to tell Feng Nishang later that there were some things that needed to be dealt with. Let her rest first instead of waiting for him. Feng Nishang knew his sex character a long time ago, but he smiled, turned off the light and lay down to rest. When your majesty comes back, she has to get up and serve, so that she will have the energy to serve his majesty. The Roland family cannot be regarded as a noble family in Caden County. At best, it can only be regarded as a small wealthy man with a thin field. However, in this great purge, more than a dozen noble families have been uprooted, and there are also 7 or 8 small landlords and small businessmen. His body changed and became a new nobleman, the Roland family. The Roland family jumped over the Dragon Gate and became a new nobleman. The head of the family, Lister, was so happy that he screamed and accepted the 3-bedroom concubine. From time to time, he held dinner parties and invited relatives and friends, nobles from other families, and some officials from the county. Being a guest, not only expressed gratitude for the strong support of the county government department, but also demonstrated the existence of the Roland family, showing off all kinds of shows, how to get it. The hall was brightly lit, guests chatting in groups of 5 or 5, young and beautiful waitresses shuttled through the crowd with trays of wine glasses, serving the guests with the most beautiful smiles. Tonight's banquet was different from the past. Patriarch Resta seemed both excited and nervous. This time, he was fortunate to invite a few special people to join him. He heard that there were also a few distinguished tycoons coming, and he repeatedly urged the wife, the concubine and the daughter were all dressed up, and at the same time they put all the available hands in the family on the court and guarded them strictly. The special guest was Doof, the deputy director of the police station. This servant took refuge in Hu Yozong, and the entire ancient Ross family took refuge. Not only did Ataf and others be sold out, even the family members killed their relatives and died at his gun. There are at least a dozen Antithiaf leaders under him, and there are more ordinary ones. This servant was very forced by his own people, and he was appreciated by Hu Yozong, and coupled with a certain ability, he landed directly in Caden County and became the deputy chief of the patrol police station. This guy is now the #1 person. He is very popular at dinner parties, surrounded by a group of young men who want to make a living, all kinds of flattery, and some girls who are pregnant with spring. He is also considered young in the eyes of some aristocratic families. Promising, Chenglong will soon be a son-in-law. The eldest son of Patriarch Lister, Ike, also served in the county police station. He was the deputy inspector. He and Doof were good friends. Through the mouth of Deputy Chief Doof, Patriarch Resta knew that a big man had come to the dinner party. He was so excited that he yelled. Many guests were invited to the dinner. The patriarchs of several new nobles and their children all came to join in. It not only shone a sense of existence, but also established a good relationship with the Roland family. They are all new nobles. We all join together to fight against those. A large family with a century-old name puts pressure on it. Patriarch Resta was not worried, as long as he hugged the thighs of the government and served His Majesty the Emperor faithfully, without a second heart. No matter how others tossed, he would not be able to shake the position of the Roland family or take the cake from the Roland family. The entire spacious hall is full of guests, some enjoying food, and 3 or 5 people gathered to chat and talk. Patriarch Resta and his wife greeted the guests with a smile, and introduced their unmarried young daughter, Lorish, to see if it could be possible. Court a Beetle-in-law. Young people have oily noodles, showing the gentlemanly demeanor as much as possible. The ladies are dressed up and dressed, to change the usual stubborn princess disease, desperately pretending to be ladies. Kubo is spinning around those young and handsome gentlemen. If you are lucky, You can't say it can really catch a beetle law. Those noble ladies wear gold and silver, and are dressed beautifully, with hot eyes on the young and handsome young man. They are invited to the dinner party. Apart from killing time, they are hooking up with the handsome little meat to relieve their greed. Spend a romantic and warm evening. As if the green or not, no one really cares about this stuff. In the aristocratic circle, there is no green saying. Everyone tacitly says, as long as you don't take it home, you can get caught on the spot. When several gorgeously dressed beauties came into the hall surrounded by a woman in a purple dress, the hall that was originally chaotic was silent for an instant. Everyone's eyes fell on the purple-clothed beauties. The men were amazing, and the women, envy and jealousy. This big beauty in purple is the flower of the province of Slock, recognized by the noble circle, Miss Leader, the princess of the Anlet family in Florida County, and the jewel in the palm of Duke Lilos. Hi, Doof, your dream lover is here. Ike elbows his buddy Doof, who is busy teasing his sister, with a playful smile on his face. Doof publicly pursues Miss Leader has long been known, and for this reason, he also pursues Leader in the same way as several others. The son-in-law has done a fight. If it were not for the law of the Great Zhou dynasty to prohibit private duels, a murder case would have been committed. Both he and Doof are handsome young men, wearing brand new patrol uniforms that are even more heroic and handsome. They are particularly prominent in the crowd, and they have also attracted a group of young and beautiful girls to gather around. She is a bright moon in the sky, and I'm just a common man. Doof shrugged and spread his hands, looking like a sling, with clear eyes and no trace of sadness. Isn't it? Ike had an expression of surprise on his face that could not be believed. Isn't this a stimulus for this servant? In order to pursue Leader, he was really desperate and did a lot of stupid things. The handsome men and beauties standing next to them also had a surprised expression of disbelief. They may be dull, or princess sick, but it does not mean that they are stupid. They all understand the meaning of Doof's words. This is true. Give up pursuing Miss Leader? Why do you have this expression? Is there any problem? Doof asked solemnly. There is a problem if he doesn't chase the goddess. Isn't it so exaggerated? In fact, after he became the deputy chief of the patrol police station, his vision began to increase. After Hu Yozong's heartwarming talk, he looked farther and people became more realistic. Goddess cannot be chased. But the premise is that he has to climb to a higher height to be possible. Of course, he is not without the opportunity. It just takes time. When he climbs to the height of looking up or down with the goddess, I am afraid that the goddess is already the mother of more than a dozen children, and the people are old and yellow. Therefore, he recognizes the reality and is decisive. Give up and cherish the present. Doof's ambiguous explanation made everyone hear it, but Ike understood it, gave him a thumbs up, and then compared the fingertips of his thumb to his chest. Doof comprehended it, and he put his arms around his neck and laughed. Toasting and touching, grasp the present, look forward to the future. Cheers. Chapter 746, Unlimited Scenery. Welcome General Hu to come. The Roland family is deeply honored. When Lieutenant Hu Yozong walked into the hall, enthusiastic applause immediately sounded, and the patriarch of the Roland family, Rist and his wife, bowed respectfully. Hu Yozong also bowed in return, and then waved. Everyone is free, don't have to be cautious. The prom is just to be happy and lively. General Hu, let me introduce to you. Ritus's woman had a flattering expression on her face, leading Hu Yozong to introduce her to his relatives and friends. It was so terrible that her teeth were itchy, and she wanted to smash his face with a punch. It's no wonder that all the guests are jealous and envy. Hu Yozong is the person in charge of the Western Continent General Administration of the Imperial Security Bureau. He holds the privilege of life and death. One sentence can determine a person's life and death. The most important thing is that the magistrate has approved many things. Still need to go through his approval to be okay. Just like this time to divide the cake, the magistrate gave a list of 15 people in total, and Rester's name is at the end. There is little hope of being promoted to the nobles, but the Tulip Club will wait for everyone in the shooting. When fighting the thief, Lister was the second person who volunteered to come on stage with a gun, and then Hu Yozong put a red tick behind his name, and then the Roland family squeezed into the ranks of the nobles. At that time, there were countless people present who witnessed this result. They all knew that director who had super energy and was even more attractive than Mu Chunfeng, the commander of the garrison. But there was no way to flatter them. All of them were turned away. If you can come to the dinner tonight to join the Roland family, how can you not make everyone here jealous? Envy. Some things are easy to misunderstand and produce more complicated associations. The associations of everyone present are more profound. Director House arrival is not only to cheer the Roland family, but also to reveal some kind of information. The Roland family has a good life and is here. Director Hu, this big backing, will definitely develop in the future. If Hu Yozong knew the thoughts of these people, he would definitely be dumbfounded. He just thought that Yi Tan likes private visits in microservices to understand the people's sentiments. This is the first time he has come to the Western continent. He happened to receive an invitation from Rester himself, so he took Yi Tan to take a look. Let's take a look at the entertainment activities of the aristocratic circles in the Western continent. Of course, this servant also has the suspicion of flattering and even pimping. The Diangma has a hot body and enthusiasm, which is very different from the traditional conservative women in China. At this time, he suddenly remembered that in the harem of Your Majesty, there are several more beautiful and hotter concubines of the ocean horse, and they are also at the level of the noble queen or princess, who are embarrassed. Hu Yozong became the most dazzling star in the audience as soon as he came in. Most of the people circled around him. The aristocratic family pays attention to the supremacy of family interests, and the others are behind. The marriage of young people also depends on family interests. Family marriages, strong alliances, and free love are all jokes, unless you are determined to give up everything in order to pursue true love. Having everything, such a choice, love is beautiful, but the result is tragic. If you can succumb to a big figure like Hu Yozong with special power, let alone send your daughters, you will be happy to send your wives. You are afraid that Hu Yozong will not accept it. The green horses are all clouds, and family interests are paramount. So these noble women, it's normal for ladies to wink and toss them in disorder. Everyone is tacitly aware, and they all hook up with their own ability. Hu Yozong attracted the firepower of the audience. Yi Tan was happy, sitting on the sofa in the corner. Two guards stood behind him. Gixi Liu took a few glasses of wine from the tray held by the waiter and placed them in front of Yi Tan. You stand too conspicuously. Sit down, Yi Tan said in a low voice. Gixi Liu and the two guards stood so conspicuously, and it was easy to attract the attention of others. He didn't like publicity, so he could only be loc. The pig eats the tiger. The three of them sat on the sofa, separated a little distance from Yi Tan. Gixi Liu blinked at one of the guards. The latter understood, picked up a glass of wine on the table, put his head up and poured it into his mouth, and then held it again. I picked up the other glasses of wine, poured a little into the empty glass, drank it all in one gulp, and then sat still. Be able to become Yi Tan's close guard, except for his clever skill, flexible mind, and loyalty, there is no problem. After strict screening, the few who win in the end can be honored to be the guards of the emperor. The guard's duty is to protect the emperor's personal safety, to pay for food, to prevent the enemy from poisoning, and to block guns for the emperor. Before becoming a glorious guard, these contents have been understood. Clearly, no one will hesitate at all. Of course, the guard's technique is quite ingenious. When doing these actions, another guard walks up to the front intentionally or unintentionally, blocking the sight of the surroundings, and is used to cooperating normally. And the cooperation is extremely tacit. After the guard finished tasting the wine, he had to wait for 5 minutes before Yi Tan could drink these wines. Even if he was the emperor, he wanted to occasionally mess around. If he didn't follow this rule, what would the people below think? The two guards looked at the hall with seemingly random gazes, but in fact, anyone who approached, no matter men or women, would be chilled by the guard's cold and piercing gaze, and the sweat hair rooted up. With the enthusiasm of Rostov's women, Hu Yozong enjoyed the scene, and finally came to Yi Tan's side. Hu Yozong introduced them to them. This is his cousin, Hu Yishan, who is in charge of the family business. A lively, the eyes of Listv's women and the people gathered around lit up. General House cousin seemed to be a good way to take the route of relatives. It was also very good to be able to catch the line of house family. Some scheming look at Yitan's eyes are a little different, with a lot of admiration and surprise. Judging from the age of this cousin, he seems to be a few years younger than General Hu, quite a bit more than 20-30 years old. In the family, age is not the main thing. Seniority is good, so Young is in charge of the family business. How good is this ability? How hard is the backing to be qualified for this position? The social status of businessmen is not high, but in large families, the person in charge of the family business is definitely the existence of the master, the absolute henchman of the patriarch, and the support of a large group of elders behind it, the strength of the leverage. The family has a big business, and the daily expenses are a large sum. To maintain the normal operation of the family, there must be huge funds to maintain it. It can be said that controlling the family's business is equivalent to controlling the belly of everyone in the family. Money is fake, and the big men of these families have a deep understanding, so they look at Yitan's eyes very differently. When a man looks at another man, he considers nothing more than power, status, and wealth, while a woman looks at a man with complicated eyes, and more of intuition. Chapter 747. Women look at men and men look at men with slightly different perspectives, and they are often easily affected by visual senses. Women's intuition often influences psychological feelings. Lida stood with a few female companions she had made in her daily life. Like everyone else, her eyes were fixed on Yitan. Yitan's identity may not be as dazzling as Hu Yozong, but the first impression she gave her was handsome. At the dinner tonight, Yitan did not change his face. He came to the Western continent for the first time, and most of the people who were qualified to meet him were senior officials and bigwigs. The average officials only heard his voice, did not know him, and those who attended the banquet, most of them are from the Western continent, so they don't worry about being recognized. Wow, it's the Prince Charming of my dreams. Mealy, you may show again, but it's really handsome, and it has a different taste from our gentleman. Emma, you just made us all drooling. Hey, I don't mind him being my lover. I just don't know if he's great or not. Don't be like the one in the last time. Don't make people hang around and feel uncomfortable for most of the night. Haha, actually, I think General Hu is more attractive. Cut. You are after General House power, right? Don't you like it? Okay, stop arguing, let's see what your waves are like. Let's stop fighting. Look over there, those bitches, the wolf's eyes, drooling, and the waves are disgusting. A group of prostitutes. We have to unite, work together to defeat them first, and then rely on our own luck. And we must not secretly make bad things. Regardless of the appearance of a woman who is dignified and virtuous, but if a few good girlfriends gather together and dare to say anything scary, this is a good girlfriend who really has nothing to say. Leader, what do you think? A companion found that Leader's expression was a bit unnatural, and asked curiously, what my father meant. Let me befriend General Hu. Leader whispered. Regardless of her father's repeated instructions, for the benefit of the family, she had to hand it over to Hu Yozong and let him become her own minister. Strive for greater benefits for the family. The Anlet family is a long-established family, but it is the old one. When it was passed to her father's generation, it was severely declining. The family males were withered. The few males in the family were all in bad habits and it was difficult to be a big responsibility. Even his own father was weak and suspicious of sex, hesitated, and missed several opportunities. This time, because of her father's hesitation, she missed the opportunity of Hori to vomit blood again. The men of the Anlet family were really unbearable, so she could only step forward and provoke heavy tasks. There are many family elder brothers who pursue her. Among them, some of them are not very good, like Doofy of the Gurus family. He is now the deputy director of the Kedon County Patrol Bureau. As long as she doesn't make mistakes and has a bright future, it's a good choice, but she has a vision. It's very big. So I would refuse Jifai's many shows of good. It stands to reason that Hu Yozong is her goal tonight, and a woman's instinct tells that the handsome young cousin may be more valuable for investment. The most important thing is the first impression of this handsome cousin. Very good. Often the more loc people, the more capable they are. Lidu is a very clever woman. She has a lot more thoughts and aspirations than the group of girlfriends around her. And her ambitions are also very different. The sisters love that cousin because he is young, handsome. The value of face is justice. And she, like those big men who have experienced troubles, saw that the inner value of this young cousin is inestimable. However, she is also very entangled in her heart. If you catch Hu Yozong, the family will get benefits immediately. If you are not sure, they will be able to return to their previous glory. And if you catch the young and handsome cousin, the benefits may not be realized immediately. Even if it is realized, it won't be too big. Only a long stream of water can get benefits from him bit by bit, and bit by bit, let the family grow. In fact, Hu Yozong's appearance is pretty good. He was nicknamed Skinny Monkey because he was too skinny N years ago. Fangzing. Even though he is not a handsome guy, he can score about 70 points. So to say that he is not enough, he is a little shorter, only about 1.7 meters tall. Short is a bit short, but the halo on his body is dazzling enough to completely cover up any shortcomings. Besides, he is handsome and can't be eaten as a meal. It's a big deal to eat it occasionally to relieve hunger. So those girls who have not yet married, we still recognized the reality and set our sights on Hu Yozong. On the contrary, those noble women who dressed up noble and gorgeous showed great interest in handsome men like Yidan. In fact, they also wanted to hook up with Hu Yozong, but they were already women, and some had become mothers. With the qualifications to compete, you can only retreat, and power should be a psychological comfort. Yitan is not a tender, affectionate little meat that wants to be ravaged, but he wins in the sunshine and handsome. It makes people feel comfortable and happy to look at. As a result, his appetite is greatly increased. The only thing to worry about is his combat power. Can they keep them full? A woman's heart, a needle on the bottom of the sea. Men must not guess. You will never guess right. Yitan and Hu Yozong did not expect these women to have extremely complicated and dark psychology, but they can feel that they are from a human being. Everyone wants to take a bite of the scented film. As the master, Rist naturally enjoys the privileges of the master. He arranged for his unmarried young daughter, Lollies, to accompany Hu Yozong, so that she can show her ladylike charm as much as possible. Lollies' looks and temperament are pretty good. It would be great to capture Hu Yozong as a minister under the skirt. He has 2 daughters. If it weren't for the eldest daughter who was already married, he would let the 2 sisters accompany Hu Yozong and Yitan respectively. It would be good luck to hook one of them, and lucky if they hooked both. However, Lister obviously overlooked an important issue. The interests of the present, let alone ordinary friends, even brothers, may turn their faces and fight against each other. There are countless examples of this. When the musicians played the music and the dance officially began, several brave girls and a few gorgeous ladies walked over and took the initiative to invite Hu Yozong and Yitan to dance. It was Hu Yozong who was embarrassed. Neither and Yitan knew how to dance, so the women sat down. Doof and a few young guys came over and invited the ladies to dance a song. Regardless of whether they were happy or not, they hugged one of them, pulled into the center of the hall half dragging and half stalling, and danced to the rhythm of the music. Let's dance. Hi, General Hu, what am I doing? Doof smiled at Hu Yozong. Yes. Hu Yozong smiled and nodded. This guy is very clever, knowing that he will come to rescue him, and it is not in vain to help him. By the way, he will be introduced to Yidan. This guy has some ability. If he is loyal enough, he can. Entrusted with some important tasks. Hi, Mr. Hu. Hello, my name is Doof. the deputy director of the patrol bureau of this county. Please find me if you have any trouble. Doof, a familiarity, bowed to Yi Tan with a smile. Okay, thank you. Yi Tan replied politely. Since he was the person recommended by Hu Yozong, he could not help but take a few more glances and remember people in his heart. For talents, no matter which country people, as long as they are loyal to the empire, he will reuse them. Okay. Yi Tan glanced to the left inadvertently, staring blankly. Chapter 748. When Yi Tan was talking to Doof, his eyes swept to the left inadvertently, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten. In his harem, there are a lot of great beauties with allures and empires, and there are many great beauties, so naturally they have a certain immunity, but they are still amazed by the beauties in front of them. The facial features are exquisite, the appearance is exquisite, and the figure is hot, not losing a minute and a half to Josephine and Catherine. But there is a big difference in temperament. The two concubines are both glamorous and enchanting peerless stunners, and the big beauties in front of them are dignified and noble. With a gentle and virtuous temperament, it is like an orchid in an empty valley and a lotus blooming in the water, quiet and elegant, soft and moving. The atmosphere of the Western continent is more open than that of the Eastern continent. Coupled with cultural and educational customs and other reasons, most girls are hot type. There are relatively few girls with this temperament. Moreover, they are still a big beauty of the alluring country level, which naturally caused Yi Tan's love. Note: the great beauty was also looking over here, and the two eyes met in midair. Although there was no flash of lightning, the white and tender face of the great beauty was obviously reddened, and she looked away in a panic. Leader was quietly observing Hu Yozong and Yi Tan, contrasting the two in secret, feeling entangled in her heart, a little lost in her heart, forgot to take back her gaze, and finally met Yi Tan's gaze, which made her very embarrassed. However, when the two gazes met at the moment of killing, her heart suddenly jumped, and her pretty face turned red in a strange way. She could feel the deep and domineering gaze, as if it was going to penetrate the human heart, and it was extremely aggressive. She seemed to be able to penetrate clothes and see through her body, which shocked her. Leader was ashamed and annoyed, and subconsciously avoided her sight, but out of a woman's self-esteem, or because she couldn't say anything about herself, she glared back. However, she realized that she was not really annoyed. She felt a little disgusted with him, but on the contrary, she also gave birth to a secret joy, which was so complicated that she was a little lost at the moment. Leader doesn't think she is the most beautiful woman in the world, but the flower of Slok province is given by the public. It is recognized that she is really beautiful, and she is quite confident in her looks and temperament, plus her background. Famous families, who have not yet married, pursue more single men like Crucian Carp who cross the river, and those who come to propose marriage have stepped on the threshold. Every time she appeared in public, she inevitably attracted all kinds of amazing and strange eyes. She was proud of it at first, and after a long time, she became numb and used to it. The handsome uncle's reaction still made her a little bit of joy. As long as it is a normal man, it is inevitable that she will be attracted by her unparalleled appearance and temperament, and even fall down, so that her vanity will be greatly satisfied. Who is the most beautiful young lady? Yi Tan asked casually, perhaps asking Hu Yozong or Doof, and at the same time smiled at Leader's annoyed white eyes with a sunny and friendly smile. Mr. Hu has a strong vision. Her name is Leader, the second daughter of Duke Lilos of the Anlet family in Florida County. She is unparalleled and the pride of the province of Slok. Doof smiled and replied with a high hat. He received Hu Yozong's gaze and encouragement. He understood that he was letting himself behave well, and he was grateful, and sold Leader, the goddess who had been madly pursued. The goddess is a bright moon in the sky, unattainable, can only look up, can only care about silver in the dream. But for the sake of her own future, for the benefit of the family, she can still sell drops. There is a warning in the East continent that is good. Ning a dead fellow can't die a way. Well, the meaning doesn't seem to be very appropriate. Forget it. It's the same anyway. The language of the East continent is too complicated and difficult to learn. Alas, it's 10,000 times more difficult than the goddess. Miss Loris on the side looked resentful, and she was sitting next to you, all kind of flattering, but you didn't see it, only staring at the vixen. Her heart was broken. There are complaints and complaints, heartbreak and heartbreak. She has to smile and accompany the general servant, of course, and this young and handsome cousin, to do the best of the landlord. Hu Yozong stayed in the Western continent for a few months. He also worked hard to learn the Western continent. Although he was stammering, he sometimes entrained Mandarin. Fortunately, Loris' Mandarin level is quite high, and most of them can understand. If you really don't understand, just smile, and then offer a glass of wine. What else can't let go of the beautiful smiles and passionate toasts? Hu Yozong touched his chin and wondered. This girl's looks, temperament and body are actually pretty good. If your majesty is not interested, he will accept it. Isn't it a popular joke in the circle? If you don't take a big ocean horse as a concubine, you don't. I am ashamed to say that I have been to the Western continent. Go and invite Miss Leader over. Patriarchist was quite eye-catching. Even though Leader was upset that she had robbed her daughter Lollies of the limelight, she was still sensible. He turned to his wife and whispered a few words to please Yitan's chance instead of letting others do it. It's better to grasp it yourself. Mrs. Lister smiled and stepped back, walked to Leader, said a few words in a low voice, and then returned with her little hand. Leader was not ashamed. Wasn't she waiting for such an opportunity? If Mrs. Lister could not invite, she could only use the excuse of inviting Yitan to dance with her, and bit her head to come over to strike up a conversation. Oh, beautiful Miss Leader, please sit down. Yitan stood up, made a gesture of asking to sit, and at the same time glanced at Patriarch Lister. This guy is very thoughtful. Patriarch Lister had been secretly observing Hu Yozong and Yitan. Seeing Yitan looking over, his old face immediately squeezed a flattering smile, and his heart was secretly happy. Mr. Hu Yashan remembered him. He is indeed a smart man. No wonder he is in charge of the family business. Cow pen. Thank you. Leader did not arrogantly correct her, bowed to thank you, sat down openly, and let out a big sigh of relief in her heart. It will happen sooner or later. The current situation makes her very satisfied and hurts her self-esteem the most. I came here on my own initiative. Mr. Hu speaks Spanish fluently. Leader took the initiative to provoke the topic. She didn't do it intentionally. It was just that Yitan's Western mainland spoken was not only fluent, but also had a pure accent. She was curious, and it just opened up the topic. Just so. I'm a little proud to be praised by Miss Leader. Yitan laughed and joked, saying that he had hired a teacher to teach Western mainland language, and that was it. Up, porch. Leader couldn't help giggling. Mr. Hu is so funny. Handsome guys themselves have a lot of bargains, which easily arouses the goodwill of girls. Moreover, Yitan is a little talkative and witty, but also a master of styling girls, all kinds of water blowing and flickering, talking about the mountains. The topic is like a torrential river, continuous, endless. Leader approached Yitan with purpose, greeted and pleased, and her first impression of Yitan was pretty good. In addition to his talkative, humorous, and gentlemanly demeanor, she gradually relieved her guard and made a smile with a smile on her face. Good listeners, occasionally will just insert a sentence or two, not to let people lose the enthusiasm to continue talking and look cold. She has done a very good job in this regard. Leader is a very likable listener. Of course, she is tempted to please, and there is also a good education. But more of it is that she is really interested in these topics. Don't look at Yitan's various blows and flickers, but they are all it's true, it's just a bit exaggerated. The traversers from the high-tech society have thousands of years of cultural knowledge than the ancients. Many things they say come from TV, the internet, books, and so on. In addition, they used it when they used to tease girls. But now they are just repeating it. Naturally, Leader was stunned. She found that Yitan was like an undergraduate teaching, not right, He was a knowledgeable and omniscient wise man. Before she knew it, she leaned forward with her right elbow resting on her thigh, her palm resting on her cheek, listening quietly. Her bright and moving eyes revealed a bit of curiosity and admiration, as well as a bit of obsession. Chapter 749. When a woman is curious about a man, it is often the beginning of the fall. Of course, Lida is only in the curiosity stage now, and her curiosity about Yitan is only a little stronger than ordinary people. There are two possibilities for a person who talks about styles. One is bragging and wanting to please beauties, and the other is true learning and showing off to please beauties. Both of these are not very popular. But knowledgeable, humorous, smiling, and able to take into account the feelings of the other person, handsome and invincible men can increase the value of personal charm, can leave a deep and good impression in the hearts of beauties, and at the same time fascinate the strong curiosity in the hearts of beauties. Desire. At this meeting, Lida's impression of the cousin who was talking about in front of him was young and handsome, intelligent, capable, rich and good background. These conditions alone are enough to make any woman's heart. What's more, she shouldered the important task of revitalizing the family's prosperity. When she made up her mind to provoke this important task, she was already mentally prepared for sacrifice. The reason why she has not been married is just waiting for the price and choosing the best. She made a decision in an instant. It was him. However, due to the reservedness of female sex, and based on certain psychology of men, she could not be too proactive. Men don't cherish the easy stuff. Ganan's highest state. After figuring it out, Lida let go. Although she still maintains the unique reservedness of female sex, she is no longer cautious, cutting words for advice from time to time, and sometimes can start some associations along with the meaning in Yitan's words. Talking naturally goes smoothly, and it feels like talking to friends who have known each other for many years. The two chatted together, and the young ladies nearby were all jealous, and even upset. Hu Yozong has the aura of a security bureau chief. This is the star of the night, but the savvy people think that they are not the same. They think that the handsome, masculine cousin is the emperor superstar, worthy of investment at any cost. They were all mentally prepared to pay any price, but they didn't have this chance. The handsome Tang Xiu was taken over by Lida alone, which made them hate their teeth, and all kinds of unpleasant words such as sexy vixen came out. It's just talking in front of a friend. No one dares to find the difference in person. Now it is Diaz who is in charge of the house. Even if he is impatient with his life, he can't give up the whole family. Hu Yozong sat with him, chatting quietly with Lori, and from time to time he came up with a silly joke, which made Lori giggle. He secretly checked the audience for a while and found that His Majesty was only interested in Lida. Rest assured and boldly plucked Lorish. If it weren't for the Emperor's presence, he would have raised Lorish upstairs to chat about the ideals of life and discuss the great project of making villains together. Tonight is the victory of the Roland family and the Anlet family. It makes people jealous and jealous. It is a foregone conclusion, no one else can do it. Anyway, it's coming, so I have to have a good time. It's a big deal to learn Roland next time. The family held a dinner ball and invited the big names to the dinner. After letting go, all the guests had fun, or found someone to chat, meet new friends, or chase their favorite goals. Young and promising guys like Doofy and Ike are still very attractive to women. The two were surrounded by young and beautiful beauties with hot figures. The dinner was very successful and lively. But when it was over, Yitan and Hu Yozong sent invitations to their female companions when they were leaving. Lida and Lorish gladly accepted. This scene made other women jealous and envy. The woman of Lister stood at the gate and saw the guests off with a smile. When it was Lida's turn to leave, Lister smiled and said, "Miss Lida, or stay with Lollies tonight." Excuse me. Lida understood the deep meaning of it and accepted it happily. There are many benefits to staying. She can talk about feelings with Loris in a simpler way, and discuss what to do tomorrow, so that the two men can have fun. Happy. it is also convenient for them to come and pick up people. Deep down, you can form an alliance with Loris and take care of each other. As long as one of them succeeds, it also represents the success of the two families. This is a business that makes no money, and a fool will refuse. Although the Roland family is only a new nobleman, it can't be compared with the century-old Anrat family who has a rich heritage. The Roland family is suspected of flattering and climbing, but now it is the Zhou Empire who rules the Western continent, and the Rist family chief is exquisite and exquisite. It's going to happen. Who can guarantee that the Roland family will not really thrive in the future? One more enemy is worse than one more friend. So she gladly accepted the invitation of Patriarch List. Patriarch List grinned and smiled very happily. Talking to smart people is a relief. This misleader of the Anlat family is really not easy. Her daughter should be half as smart as hers. The next day, Yi Tan washed and dressed under the service of Feng Nishang. After breakfast, he left Feng Nishang in the temporary palace under the pretext of discussing important affairs of the empire, and sneaked out to pick up girls with Hu Yozong. Although Feng Nishang is considerate and doesn't say anything, but after all, she is her favorite concubine, it is more or less unreasonable to seduce her sister in front of her, and she gives others a little dignity. Picking up girls, of course, you can't be two pairs together. Yi Tan didn't want to disturb Hu Yozong's good deeds, so he hinted that he was going to go shopping with Leader himself, and he didn't need to accompany him, but it would trouble him to pick up people. Hu Yozong understood that he would take a special carriage to pick up people. In fact, Leader's family lived in Florida County, and he ran to Kedon County to play, and temporarily stayed at his best friend's house, which was near the Roland family mansion, so he could pick up people on the way. However, he didn't expect Leader to stay and leave last night, but he saved more than 10 minutes of journey. After Hu Yozong sent Leader over, he wisely led Lori to leave. Lori naturally took his right arm. He lived in the Western continent for a while, and learned more or less about the humanities of the Western continent, geography and customs, knowing that this is normal etiquette. Of course, this will have to be in the Eastern continent. Even if the Emperor vigorously promotes the New Deal, the social atmosphere will be a little open, but this will have to be held in the hands of the public, and will be scolded and shameless. Some remote places are backward and conservative, lynching and sinking pigs. Cages are possible. Hu Yozong is one of Yi Tan's confidant and beloved generals. He was naturally brainwashed. Under Yi Tan's various transmissions, he accepted new things much faster than ordinary people. After understanding the human geography and customs of the Western continent, he no rejection or out of caution, first observe for a period of time, but quickly integrate into it. In Yi Tan's words, it's a good way to take the essence, get rid of the dross, merge the East and the West, and integrate the East and the West, which is more suitable for the development of the empire. If you want to understand and learn, you must first integrate into it. Forgetting the original intention is okay. Chapter 750. The Flower of Shukba. Yi Tan was busy patrolling the Western continent as soon as he arrived. He hadn't taken a good rest. Now he is taking Leader to go shopping, as a break. And by the way, it is a matter of public and private matters to learn about the local customs. It was said that he was taking Leader to go shopping. In fact, Leader acted as a guide, taking him to go shopping, introducing local customs, places of interest and historical sites. Many of them were destroyed in the war. Yi Tan didn't care about it. Maybe it's ruined. Even better, the integration of the East and the West is necessary, and it is only a matter of time before the Western continent is assimilated. Wandering into a jewelry store, Yi Tan chose a string of pearl necklaces worth 10,000 Singapore dollars and gave it to Leader. In order to capture the beauty of the beauty, he was always generous, and he gave out the necklace with some rhetoric, sincere and difficult. Refuse. Dear Miss Leader, your beauty is like the sun, moon and stars, dazzling. Only this necklace can be worthy of your beauty and nobility. Please don't refuse. I just give it to someone who suits it. Thank you, dear Mr. Hu. Leader's face was red, and she was a little bit ashamed in her surprise, and her eyes flashed with a moving splendor. No matter the continent, women are born with no resistance to beautiful jewelry. 10,000 SGD is a trivial meaning to the wealthy family, but it is a large sum for an individual. The average child receives more than 100 or 200 SGD per month, even for a family. The important children who are leaning resources and focusing on cultivation are only 300 or 400 SGD. What's more, the Anlet family has fallen, and Leader's monthly allowance is only $18. Even if she is frugal, it will take many years to save up to $10,000. Shui Kitangxiu was so generous, surprised her and refreshed her knowledge of Yitan. This handsome man always surprises her and makes her more curious. She also knew in her heart what it meant to accept this precious gift. She had long been psychologically prepared. In fact, it would be nice to marry such a man, even as a concubine. The most important thing is that she is happy, and it can also help the family seek certain benefits. Leader turned her back happily, and Yitan personally helped her put on a pearl necklace. His movements were natural and proficient. There were a bunch of concubines in the harem. He often made some exquisite and valuable accessories to please them and helped them wear. Practice makes perfect. People from the Western mainland have white skin, but the skin is a bit rough, with a lot of sweat and hair, obvious pores, heavy body odor, and women are no exception. But Leader's skin is smooth and delicate, as white as snow, and exuding. The fragrance smells very nice and makes people drunk. Yitan was a little surprised. He was the sacred hand among the flowers, and he could smell it with just a slight twitch of his nose. This is not the fragrance of rouge gouache, but a pure natural virgin body fragrance. The people of Western mainland are precocious and open-minded. It's really rare that Leader can keep her body in perfect condition when she frequents various social occasions. He has chosen this superb flower. Leader held Yitan's right arm with her left hand and stroked the pearl necklace on her chest with her right hand, smiling like a flower. No matter the ending, at least her vanity was greatly satisfied. Yo, isn't this Miss Leader? As soon as the two of them walked out of the jewelry store, they were blocked by more than a dozen brothers, some from the eastern and western continents. The leader of the white-collar hunting suit and high-barreled leather shoes are the most fashionable and popular styles at the moment. He is quite handsome, but with excessive wine and lust, his eyes lacking brilliance, and he looks dull. This group of dudes were trying to squeeze in, but they were blocked by 4 strong guards. Yitan went out today, with only 8 guards, plus a small 6th father-in-law. This was on the bright side, followed by secretly protecting them. He didn't know how many guards there were. "What are you doing, asshole? Get out of the way." Next Tamala, dare to stand in the way of the Lord, looking for death. It's so painful. The group of dandy boys were stopped by the guards, screaming in anger, and straight up their sleeves with a grumpy temper. As a result, the guards were pumped into darkness, and the guards wailed. All guards have been screened through layers, hellishly eliminated, and strictly evaluated. Only a few people left can become a glorious inner guard. Their duty is to protect the safety of the emperor, no matter who is in front of him, even if it is the emperor. As long as there is a possibility of endangering the safety of the emperor, directly start to do it, and the 4 people do it at the same time, and all these dandy boys are all lying on the dirty ground and howling. Dare to beat this young man, you are waiting for something. The leader of the young man was quite stiff, and ran while holding the pig's head, making cruel words. "Thank you," Leader said softly, clasping Yitan's arm with both hands, and whispered to him the identity of these young boys. After the Great Monday ruled the Western continent, the Zhou Empire in the Western continent was superior. Even ordinary civilians would not dare to easily provoke them. If they made trouble in the patrol station, the patrol station would also favor the people of the country. The last thing that suffers is yourself. If it is the Zhou Empire, people with status and status can't afford it even more. Even the former nobles like leader who came from a famous family have to be afraid of 5 or 6 points. These gangsters are very famous in Caden County. Their old man or uncle is either a wealthy businessman or an official. The leader is Lu Zihao, and his uncle Lu Shiping is the new chief of the county police station. Li Da is a flower of Losk province, and he is often molested by them, but he dares not speak. Shui Tangxiu offended Lu Shiping for her and made her feel grateful. Of course, Hu Yozong's identity completely crushed Lu Shiping, so there is no need to worry at all. However, there must be an attitude that should be there. Thank you. Of Lu Shiping, there was a strange expression on Yitan's face. Where did he hear this name? He couldn't remember it for a moment, but felt a little familiar. My son, I went out of the class. The young father-in-law, who is good at trying to figure out the heart of the king, reminded him softly that he often served next to Yitan, and Yitan was a painful idle person. He often slipped out of the palace and served private visits. Therefore, the guard of more than 100 people, he not only remembered his face, but he also remembered his name. When some old guards left their post and transferred out, the deputy head of the guard, Liu Fang, made a report. He had seen the list submitted, and there was Lu Shiping's name in it. Yitan suddenly realized that Lu Shiping had once served as his bodyguard officer and his official position was a captain. He still cared for these loyal subordinates. After a certain age, he would arrange a better way out for them. He was already 40. The 5-year-old Lu Shiping was transferred to the head of the patrol police station in Caden County. Lu Shiping fell so quickly. Yitan frowned, and a breathtaking cold light flashed in his eyes. In his impression, Lu Shiping was born in a peasant family. He was a rigorous, rigid and honest person who could not resist all kinds of temptations within a few days of taking office. Confusion? Is it decay and depravity? If so, it disappointed him too much. Sent someone to check. Yes, son. Bixi Liu whispered, stepped aside, and beckoned casually. A sturdy and strong young man standing on the side of the street, dressed in ordinary clothes, rushed to him. Liu Yi,